It has to be louder. ये साउंड में कोई है? Designing and developing a solar powered 4G radio access system. QNU has done outstanding work in quantum safe data
राइट ऊपर चले जाएंगे ना कूलर वाले ना सर ये कुछ मैडम मैडम
ये कौन ये सही वो इसके साथ
Hello, hello, 1, 2, hello, fine.
शेड्यूल ला रहा हूँ अरे इसमें लगा
ये लगा रहा है कोई भी एक जना आ जाए
इसमें डाल दो हाँ अरे वो कहाँ, वही तो एक पेज उसको बोला हूँ प्रिंट करने के लगाने के लिए, प्लेनरी वाला। टाइमिंग चेंज है, बाकी वही लगा दो इसको। बाकी की चीज़ें देखने के लिए तो इम्पोर्टेंट है, लगाओ। एक जो पेपर प्रिंट होके आएगा वो लगवा देना। हाँ हाँ, उसको रख के इसको बोला हूँ प्रिंट करो।
अभी हम पहले से एक A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'd like to announce that Honorable Minister of State for Telecommunication, Shri Chauhan ji, is here in the premises, and We are waiting for the arrival of our chief guest. So in the meantime, may I request you all to kindly be seated, and you may put your mobile phones either on silent mode or vibration mode.
I think ये चीज रह गई है क्या बोल अब ठीक है हाँ मैंने दिया है नम्रता को मैडम बोलेंगी ना लगा तो नया है क्या कौन सा वो हमें नहीं
Oh, they all are from Surat only, huh? Yeah.
राजू सर, यहाँ पे बुक्स नहीं रखी है। वो लोग जब अनाउंस करेंगे ना दे देगा। अच्छा, वो अरेंज है ना, मैंने सारे कर लिया। अच्छा, किसी को बोलना फाइल में ना ये एक पेज रखना है, जैसे यहाँ पे इन दो में तो मैंने रख दिया है, यहाँ पे रख दिया है, उसको रख दिया। तो आप 5 फाइलें और है ना, ये रेंज दीजिए, बाकी आप उधर ही रख दीजिए। मैंने बॉट रखी है ना, वो इनकेस चाहिए हो तो इस फाइल में रख दिया, मतलब बाकी आपकी फाइल इसमें रख दीजिए। नहीं मॉर्निंग इसमें रख दीजिए, बाकी आप अपनी डेस्क पर रख दीजिए।
I once again request all of you to kindly settle down. And please remember to put your mobile phones on silent or vibration mode. Thank you. Again, to kindly be seated. We should have order in the house before honorable ministers arrive. So kindly take your seats.
एक सेकंड हेलो चेक 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 हेलो चेक 1 2
I extend a very warm welcome to all to the first International Quantum Communication Conclave, organized in collaboration with CDOT, TSDSI, and IEEE Communication Society Delhi chapter. TEC is committed to developing standards for the telecommunication sector in India. It provides technical support to DOT and other government departments. The two-day conclave will cover the entire gamut of advanced quantum technologies through keynote speeches by experts, panel discussions, and demonstrations. It's an honor and privilege to have the august presence of Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Honorable Union Minister of Communications, Railways, Electronics and IT, and also Shri Devusen Chauhanji, Honorable Minister of State for Communications. We would now like to welcome them by presenting saplings. And we have the young officers of TEC to present saplings to our honorable guests. Bhumika Gaur, ADG, to welcome Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji. Namrata Singh, ADG, to welcome Honorable Minister of State for Communications, Shri Devusen Chauhan. Arjun Singh, ADET, to present sapling to Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. Mudita Chandra coming up, she's ADET, and she'll present sapling to Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Telecom, DOT. Rakesh Goyal, ADET, coming up to present sapling to Shri Sunil Gupta, CEO of Q New Labs. And Shri Ziaur Rahman, ADET, to welcome Shri R.R. Mittar, Senior DDG and Head TEC DOT. As is our tradition in India to invoke the god of fire, the god of knowledge, by lighting the ceremonial lamp, I request honorable ministers and dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate today's conclave. May the light, knowledge, wisdom guide us on the right path, and may it augur well for our conclave. Thank you. I now request Shri R.R. Mittal, Senior DDG and Head Telecommunication Engineering Center, DOT, to present his welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and good evening to all participants who are in different time zone. Really, it's my honor to welcome you officially on behalf of Ministry of Communications, Government of India, in first International Quantum Communication Enclave. Quantum words gives a new energy to us. I also feel enhanced energy with Quantum Leap and welcome you with great enthusiasm and vigor. At the outset, I would like to welcome Honorable Minister of Communications, IT and Railways, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, who has been source of strength and great motivator for innovators, startup, academia, engineers, and all stakeholders working in the field of emerging and future communication technologies. Really, we feel encouraged and motivated with your esteemed presence, sir. This August gathering looks forward to your visionary guidance. It is really a great pleasure to welcome Shri Devushin Chauhanji, Honorable Minister of State for Communications, who has spared his valuable time to come to this event to bless us. He has always encouraged the Indian industries to develop solutions based on the use cases. Sir, your words of wisdom will certainly show the path forward to the participants of this conclave. We are delighted to have Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, who has a doctorate in physics from ISC Bangalore. His research interests include the physics of quantum materials, soft and active matter. He has published more than 450 papers in peer-reviewed journals and holds several patents. On behalf of DOT, I extend very warm welcome to you, sir. We will be enlightened with your expertise on the subject matter. I welcome Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Telecom and Chairman Digital Communication Commission, who has been the main inspiring force behind organizing this event in a short span of time. He always guides us to be active facilitator for the R&D, innovators, startup community to build a strong technological ecosystem in the country. Hearty welcome, sir. Industry plays a key role for development of any new technology. We are delighted to have Shri Sunil Gupta, CEO and founder QNU Labs, with us. QNU Labs is credited to be the first firm in India to successfully develop commercial cybersecurity products using quantum physics. I would like to welcome Shri Uma Shankar Pandeyji, Member Services, Digital Communication Commission, Shri Sanjeev Agarwalji, Member Technology, Shri Alok Agarwalji, DG Telecom, and other senior officers of DOT as well as officers from Indian Railways, Department of Science and Technology. Welcome to Dr. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, and Madam Pamela Kumar, DG TSDSI. Warm welcome to Lieutenant General M.U. Nair, Signal Officer in Chief, Indian Army. Dr. Bruno Huttner, Director, ID Quantique, Switzerland, Dr. Dong Hee Shim, SK Telecom, South Korea, and Dr. Vikram Sharma, CEO, Quintessence Lab, Australia, are participating in person. Very warm welcome to you all. Hearty welcome to foreign delegates and organizations participating online. Zurich Instrument AG, Quantum Communication Hub, AWS Cryptography, Zephyra, Finland, NIST, US, and delegates from Japan, New Zealand, and Spain. In the interest of time, I'm not naming but extend very warm welcome to all Indian experts, eminent and distinguished professors from IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, experts from ISCR Pune, Physical Research Lab, Amrita Center, Raman Research Lab, DRDO, ISRO, Space Application Center, CDAC, and Institute of Development and Research in Banking Technology. As this conclave touches upon all aspects of quantum communication, certainly it will give impetus to R&D and trial initiative. I also welcome other stakeholders of this journey who are present here, students who will be the trailblazers in this field, researchers, exhibitors, academic institutions, startup industry. Welcome to officers of LSAs, BSNL, officers of NTI PRIT and NICF, Armed Forces, Indian Railways, CSIR, CERTIN, NSCS, banking and financial sector, and team TEC, CDOT, and TSDSI. I would also like to welcome Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Telecom Skill Excellence Award winners. They are the motivating figures for New India. Role of press and media is of utmost importance to create a conducive environment for success of any initiative. I welcome you all. Certainly your role will help India to become a global leader in this area. At last, I welcome all the organizers of the event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Sri Sunil Gupta, CEO of QNU Labs, to deliver his keynote address on commercializing the quantum security technology.
Good morning and good evening. My great thanks to Government of India, DOT, and the fellow quantum experts. It's my pleasure to talk to you about the framework that, as you know, QNU Lab was the first company in India, was incubated with the idea of how India becomes a power in the quantum space, because there's no country can get a digital superpower without digital security, right? And we felt that we will play that role of building such a next generation security framework for India. So today I'm not going to talk about QNU Lab, I'm going to largely talk about India, right? How we are taking India forward. So QNU Lab was incubated in 2016, but idea was what frameworks do we use to make sure that our product roadmap keeps going forward. At the same time, we are building products that can be commercially used by the industry. So I'm going to use a couple of slides for that. If you move to the first slide, please. Or I have something here. Okay. So this is an important slide for any industry, because in 2016 when we started, it was very important for us to know what are the key macro drivers that are taking the quantum science forward. And some of the important ones were, on the right side, if you see that horizontal scale is uncertainty. We thought that this is going to take a lot more time, uncertainty was high. And if that happens, what is going to be the impact? For example, if you see, sorry, this is not very visible, but I'll tell you, for example, legislation, regulatory support for quantum, we thought it will take a lot more time. And that's the reason we said impact is medium, but the uncertainty is very high. But we all know that last December, US has already made a legislation for implementing quantum security tech into the federal government and the defense organization. India is also pushing forward in the same direction. Second important part is standardization, right? If you don't have, follow standards, interoperability, and you build interoperable interfaces and specification, then it's very difficult to adopt this technology. So a lot of work is happening in the world, but very glad to tell you that India is among the first few countries to have really spent time and come up with the QKD specifications as well as standardization. It's a lot of work still to be done, but we are among the nations in the world who are probably focusing on pushing this forward. Another important area was the funding support from government, right, for startups and for other institutes. And as you know that 2 years ago, India committed $1 billion in quantum space, and now several grants and funding has been coming there. So if you see in this, the ones which are in green are the ones where we already see a lot of work has already happened. So I'm very proudly can stand here and say today that I did not anticipate this 3 years ago, right? But today what we are seeing is that most of the macro drivers, key macro drivers, are moving in the right direction. right? So this gives us a huge confidence that commercialization is around the corner. Move to the next slide, please. So this is another framework which is important, which I call use it normally for technology access and the solution access. While on the vertical axis, y-axis, you see putting a QKD access, technology access, where idea is that we should move to a longer distances. If you don't have a longer distances, we can't create metro area networks and a wide area networks, then this technology will not work. So India today has 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers trusted node, where we can actually connect back-to-back QKDs and we build a very wide area networks. Then there is a orange angle that you see the solution access, which means that if I can't put QKD into a network like metro area network, I can't do a hub and spoke configurations, I can do one-to-many and many-to-many networks, then the solution will not happen. So today India has that solution as well. Now on the x-axis, if you see, I put a QRNG, right, which is a very important product. We started with a 19-inch rack form factor, which gives you on data centers, and a number of interesting use cases are there for government. But we also know that it has to move to servers, right? Idea is quantum should move inside, right, rather than outside, which is right now. So when you take the quantum inside, the first thing you have to do is put it in a PCI cards, take it to the server, large market for data centers. And then eventually, India is also building on integrated photonics, big way. Probably is India's first own chip will probably come in another 12 months from now, QKD chip, where integrated photonics or QRNG chip as well, where we are thinking about how the end devices become secure. As you know that computing is moving from cloud to edge, how do we make edge secure, far more secure? Now these are the two dimensions, right? But another interesting dimension came 6 months ago when NIST announced their algorithms, which is post-quantum crypto algorithms. Now the moment you see that, then suddenly you see a huge element of enterprise solution. A plethora of use cases come up for telecom, healthcare, banking, blockchain, and so on. I think that is another very, very interesting thing. Just please go forward. Probably I'll use one more slide and then my time is up. Please go ahead, next one. Next one, please. So this is one that I want to tell you that point to point, 150 kilometers, and then you have hub and trusted node that you can do it to longer distances. Next slide, please. This is a ready technology in India. We are deploying that today, which is hub and spoke, where a one control station can be connected to multiple satellite stations. Right? Please go ahead. And then in India, if you look at it, we can create multiple such networks and connect them. So interstate communication, or we can take from one part of the India to other part of the India seamlessly through today, right? That capability India has today. Yeah, go forward. Yeah, next please. You can go ahead. Next please, so in interest of time. Yeah, this is the last slide I'm going to. So here is the complete solution that we're talking about. And that's the approach we have taken, that we believe that we can't take a half measure in security. So we want to do quantum generation, key distribution, key management. Key generation is all about either through a quantum physics, through quantum random number generator or PQC, and key distribution is through QKD, or we can do through a post PQC as well. But the last part is very important, the key management solution, which is key vault, where data at rest. Today we have significant problem where data at rest security is an issue. We have a solution today where we can put their encryption keys as well as all confidential data in a secure vault, which is quantum encrypted. So this is like think about like that, you can put it in an on-prem, you can take it to cloud. So imagine that you are saying a quantum secure cloud workspace for any enterprise, right? So that is the approach that to commercialization, because if you don't make a complete solution, then adoption, wide scale adoption is very difficult. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the industry perspective. I request now Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary, Telecom DOT, to present his special address.
Honorable Minister for Communication, IT and Railways, Honorable Minister of State for Communications, Principal Scientific Advisor, CEO of QNU Labs, Mr. Mittar, and senior representatives of various government departments, international delegates, colleagues from various departments, a very good morning to all of you. So it's my proud privilege to be part of such a august gathering when we are looking at the onset of a new technology, I think. So I wouldn't want to dwell into such a very complex area being an administrator, but I would like to state the problem that we are all getting into, I think. So essentially, in a situation when the quantum computing power is expanding significantly across the world, where we talked, IBM talked about a 430 qubit computer and then probably reaching about 1,000 qubits. Maybe there are many other undeclared or undisclosed compute powers which are available in other geographies. So we have a situation when I think the traditional or the classical computers would be vulnerable to various forms of attacks. So there is a great urgency across the world, I think, to ensure that our databases, our critical infrastructure is secured. Therefore, there is a need for all of us to work together to develop new standards which ensure that our systems are safe and secure against such kind of state versus non-state actors who might be using technology for personal gain or for other gains and so on and so forth. So, as they call it, as cryptanalytically relevant quantum computers become more and more ubiquitous, then I think we will have a situation when I think the financial sector and many other sectors could find themselves vulnerable. So therefore, world over, many jurisdictions have launched quantum missions. In India also, I think there are various groups, the industry group, the government group, the standards bodies and agencies are all working together to ensure that we lay down standards in cryptography, lay down standards in terms of devices which provide the quantum security, and also look at methods and systems of quantum secure communication. So this exercise is a very significant effort, and I think there is a lot of money which is required. So in the Department of Telecom, I think recently we have launched a Telecom Technology Development Fund. So we will be, the Honorable Minister has been driving all of us to ensure that a lot of money is invested into the R&D. Honorable Prime Minister has also made that very clear he recently launched the 6G mission. And I think the quantum security and the quantum communication is, quantum secure communication would be a very important component of the 6G standards that would come up in some time from now. So therefore, investment in R&D is probably the most significant task that is before us. I think we need to bring people together and work towards standards. We need to bring people together and do coordinated research, and also ensure that there are standard products available in the market for users, especially those who run critical infrastructure. So I'm extremely happy to be part of today's conference, and I hope that the delegates from various countries as well as from various organizations are able to bring to the table a number of ideas and thoughts which could make this journey quicker, faster, and more reliable. These few words, I once again congratulate the organizers, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, now I request Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, to present his special address.
Honorable Minister of Communications, Railways and IT, Shri Ashwin Vaishnav ji. Honorable Minister of State for Communication, Shri Chauhan ji. My colleague, Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Telecom, Shri R.R. Mittar and Mr. Sunil Gupta. Dear friends, I am delighted to be here in this conclave on quantum communication. I am glad that this is happening at a very opportune time when India is about to launch the quantum mission anytime now. As you know, which has 4 verticals, and quantum communication is one of the verticals, along with quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum devices. I am also happy to see that last year interministerial report on quantum communication technology was launched by DOT, where many of you present today participated, and it outlined the roadmap for India. So we all know that the first revolution in quantum mechanics started way back in 1913, explaining atoms and helping to invent key discoveries like transistors and so on. But now in the second generation, we are at a time when we are talking of controlling individual quantum systems, storage and processing of information. So this emerging field of quantum information science is really going to impact all aspects of our life, as was mentioned, be it communication in any field, be it in health sector and so on, financial markets and so on. So we really need to look at what our roadmap should be, and I'm glad to see that India is making very good progress in this, and I'm sure we will really leapfrog into the higher echelon. Now, it is important that when we are in this high-tech arena of quantum technology, we have sufficient in-house knowledge base and resources and talent built up in research laboratories and academia around the country, such that we have very highly skilled human resource, which will become really in high demand very soon all over the world. And I am sure India can play a key role as it did in the digital revolution, also in the quantum revolution, which we are passing through. So as our national mission, as I mentioned, is about to be launched, we really need to see that activities are taken in the truly mission mode, and let us not attempt to do each and everything in this. We have limited resources in some sense. We have to really strategize where we should be putting our effort and money so that we remain globally competitive and lead the show. Government funding agencies have to also appreciate, because we come from the government, I represent on the government side, we need to see that technologies like quantum are truly deep tech, and we need to look at what are the changes we need our policy in funding to really see that we deliver on time. We need to have grant disbursement mechanisms which is very efficient, fast and timely. So all these things tell us that we have a lot of work to do, and as was mentioned that this quantum security will remain a very key issue as we go along, because our entire life, if you see, is based on digital technologies which are very prone to be attacked by various means. So we need to see that we have a quantum safe world, so that whatever are the encryption protocols we have today are quantum safe. It's not easy, but I'm sure as we go along it will be done. Now there are various predictions. When will it come? It will come, that is clear. Will it be 5 years, 10 years? And it is anybody's guess. 2 years back it was thought it will be 10 years. But now looking at the progress which has been done, I'm sure within 3 to 5 years we will really see this quantum threat looming large, and we need to be ready for that. And there are various predictions, and I'm sure all of us will come together to handle this quantum threat. So I will not say much more, but to say that we need to really look at the post-quantum cryptography, which uses new mathematical based public key cryptography algorithms, quantum key distribution, and as was mentioned, the quantum random number generators, which really is a key part of cryptography. Glad to see that at least about 5 labs in India and industries have come up with different protocols for quantum random number generation, be it photon short noise from LED, or entangled state of photons, or fully electronic QRNG. So I'm glad that a lot of efforts are being done in all these, be it PQC, QKD and QRNG. So in that perspective, this first conclave really is very important to really see what are the developments we need to be aware and where we need to go forward. So I congratulate all the players who are part of this whole organization to put this conclave together. And I wish all the very best to all of you for a very, very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, as quantum computers become more powerful, they threaten to break many of the cryptographic algorithms that are currently in use. To address this issue, quantum key distribution and post-quantum cryptography techniques are being developed as potential solutions to secure communications in the era of quantum computing. TEC has prepared standards on test guide of quantum key distribution system, providing the test schedules and procedures for evaluating the QKD systems to ensure their reliability, security, and interoperability. May I now request Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji to release the TEC standards on test guide of quantum key distribution system. The TEC standards on test guide of quantum key distribution system being released by Honorable Minister and the dignitaries on the dais. I would now request you, sir, to release the TEC standards on quantum safe and classical cryptographic systems. TEC standard on quantum safe and classical cryptographic systems provides the generic requirements and specifications catering to both the classical as well as the post-quantum cryptography-based systems. Thank you so much. Well, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Telecom Skill Excellence Awards were instituted in the year 2017 by Department of Telecommunication to encourage telecom ecosystem by rewarding the people and institutions of India annually for their exemplary and outstanding contributions in the areas of telecom, skilling, services, manufacturing, and applications. For the year 2022, nominations were called through Rashtriya Puraskar portal, managed by Director General Awards at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Selection of awardees was done through a committee under the chairmanship of Secretary Telecom with representation from government, industry and academia. The award carries a citation and a cash amount of Rs 2 lakh per awardee. I request Honorable Minister to present these awards for the year 2022. Sterlite Technologies Limited Academy gets this award. One among the 5 awardees they are for the year 2022. STL Academy is engaged into creating an ecosystem of highly skilled professionals in deploying and maintaining optical fiber networks. This is Ms. Anjali Bias, Chief Human Resource Officer of Sterlite Technologies Limited Academy. The next awardee is Vihan Network Limited. This award is being presented to VNL for indigenously designing and developing a solar-powered 4G radio access system, E-Node B in India in 2022 against TEC specification for rural area. This is Mr. Udit Mehrotra, MD and CEO. May I now invite Shri Sanjay? Yes, that's the check for him. I now invite Shri Sanjay Shrikant Nekanti, CEO of Dhurva Space Private Limited, which gets the next award. Dhurva Space has contributed in establishing private satellite communication development system. Next awardee is QNU Labs Private Limited, Shri Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of QNU Labs Private Limited, to receive the award. QNU Labs has done outstanding work in quantum-safe data encryption, security key generation and distribution solutions to protect cyber attack. And next awardee is Intor Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Rajit Nair, co-founder and CEO of Intor Technologies, to receive the award. Intor Technologies has developed software-defined digital radio receiver solution. Congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. I now request Shri Devu Singh Chauhan, Honorable Minister of State for Communications, Government of India, to present his special address.
Honorable Minister of Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Sri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Telecom, Sri R.R. Mittal, Senior DDG TEC, Sri Sunil Gupta, international delegates, dignitaries in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. Today, during first International Communication Conclave, as I stand before you, my mind goes to the great Indian scientist Padma Vibhushan Satyendra Nath Bose, who is widely known for his outstanding work on quantum mechanics during 1920s. I will narrate a small story about him. Sri S.N. Bose wrote a research paper on his path-breaking work, Quantum Statistics, and sent it for publication in a well-known British journal which rejected it. He also sent this article to great Albert Einstein and wrote, "If you find my article of some merit, then please translate the same into German and get it published in a particular German journal, which was one of the best physics journals in the world." Einstein realized the worth of the work. He not only translated it, but also got the article published. And rest is the history. Einstein later held his quantum statistics, a new path-breaking statistics boson. A subatomic particle is named in the honor of his work. I take this opportunity to pay my tribute to a world-class scientist and fellow Indian Sri S.N. Bose for his path-breaking work in quantum mechanics, which has made this day possible. Vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji is Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. Following this vision of the Honorable Prime Minister and under the guidance of Honorable Ashwini Vaishnavji, Ministry of Communication is committed to be the leader in advanced telecom technology. Our efforts have always been directed towards developing technologies that are cutting edge, affordable, and indigenously designed and manufactured. Development of 4G stack and 5G stack in less than 3 years has surprised the world. Last week, Honorable Prime Minister released 6G vision document and 6G testbed project while he inaugurated ITU Area Office and Innovation Center. Foundation of these achievements is based on the passion of our leader, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, who has brought several policy reforms, change in work culture, and has built a team which takes pride in achievements. Motto of this government is ease of doing business and ease of living. It is the global recognition of India's growing stature in the field of telecom that India has been awarded with Government Leadership Award in recently held Mobile World Congress. Quantum communication technologies are poised to revolutionize the way we communicate, offering unparalleled security and speed. India has been making significant strides in research and development of these technologies with various government and private institutions. Our Honorable Prime Minister has announced the beginning of Amrit Kal for India, and the quantum technology will play a very significant role in realizing the dreams of the country. The government has launched various schemes to accelerate the development of emerging technologies, including in the area of quantum technologies. In 2020, the government announced the establishment of a national mission on quantum technology and applications with a budget of rupees 8,000 crores over 5 years. We have made remarkable progress in quantum communication research and are committed to build the necessary infrastructure to enable its widespread adoption. The government also launched the Telecom Technology Development Fund scheme to promote R&D, technology, ownership, and indigenous manufacturing. Another significant step from the government was the introduction of design-led production-linked incentive schemes with an outlay of over 12,000 crores to boost domestic manufacturing, investment, and export in the telecom and networking products. Telecom Center of Excellence are an examples of the government, the academia, and the industry working together for promoting development of new technologies, innovations, and promote entrepreneurship. Now that we have ITU area office and innovation center in India, we will collaborate with them to achieve our objectives of making India a hub of telecom design and innovation. Given achievements and future plans of India in the field of technology development, our Honorable Prime Minister very aptly said that this decade India is decade. We believe that inclusive and sustainable development can only be achieved through collective action and cooperation. The theme of India's G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, has always been part of our Indian ethos. India will be more than happy to care, share, and prepare the world in the area of advanced telecom technology. Through this conclave, where international and national experts will do brainstorming, we hope to explore collaboration opportunities and potential applications for developing an ecosystem that can support the development of quantum safe infrastructure. I welcome you all to this exciting conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your best wishes, Honorable Minister, sir. And now I request Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Honorable Minister of Communications, Railways, Electronics and IT, Government of India, to present his inaugural address.
My esteemed colleague, Shri Devu Singh Chauhan ji, dignitaries on the dais, all the participants, especially the participants from overseas, whether you have joined physically or virtually, I welcome all of you to this first international quantum conclave. It's indeed a moment of pride for all of us that within a very short time frame of about 8 years, India's telecom sector has totally transformed. From being mired in a series of litigations, from being again and again beaten up by the investor community, from being a sector which was at one point of time a sunrise sector, it had gone into a seriously challenging position. From that situation to the situation today, India's telecom sector in the last 8 years is now a very vibrant, a very resolute, and a very forward-looking sector. I congratulate all the participants of the telecom sector, whether the researchers, the entrepreneurs, the practitioners, the students, and the engineering colleges, everybody, all of you who have contributed to this journey. In this journey, friends, quantum is the new frontier of technology. This is a technical conclave. This is the conclave where the experts will be speaking. People like us should be kind of staying away from the technical terms. So I'll try to be as far away from the technical terms as possible. I'll just share the vision that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given for the country, for the sector. Prime Minister's vision is that we have passed through all that serious issues, all those serious issues. Time has come when we should be taking the lead in developing technology. We have to take the lead in becoming a technology exporter and not just the technology consumer. That's the vision with which the entire industry is working, the entire sector is working today. So I'll give a couple of examples. Developing 4G, 5G technology stack is something which was considered as practically next to impossible. But within a very short time frame of about less than 3 years actually, less than 3 years, a world-class 4G, 5G technology stack has been developed by our own entrepreneurs, by our scientists and by the researchers. Good thing is, since we didn't have a legacy system, so we could start with a blank slate, with a whiteboard, and create a system which is, in a sense, technologically a step superior compared to what the other systems are available. We knew that when we make a claim that we have developed a new 4G, 5G technology stack, the world will generally be skeptic about it. So when a typical new development is tested for about 100,000 simultaneous connections, we decided to test our system for 1 million simultaneous connections to begin with. Then we ramped it up to 5 million simultaneous connections. And last December, we tested it for 10 million simultaneous connections. And friends, the results have been heartening. The results have been very good. We sincerely believe that this solution will become really popular all over the world. We already have interest from more than 18-20 countries now, where people would like to deploy this system, because there is a trust in the products which are coming from India. People know that India's products would have been deployed and tested at scale. So as the Honorable Prime Minister said very recently, India's telecom sector provides solutions which can be trusted and which can be deployed at scale. So that's the advantage we have. That's the extra benefit that we can give to the world. Last year, in the same spirit of taking lead in development of technologies, last year Prime Minister gave us the challenge that we should now become leader in developing the 6G technology. The task was not easy. To reach what the Prime Minister really thinks of taking India to, we gathered all the participants in the telecom sector, the researchers, the industry, the entrepreneurs, the students, everybody got together in this journey, and we set out a roadmap for developing 6G. The initial hiccups were there, of course, but very soon we could put together a very cogent strategy for 6G development and to test whether that strategy works or not. Before we got it launched by the Prime Minister, we decided to see whether the strategy will really work or not, and we put some challenges before the industry. Friends, very happy to share with you, within a very short time frame of less than about 14-16 months, we have today 127 patents in 6G technology. This is the confidence of our country. This is the confidence of India. This is the confidence of our entrepreneurs. This is the confidence of our researchers, who now sincerely believe, who really think that yes, we can make a very big contribution to the development of 6G technology. This is the spirit with which we will work in quantum communications also. So just a few months back, about 7 months back, we decided to throw a challenge, put a challenge before the public and private sector. And the first QKD distribution system, the standards were released. And in that standard release system, we decided that we'll do a pilot. Without actually implementing something on field, it's very difficult to know whether things will work or not. So a small pilot was taken up between the Sanchar Bhavan and the NIC office in the CGO complex. Can we do a quantum secure communication link between a point A and point B, which we can then open it up to the world and throw a challenge to our ethical hackers, see whether you can break it. So the first quantum secure communication link between Sanchar Bhavan and NIC CGO complex is now operational. I thank all the participants from the industry who have done this, who have been able to achieve this in such a short time frame. And today we will be launching a hackathon, a challenge round, where anybody who breaks this system and the system developed by CDOT, we will be giving 10 lakh rupees per break on this. So all the genius minds at IIT Kanpur, I was one of the hackers, right? So those were different days. Now times have changed. We have lost what we learnt in the college. So all the brilliant minds, all the ingenious minds, all the minds who think that no, I can break every lock, I respect your mind and invite all of you to come together, come forward and try and break this. In the Prime Minister's vision of developing telecom technology, standards and research protocols will take a very important place. That's why one of the first things that we did was to set the TEC on the path to developing the standards. So the first set of standards was released last year and the second set of standards is getting released today. A small trivia which I would like all of us to take note of, and if we can follow it in other places it will be nice. We decided not to increase the solid waste load of Delhi, and today when you saw the books being standard books being launched, there was no wrapping paper, there was no ribbons, it was simply presented in a tray so that all of us can simply pick it up and release it. Small trivia, but makes a big difference because it shows the mindset of the department, it shows the mindset of the industry that yes, we are part of the clean Swachh Bharat movement where we don't want to increase any waste. Friends, this is the time for technical discussions. I think we are well in time for that. I would not like to take more time of the experts. One more thing that we are starting today is part of the CDOT. CDOT is one of those institutions which, as an Indian, I really feel proud of. It's an institution which was created to develop telecom technologies at a time when the whole world was thinking of India as like, okay, we will be selling our technologies, and that is the time when CDOT came up with some really robust technologies. Over a period of time, it had a phase of decline, but in the recent past, in the last 8 years, CDOT has been revived to a great extent. And today CDOT is proudly making advances in really advanced, really frontier, really cutting edge technologies. So the 4G and 5G technology that we discussed at the beginning of this session, the core has been developed by CDOT, and core is the brain. The radio network can be done by multiple players. So that's the public-private partnership we are developing, where CDOT develops one of the critical pieces of the entire solution. Then multiple private players, entrepreneurs, academia, they can all join and add value to it. In the same spirit, we'll be requesting CDOT and we'll be giving them more funds and more resources for developing indigenous secure quantum cryptography protocols for both QKD and PQC. So CDOT will become the nodal organization for developing quantum communication, variety of technical stuff which I cannot even pronounce. So great way forward for CDOT. Please put all your might and all your passion behind this project, and make sure that every entrepreneur who wants to test something or who wants to add something to what you have developed gets a fair chance. So friends, wish you all a very good session ahead, and I sincerely hope that something really nice will come out of this conference. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance, for your support and encouragement. Your insights and wisdom will inspire us. On behalf of TEC, we express our gratitude to honorable ministers for sparing their valuable time and inspiring us with their words of wisdom. Thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais for their contribution to the inaugural session. And we will begin with the knowledge sessions, the academic sessions, after half an hour's tea break. We take leave now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We request Honorable Minister to kindly visit the exhibition on the first floor, which has products on quantum technology. Thank you, sir. We are about to begin the first session. May I request you all to kindly be seated. We are about to begin the first session after the inaugural session. And we do hope that your mobiles are on silent mode. वो कह के गए 2 मिनट रुक जाओ, मेरे ख्याल से वहाँ से कुछ सेटअप करते हैं. We are waiting for all of you to kindly settle down. So welcome once again. This time to the first knowledge session, the technical session of our conclave, Trends in Quantum Technology. I'm waiting for all of you to kindly sit down and maintain silence. आप सभी कृपया अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. So trends in quantum technology, that's going to be the topic for our first session. This session focuses on the latest developments in the field of quantum technologies and will provide insights into the current state of art in quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum materials, and quantum sensing, as well as the key challenges and opportunities in these areas. We have the honor of having amongst us Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT. He'll be chairing the session. And the other panel members consist of Professor Mustafizur Rahman from IIT Delhi, Professor Bhaskaran Muralidharan from IIT Mumbai, and Professor Umakant D. Rapol from IISER Pune. I request all of them to kindly take their seats here on the dais. Where are the rest of them? We welcome our eminent panel. Thank you so much. We begin with special address by Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT. A brief introduction about Sir. CDOT is actively involved in the development of quantum technologies, particularly in the area of quantum communication, and has developed quantum key distribution systems and post-quantum cryptography systems, which enable the secure transmission of information. He is an officer of the IIT Indian Telecommunication Services of the Government of India. He has a PhD in Corporate Strategy and Policy from IIT Bangalore and is also an alumnus of IIM Bangalore's postgraduate program in Public Policy and Management. He also possesses a certificate in International Public Policy from Syracuse University, USA. He has won many awards, which include J.C. Bose Award by Ministry of Defense, the National E-Governance Award, CIO 100 Award by International Data Group, and Deepak C. Jain Award by IIM Bangalore. I request Mr. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT, for his special address. Thank you.
How do you move the slide? Move slide, how do you move? This is it, that's it. Professor Rahman, Professor Bhaskaran, Professor Umakant, dignitaries of the dais, experts, speakers, international guests, guests from the industry, my colleagues from CDOT, DOT, ladies and gentlemen, and press. Sorry, I forgot the guests from the media. So this panel is going to talk about the trends in the quantum technology. We had a very wonderful inaugural session in the morning where, the frontiers of quantum technology were being discussed and where India is in this particular journey. As you all may know that this particular industry is currently what the semiconductor industry was in 1950. So there is a lot of scope for us as a country to move forward and take lead in this particular technology. And as I also encourage all of you to please visit the exhibition where you will see the state-of-the-art systems which have been developed by the industry and the startups. So briefly, I've got 15 minutes. Let me see the time. Yeah. So what I'm going to talk about is, what are the quantum technologies? What is the global picture? Why is the need of quantum communication today? And what are the candidate technologies? And what are the applications the quantum can have? And what we have done in CDOT as far as the quantum is concerned. So if you really look at the quantum technology, it's not new. I mean, the Planck came up in 1900 with the quantum theory, and then over the time, the 1905, the Planck's thing was implemented by Einstein, then 1913, and somewhere around that time, the first quantum revolution took place, and the first quantum led to these kind of applications. Like, for example, lasers came up from the quantum using the phenomena called stimulated emission. Solar cell work based on photovoltaic effect. The MRI uses the quantum phenomena called magnetic resonance. All these technologies were part of the first quantum revolution. Now we are looking at the second quantum revolution. And a lot of emerging technologies are coming which will change our computational, communication and sensory infrastructure in the coming years. And it will lead to multiple use cases and the new applications in using these quantum technologies. As was discussed in the morning, the quantum basically has 4 verticals. The vertical number 1, quantum computing, where the new kind of computers will come, which will have enormous power compared to classic computers. Therefore, a lot of things which were not possible using classical computers will be possible using quantum computing. For example, use in financial markets, drug discovery, genetics, and all that. The second strand is quantum sensing and metrology. Ultra sensitive electrical, magnetic, gravitational sensors, quantum radar, high accuracy clocks. So that will be the part of the quantum sensing part. Then we have quantum materials, where we the material high density storage devices, low power devices, superconductors, that will be following under the quantum materials. What we work today as part of the CDOT is quantum communication, which has become very important because your conventional encryption algorithm will no longer be valid, no longer be safe once the quantum computing becomes the reality, which is becoming reality. Therefore, quantum communication is about the quantum key generation, distribution, teleportation, and quantum internet. So the future is quantum, because once these technologies come up, many new applications will come up. For example, defense and security, quantum communication protocols, QKD, PQC will take care. Quantum computing will lead to drug discovery. It will be used in healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain, energy, finance, oil and gas. Because of the new computing power, what the quantum computers will give, there will be many new applications which will be possible, which were not possible earlier. So once the quantum computing, sensing, materials, and communication, all these four verticals together will lead to many new use cases and new applications. And we are, as I said, the first quantum happened somewhere in 1900 to 1920 or 2026. Now we are in the midst of second quantum revolution. If you look at what is happening around the world, global acceleration investment, approximately $2 billion of investment was made in startups in 2020, which is 10% more than 2021. It was, as PSS are told, that we thought it will take 10 years, then now it's going to take less years. So the quantum technology will mature less than 10 years. There's a market size of $44 billion in this, based on the use cases and the applications, and this will grow at a CAGR of 30%. And I must inform this August gathering that a group of scientists, academicians, and scientific bodies are working with UNESCO and UN to declare in 2023 General Assembly to declare 2025 as International Year of the Quantum Science and Technology. This is being worked out with UN. This is a graph which shows that what is happening around the world, who is investing where. So if you look at this graph, many countries are investing in quantum technologies, and look at especially one figure I would like you to see. China is having $15 billion of R&D investment. The highest is by China, and so all the countries, because looking at this opportunity, as I said, it is at this stage of what semiconductor was in 1950. So therefore, many countries are investing in this particular technology, and we also, as the government of India, has also announced an MQTA of 8,000 crore, so that translates to around $1 billion. As our honorable minister said, that we have to take this 10x. Today in the exhibition hall also he said that this is a very promising area for us to work, because we can take the lead. Therefore, our efforts should be 10x, and hence accordingly the investment also will be coming in this area from India also. This is the global startup heat map. I don't know whether you can see that, the very small dots are there, somewhere big dots are there. That only says that what kind of work is happening around the globe in the area of quantum technology. So it is not, it's a very good thing for us also. If you see, India has also taken a lead, and you could see some of the actual real-time, field deployable solutions in exhibition hall, at the floor number 1 in the exhibition hall. So we are also taking a good lead. Globally, this is being pursued because of the potential it has in the business. So these are the quantum technologies which are being used by these startups. Various kind of technologies, sensors, cloud, various verticals of technologies are being pursued by these startups, and we are also proud that our startups in India are also taking a lead, and they have developed one of the best systems in the world. Quantum communication now, since I said that we as CDOT are focusing on quantum communication, we don't deal with the rest of the 3 verticals, which will come under an MQTA anyway. So the candidate technologies in the quantum communication are QSDC, where the message itself flows in a quantum state. The second one is quantum teleportation, where the quantum states are transported. The third one is QKD, a method of key exchange with security guaranteed by the fundamental rules of quantum rules. And this is where a lot of research is happening in India, and we have also developed system, and the private sector startups have also developed the QKD. So QKD is taking lead in terms of technology candidates, and the real the deployed system based on this QKD principle have already been commissioned. As Honorable Minister said, one of the system we have put between designed by CDOT, we have put between Sanchar Bhavan and NIC, and we have, as he announced, that we have opened it to hackers, ethical hackers, and we also announced an award of, Honorable Minister announced an award of 10 lakh for breaking the system. Similarly, we have developed a PQC system, post-quantum cryptography system, which works on latest NIST Crystal Kyber standard, which is yet to be standardized. So quantum, the need of the hour, because intrusions are becoming, remain undetectable. Security is based on the belief and not actually unconditional. Many things are happening in the moment quantum computers come. All these methods of security, what we have, will get destroyed, because once the quantum computers come, or your RS algorithms and AES algorithms, all those algorithms will be, these computers will be break, and hence it won't make any sense to have encrypt this data. Should we get worried? Yes. Yes, we should get worried, because if you look at the cost of breach, in 2020, the loss was 3.86 million per average data cost of a data breach. In 2022, it has become 4.35 million. And as you read very constantly in the newspapers that a lot of breaches are happening, and once I'm sure that there was a news recently that Chinese researchers claim that they can break 2048-bit RSA using quantum computers. And the entire world, the tech world, is at risk, and sooner or later it is going to happen, whether China or not China. This is going to happen. The other key problem with the system is, even if I'm not able to break it today, so what typically hackers are doing, even if you're not able to break today, you get all the encrypted data with you. Once the encryption is possible to be broken at a later date, you will get access to all the information what was transpired. So that is called harvest now, decrypt later. That is also happening in the world. People are taking your data, even if they are not able to break today, maybe in less than 2 and 3 years, they will be able to break. This was another one, infamous hacker Kevin Mitnick, Sniff's Fiber. There was an article saying that from the fiber, even if I don't touch the fiber, from the even up to 1 kilometer I am around the fiber, we will be able to take this information and decrypt it using quantum computers. So we should get worried, and therefore, as in India, we need to have focused effort. All industry, startup, research institution, government bodies work together in a cohesive manner to develop these quantum safe systems. There are many quantum communication applications. Quantum random number generator, as you saw, because the current random number generator, what we do is a deterministic kind of thing. Means if the situations, if the conditions are kept same, the same random number will be generated in the classical system. If you don't change any of the variable, if you don't change anything, it will be a deterministic random number variable. Whereas QRNG, by the property itself, is a truly random number. So QRNG, I think I was very happy. There is a QRNG chip also in the exhibition hall. You can have a look at it. This chip actually goes into the QKD system to generate these real random numbers. Then comes the quantum cryptography. We have one system in hall which is using the quantum cryptography protocols, which will be, with the algorithm will be such that even if the classical computers come, the algorithm will be safe enough to withstand the power of the quantum computers. Then enhanced computing and internet. Once the quantum computers are in the network, I think there will be the whole network will become a quantum computing based network. Distributed quantum processing will be possible, and then there is another area which is called blind quantum computing. Means whatever I compute, whatever I execute in the quantum computers, the execution will happen. The computer will not know what exactly was computed. Currently, if I execute anything in the classic computers, I can know that what exactly was computed. But in this quantum computing, the quantum computers also will not know. So that is called blind quantum computing. So what we are doing at CDOT, so we have developed QKD and PQC systems, which you can have a look. They are the live systems placed in exhibition hall. We have set up a quantum alliance. This is very important. So we request all the researchers, all the industry partners, academics who are working in this area. Let us form a quantum alliance. This will be led because in one of the meeting in 2021, the PSA office had issued a minute saying that the hub for quantum communication in India will be CDOT. So therefore, we want to take this forward, this quantum research, and therefore we have set up a quantum alliance wherein we will bring everything together. We'll fund also through the government funding and take the quantum research in a very coherent manner rather than having here and there. The other one was Quantum Hackathon, which Honorable Ministers announced. We will welcome breaking the system either of CDOT or QNU or developed by anybody in this hall or in country. If you break the system, award of 10 lakh will be given for each break. The next is quantum protocols. Currently, we are using the existing protocols. For example, for QPC, we are using NIST, we yet to be standardized Crystal Kyber protocol. For QKD, we use DPS and COW protocol. So now there is a time, because this is at a nascent stage. So we can also take a lead and develop our own protocol. So we will be funding the protocol development both for QKD as well as this thing. So we request the academic and the industry and the startup to join hands to ensure that the protocols are also designed in India. So this is the lab setup. I think you can see this. This is the QKD solution of CDOT, which is between Sanchar Bhavan and the NIC, and which is running the actual traffic using a quantum channel. So this you can see in the exhibition hall. The other solution, we have the PQC solution, which is PQC based IP layer encryptor, and using that we have also made the video IP phone, which is fully secure as well as quantum safe. So these are the two products currently we have, and now we are working with certain institutions like ISC for QRNG. So we welcome all the efforts in this area, and we request whatever research is happening, if we join hands together, I think we will be able to do a better job, and funding will not be issue. Funding will be all done by CDOT and TTDF. We have enough funds for the quantum to take the quantum program. In summary, I will say that the security of data is very, very important, and given the research is happening and taking forward, the current encrypted algorithm will no longer be valid. Therefore, we also need to work together as a country and come up with solutions so that we not only protect our information system, we also export these technologies to the rest of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Apprising us of the quantum efforts worldwide in India and the role of CDOT, and also calling out for synergic efforts and solutions to be developed by everyone. That was Dr. Upadhyay. We thank him for his special address. And now for the keynote address, I request Dr. Mustafizur Rahman to kindly do the honors. He is an assistant professor at IIT Delhi, working on IC design for quantum computing. With a PhD from the University of Minnesota and previous research experience at Intel Labs and Qualcomm Athros, USA, Dr. Rahman has received numerous awards and recognitions for his contributions. He is a reviewer of premier IEEE journals and also serves on the editorial review board of IEEE Solid State Circuit Letters. Keynote address by Dr. Mustafizur Rahman.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Distinguished guests and attendees. So today I shall make a presentation on quantum computing, realization of quantum hardware. So next. Can I have the next slide, or how do I change the next slide? The green button. Okay. Fine. So this is the outline of my presentation. I shall talk about the motivation of quantum computer development. In order to understand why a quantum computer is so powerful, we need to understand about the qubits. So I will talk about the key concepts. We'll look into the DiVincenzo criteria for computation, and I will talk about qubit technologies which are very popular in the industry. I shall discuss the fundamentals of qubit control and scaling challenges. I shall introduce the state-of-the-art cryogenic controller IC and design challenges. And I shall show a snapshot of what work is being done at IIT Delhi as far as the cryogenic controller IC design is concerned, and finally conclude with a brief summary. So in the motivation, quantum computers are exponentially faster. And the reason they're exponentially faster is because they use something called qubits. And they can be used in solving intractable problems like secure communication. If you want to be an aggressor, or if you want to protect the victim, you want to use a quantum computer. So it can be used both as an aggressive component as well as in protection of the victim. It can be used in quantum chemistry for discovery of drugs and new molecules. It can be used in optimization problem and in meteorology for weather forecast. So let me discuss the key concepts of a quantum computer. Quantum computing uses qubits, that is quantum bits, and it exhibits two phenomena, that is superposition and entanglement. So by virtue of superposition, a qubit can be a 0 and 1 simultaneously. So at the same time, one qubit can be 0 and 1. And in order to explain it, I'm giving the analogy of a coin. So if you place a coin on the table, it can be either a head or a tail. And that's what classical bits is about. So classical bit can be a 0 or a 1. However, if you take the coin on a table and you kind of spin the coin, then it is 0 and 1 at the same time. And this is what quantum bits are. So this is superposition, that is 0 and 1 representation at the same time. Now, if we entangle two such qubits, then two qubits can represent all the four states that are shown on the slide. That is a tail-tail, a head-tail, a tail-head, and head-head. So this corresponds to 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. So what it seems is that if you have n qubits, then it is equivalent to 2 to the power n classical bits. So that's an exponential factor that is scaling up the number of states that qubits can represent. So the bottom line is that if you have n qubits, then it can represent 2 to the power n states simultaneously. So that's the simultaneous representation that makes it so powerful. And because the number of states exponentially increase, you can have astronomically large computing power. So the third concept is fragility. And fragility, what it means is that if you measure a qubit, then you will reduce the qubit to a classical state. It will no longer be in a quantum state. And it need not be a measurement. Even if there is noise in the system, the noise can reduce the quantum state to a classical state. And it's very, very important as far as secure communication is concerned, because one of the corollary of fragility is no cloning. That means you cannot copy a qubit, and that is the holy grail behind quantum communication. So if you are thinking about what can be the possible application of a quantum computer, it depends how many entangled qubits you can have. So if you can have 50 entangled qubits, that's equivalent to 2 raised to the power 50 states. And that's equivalent, that's powerful enough than the best of the best supercomputer that exists till date. And that is what is called quantum supremacy. If you have 300 entangled qubits, the number of states that it can represent is equivalent to the atoms in the universe. I really wonder, what would be that number. It's 1,000 qubits with limited or no error correction. By the way, you need to have error correction because the qubits, because of the fundamental nature of the qubits. If you do not have error correction, then the probability of your answer, the correctness of your answer will reduce. So 1000 qubits, you can use it for solving problems in quantum chemistry, quantum neural networks and optimization. And if you can have 1 million qubits with full error correction, then you can achieve anything, whether it's factoring, cryptography, solving large linear systems or unstructured search. So if you look at the illustration on this slide, the x-axis is the problem size, and the y-axis is the logarithmic of the computing resources. So you can see that the traditional algorithm, they kind of it's increasing linearly. However, due to the exponential boost up in the computation power of a quantum computer, you can see that the amount of resources needed to solve the same problem, it kind of is much lesser. So how to build a quantum computer? And these are the 5 principles you would follow how to build the hardware for a quantum computer. So the first thing is you need well-defined and addressable qubits, and they are known as the DiVincenzo criteria. Well-defined addressable qubits, and those qubits, you should be able to initialize them to a simple fiducial state like a ground state, and that you need to be do it very reliably. And you need universal set of gates. Because we are doing computation, you need a universal set of gates. The decoherence time of the qubit should be much greater than the gate operation time. And just to briefly describe what the decoherence time is, it's the amount of time a qubit spans beyond which a qubit will return to its classical state due to noise or any disturbation or perturbation. And finally, you need to have a reliable qubit-specific measurement capability. So these 5 conditions or criteria are necessary if you want to build a powerful quantum computer. So let me give an overview of the popular qubit technologies that are in use in academia and industry. So the first is the superconducting qubit, and these are the most popular. Most of the researchers like them a lot because they are very stable. The next is the trapped ions. The trapped ions, their form factor is larger, and the good thing is that they can be at a very higher temperature compared to the other counterparts. Finally, the silicon-based quantum dots. It's very popular in industry who wants to develop a full-scale quantum computer. So all of them have their pros and cons, and I would like to bring your attention to the form factor. If you look into a silicon-based qubit, it's 100 nanometers square. It's much smaller than a superconducting qubit, and it's even much smaller than the trapped ions. So if you look at the companies, the Googles of the world, the IBMs of the world, Rigetti and D-Wave, they are focusing their effort on superconducting qubits. Honeywell, IonQ, they're investigating the trapped ions, and as far as Intel Corporation and HRL is concerned, they are focusing their effort on the superconducting qubits, primarily because of their small form factor. So if you want to have 1 million qubits in an IC, imagine what is the level of integration we need. Your qubits need to be really tiny. And I think the answer to that problem is superconducting qubits, the spin qubits. So companies like Intel Corporation, they have very advanced lithographic and fabrication skill set, and they want to exploit their expertise in harnessing the benefits of the silicon-based spin qubit. Okay. So let me discuss, what controlling a qubit is. So the state of a qubit, you can represent on a block sphere. So you can have a look into the blue dot. The blue dot represents the state of the qubit. And this block sphere, the north pole is the ground state, the south pole is the excited state. The projection on the z-axis is the probability of the state. And if the qubit is anywhere on the block sphere, it is a pure superposition state. So as far as controlling the qubit is concerned, you would like to control the angles, the red angle theta and the green angle phi. So if you want to control the qubits, these are the waveforms that you need to generate. So the first is an RF pulse. So this RF pulse need to be well calibrated in amplitude, in duration, and in phase. The next control signal for controlling the qubit to qubit interaction is square pulses that control the entangle between 2 qubits. By the way, these controls are relevant for controlling spin qubits. I'm not mentioning superconducting qubit. And finally, the readout of the qubit and how to read the state of a qubit. So this is done using RF reflectometry. You kind of send RF signal to the single electron transistor. I shall discuss that in the next slide. And depending upon the impedance of the single electron transistor, you see a reflected waveform, and then by investigating the waveform, you kind of make out what is the state of the qubit. So let me walk you through, some basic qubit control steps. So if you look into the illustration at the top, I have two qubits. So Q1, that is at 0, and Q2, that is at 0. So the first operation, the box that you see is Ry. So it's a rotation about the y-axis for a pi angle. The next is the rotation around the x-axis, pi by 2. So if you look into the qubit right now, it is in the 0 state. So if you look into the arrow, it's pointing towards the North Pole. And if you look into the energy delta between the two states, that is 0 and 1, that is delta E1. So the frequency that you need to apply is delta E1 by H. So if I apply a suitable signal of proper frequency, proper amplitude, and proper duration, the qubit will rotate from the 0 to the 1 state. You can see it has rotated to the 1 state, and you can see that the probability of the 0 state it has reduced from 1 to 0. Now, if I apply a signal which is half the amplitude, it will give half the energy, and then it will rotate by pi by 2. You can see that it has rotated by the pi by 2 angle. So this is controlling the second qubit by another pi by 2 angle. So I'm giving an impulse, I'm giving a RF pulse of half the amplitude, half the energy, and then it rotates by another 90 degree. And you can see that the probability, it has reduced from 1 to 0.5. So 0.5 means that it is in a pure superposition state. The probability that it will be in 1 and 0, it is half, it's equally likely. So now, how to entangle the qubit? So entangling the qubit is like a basic C0 operation or a control NOT operation. In a classical digital world, it's an XOR equivalent. So here you have like a control qubit, that is Q1. So if Q1 is in 0 state, the Q2 remains unchanged, and if Q1 is in 1 state, the Q2 gets flipped. So how do you entangle the qubit? So if you look into the illustration, we have two electrons, that is Q1 and Q2, and they are separated in a quantum well. So if you now apply a DAC, DC voltage using a DAC, the energy barrier, it gets reduced and they get entangled. And this is how you kind of do the entanglement and implement the C0 gate. So the RF reflectometry, you transmit a RF signal and then you sense the reflected signal, and that's how you kind of measure what is the state of the qubit. The state of the qubit affects the impedance of the single electron transistor, and you sense the impedance change using this technique. So now the question is, how would you control the qubits using room temperature electronics? So if you want to control using room temperature electronics, that's how it is done now. You can see that for per qubit, you need 2 cables, and the number of qubits is astronomically large. So the current solution, it won't scale. Imagine if you want to control 1 million qubits, what would be the status? You will need 2 million cables, those big blue cables that you see. So the solution to this answer is that you need to design a cryogenic controller IC that is, at the 4 Kelvin plate in the dilution refrigerator. So you need to make it extremely low power so that you do not violate the freezing thermal capacity of the fridge because of the limited cooling capacity of the dilution refrigerator. And just to show you, the bottommost plate will have the qubit processor. The quantum bits will be at the 10 millikelvin plate. And the idea is to place the controller inside the freezer, the 4K plate, so that you can have direct access to it without the cabling jargon. So this is the world's most powerful cryogenic controller chip designed so far by Intel Corporation, and I was fortunate to be a part of the design team. It's basically a radio, a transmit-receive chain at the required frequency that can deliver with the required SNR and the required precision. So this one has the write and read capability. It has an integrated microcontroller and temperature sensing, and it has 16 write and read, read channel capability. Snapshots of the die and the testing setup. So the challenges are that you need to make the controller chip very, very low power. If you do not make it low power, the fridge temperature will go up and you won't be able to maintain the status of the qubits. You need to achieve very high fidelity of control, for which you require very high SNR, and also the number of controllable qubits, they need to be very high because you are finally going to address 1 million qubits. So the challenges are in identifying the signal specs, make it fully scalable, and mechanical and thermal integration. So this is a snapshot block diagram of the controller chip that is being designed at IIT Delhi. So we have done a lot of system level and circuit level innovation to reduce the power by 1.5x compared to the state of the art. The number of controllable qubits has increased by 2x, achieving state-of-the-art fidelity of 99.9%. And we have also addressed the issues that are in the current state-of-the-art designed by Intel. We have a shuttle that went last February. It was a characterization shuttle to characterize the devices and components at 4 Kelvin. That's a snapshot of the shuttle that I have shown, some characterization tests, test structures. So in conclusion, if you want to control qubits, you need extremely highly precise RF and analog signals. And the generation of the signals is not very easy. You need to achieve very low power, dissipation in the controller, because if you dissipate a lot of power in the controller, the plate temperature will go up and the qubits, they will lose their state. So the traditional approach of, controlling, there are a large number of coaxial cables that go into the freeze. So it's not scalable. And the only way you make it scalable is using a cryogenic controller chip. So this chip is inside the freeze and it replaces all the cables. And the chip is the key to realizing a scalable quantum computer. When I say scalable quantum computer, you are controlling qubits in the order of thousands or even higher, million. And just to summarize the work at IIT Delhi ARIL, we are developing the controller chip which can control both superconducting and spin qubits, and it has state-of-the-art specifications. So thank you very much for your attention.
Enumerating on qubits in his keynote address, that was Dr. Rahman. Well, those of you who have questions or queries regarding any of these speeches, we request you to kindly scan the QR code which we have given at so many places and post your questions there, and they will be duly answered later. Professor Bhaskaran Muralidharan is also with us. He is part of this learned panel. He's a professor at IIT Bombay. He obtained his MS and PhD in electrical engineering from Purdue University, USA. His core research area includes computational quantum transport and its applications to modeling and simulation of beyond Moore devices. He has also been a regular visiting professor at the Institute for Quantum Computing in University of Waterloo, Canada. Requesting Professor Bhaskaran Muralidharan for his keynote address.
Okay, so very good morning, and I'm actually very honored to be a part of this august audience, and thank you for inviting me here. So the purpose of my talk is to incite interest in a field called quantum materials and devices. And I've titled my talk as the case of, curious case of exemplary lane discipline. I am a computational physicist, and simultaneously I would like to incite interest in the fact that given India's software prowess and things like that, computational electronics should also go hand in hand with the development of quantum technologies. I'm also a part of the core team of the Quantum Center from IIT Bombay, and I'll probably talk a little bit about it. So let's move on, and this is my research group, that is cnqt.org. Okay, so I talk about quantum materials. I believe quantum materials, these are the famous verticals of quantum technologies, or what is it called, the pillars of quantum technology. Quantum materials are nothing but enabling blocks for these. For instance, you could have quantum computation, development of quantum computation platforms based on quantum materials, quantum communications, which I'll talk about a bit, then quantum key sensors, and then finally, quantum enhanced technologies. So quantum materials form some sort of a basic enabling platform for all these technologies and building blocks. So moving further, I'd like to explain what I really mean by quantum material. So my question is, aren't all materials quantum? Because Professor Sood mentioned that the first quantum revolution is all about the fact that, basic quantum mechanics led to devices and, silicon devices. So my first question I'd like to answer is, what is a quantum material? And in that sense, this is a whole family of quantum materials, and I'd only like to talk about a very small tip of the iceberg and see and excite you about the possibilities that can be envisioned using quantum materials. So This is basically the field of topological electronics and two-dimensional devices. So, the basic idea is you can have a very interesting phenomenon of lane discipline in quantum materials. So let me explain you what I mean. So normally, normal devices follow the resistance law, which is very straightforward. In a sense, the entire material is not conducting. And when you have what is called a metal, we all know, the entire material conducts. But these quantum materials of a particular kind called topological materials conduct on the edges but do not conduct on the bulk. And that gives rise to a lot of tantalizing possibilities, which I would like to talk about. And more specifically, they can also lead to advancements in the building blocks of quantum communications. So, what is quantum about a quantum material? I have not answered this question. So, standard materials start with energy bands, which we study in first year engineering or physics. Then we move on to band structure, which is also coming from quantum physics, because you finally do the EK relation from the Schrodinger equation. After that, you encapsulate the entire quantum mechanics into a quantity called the effective mass, and then you use Newton's law, and then you do everything. Optical properties, mobility, conductivity, whatever you want is done from Newton's law. And therefore, it's called low-level quantum mechanics. You don't see quantum mechanics at the top, but you see it's kind of embedded somewhere. However, when you talk about specifically quantum materials, I'll talk about topological materials. Here, as I told you, resistance, the origin of resistance or anything that causes decoherence is the fact that cars are stuck in traffic. That's what is resistance finally. And you want things to be like this instead of like that. So in a sense, the origin of power dissipation in devices is also due to that. And also what the previous speaker spoke about, the fact that the qubit should really point in one direction and instead starts to wobble around is also because of this. And you really want things to be stable like this rather than this. So that's where the world of quantum materials comes in. And in order to get such a thing, a robust state, you need to dig deeper into quantum mechanics. And what happened, incidentally in 1982, was a discovery of the quantum Hall or the family of Hall effects. These are quantum effects that are visible in the macro scale. It's not like it's embedded. So this is one example of a device where the edges are conducting perfectly in spite of being a long channel, and you could see it through a resistance measurement. And now this is a recurring theme of a quantum topological material. That is, the bulk behaves like this, but the edges behave like that. So this is something you can, harness to make a device. In fact, the fact that the explanation requires deeper quantum physics and topology, in fact, led to the Nobel Prize in 2016. Anyway, how do you exploit this? We all know phase transition, solid, liquid, gas. Similarly, the topological or quantum materials also undergo phase transitions as you change certain parameters. You can put magnetic fields or you can put electric fields. You can just make it from a normal material to topological material. And this is something you can harness in devices. One of the ways you can tap this nice lane discipline feature is to measure what is called a Hall resistance and things like that. So we can harness the phase transitions, or we can use the robustness, for instance, in qubits or other systems. So this is where the challenge of device people comes in, because you can just not have a slab of material, but you need to build devices like this. So that brings to my little bit of interest, that is the topological electronics or that actually translates quantum materials to devices. This is an example of a quantum spin Hall state, which is just spins that are going up and down in nice lane discipline. How do you harness them? You have to build devices. For instance, you can make 2D quantum devices for quantum computing. Today I'll talk a little bit about single photon emitters, and then you can also use it for sensing. Another esoteric field that's very popular these days is topological quantum computing, where the edge of these devices can actually give rise to exotic states called the Majorana zero modes. So these are all things that are under very active research worldwide. So let me come to the world of 2D materials. Everyone has heard of graphene, and now graphene and all other families come under 2D materials or 2D quantum materials. These are slightly different from topological materials, but these are also quantum materials called Dirac materials. But you can induce topology in them. But the point is, graphene comes up with, So graphene comes with this hexagonal lattice. Just by the hexagonal lattice, you have two different inequivalent sites. Due to the inequivalency, you have 3 different degrees of freedom to play with. the spin, the valley, and something else called the pseudospin. The valley is something where we can play around to give rise to spin valley qubits and also single photon emitters and things like that. So this entire flatland frontier starts with graphene. From monolayer graphene, you can go to bilayer graphene. That's 2 graphenes on stack. And then you can go into twisted bilayer graphene that gives rise to another set of possibilities. Then you can go into hexagonal boron nitride. And today I'll talk a lot about TMDs, that is MX2, metal X2. These are called transition metal dichalcogenides. Now you can build many interesting devices out of these materials. So what is a device? You see classical computing, the integrated chip. Its building block is a transistor, and 2D materials can be used for transistor too. Similarly, for quantum computing, the building block is a qubit, and as the previous speaker spoke, there are several ways of realizing a qubit. So when you talk about quantum communication, one of the building block is a single photon emitter and single photon detectors. So these building blocks are actually devices. For instance, this is the structure of a transistor. The material only is in the center. The rest of the thing is a device construction. Similarly, when you have a qubit, you have to realize a device to measure the qubit. You can't just take the material and make a qubit out of it. Similarly, when you have a single photon detector or a source, you have to make a device out of it to realize it. And what really makes a device? You have a material, but that is just a channel. You have to bring in what is called the contacts to bring in the current flow or things like connection to the outside world. And then you need the inflow and outflow dynamics and the interface physics and the control all together makes a device. So it's not just a material, but the entire set of things together should function and in a predictive fashion to form a device. So let's go to some examples. As the previous speaker mentioned, graphene can be used to also make qubits, and you can use the valley degree of freedom, valley 1, valley 2 as a information paradigm along with spins. So that gives us 2 interesting paradigms. That is, people have built quantum dot structures with graphene. People have made qubit initialization like this. This is called the Pauli spin blockade, through which you can initialize single and double qubits. They've also demonstrated entanglement in the graphene qubits and also successfully reading out the graphene qubits. And now from this, you can also see that the energy diagram, you can actually manipulate different types of qubits using graphene, either the spin states or even the valley states, by deterministically having what is called spin blockade and valley blockade in graphene. So much for graphene qubits. Let's go into single photon emitters. Now comes the materials called transition metal dichalcogenides. One of the materials that's really interesting is called the WSE2, wolfram, that's tungsten selenide. Now this is the atomic structure, and this is a 2D plane, in the 2D plane, and this is the one in the cross section. Now using these materials, they first showed that you can have a single photon emitter in these defects. You can see these hot spots giving rise to what's called a very, very localized photoluminescence that's showing single photon emission. Then they were able to engineer defects very deterministically by introducing strain in the devices and getting these nice sharp peaks. And then they went to the next step to actually realize electrical control of these, what's it called, photon emission processes, by introducing a scanning tunneling probe. And the next ambition is to actually connect it with photonic integration from this 2D platform. So this is one of the hot topics that is being pursued. And this is a quantum material by itself because it has a very exotic excitonic ground state that is giving rise to these beautiful emission patterns of single photon emission. So with this, I'd like to briefly tell you that IIT Bombay is being involved in many of these aspects of quantum networks that include single photon source studies, then defects in crystals, as well as working on silicon photon detectors and photonics. We're also interested in developing communication satellites out here in our center called the Quantum Information and Science Center. So I'd like to end kind of my talk with the last part, which is the superconducting hybrid systems. And here is a very interesting topic in a sense because people are interested in superconducting qubits. There's a lot of interest in superconducting photon detectors for communication, single photon detectors. This is one of the latest experiments in Nature Nano where they could build out of high TC superconductors a very sensitive photon detection scheme. And not to mention, superconducting qubits can give also rise to topological quantum bits, which is something of very interest these days in many labs. It's called the Majorana qubits. And these qubits, if realized, can be a immunity towards dephasing and decoherence. So with this, I'd like to quickly conclude that our group is working on the computational platform of devices. As I explained, devices involves a lot of things. And so we work on a solid computational platform that takes you from a material to a device, and we work on several fields that are related to device modeling. With this, I'd like to conclude my talk, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to give a talk in this august audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for elaborating on quantum materials and devices. Professor Umakant Rapol is here with us. He's a professor of physics at Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Pune, with a PhD from Indian Institute of Science. After his postdoctoral work, he spent about 4 years in industrial research and development in General Electric Global Research, Bangalore, working on the development of optical devices and sensors for biotechnology and for power generation. His current research areas include atomic physics, quantum optics, and areas of quantum technologies ranging from quantum computing to quantum sensing. Professor Umakant Rapol, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here to give a talk on quantum sensing. So, as you have heard the other speakers speak about the different areas within quantum technologies, you have this quantum computation, quantum communications, quantum sensing, and quantum materials. I think we have kind of covered some of these, and I'm going to just briefly give you a little bit of overview on quantum sensors, and I'm going to just show you some applications, taking some examples of certain kind of sensors which harness the effects of quantum, basically harnessing the effects, quantum effects. Now, of course, I mean, we all know that quantum mechanics is at the heart of, or at the bottom of everything that we see around, which basically starting from emission of light to detection of light to working of transistors and diodes and various semiconductor devices, which are used in everything and anything that we see around in terms of technological output. Now, with the advent of the second quantum revolution, so that was what was called as first quantum revolution. Now, in second quantum revolution, what we are trying to do is we are basically, I mean, it's the same quantum mechanics that we have been knowing, but how to use these quantum effects, how to control the quantum effects to engineer systems and devices which give you enormous possibilities and applications that were unforeseen in the past. Okay, so some of the things like designing materials, designing drugs, for taking healthcare, I mean diagnostics in healthcare, for security purposes, and different kinds of sensors for all things like deep space navigation, timekeeping, etc. Now, all of these are, I mean, the community has kind of put them into 4 different buckets: quantum computing, sensing, materials, and communication. So I will only concentrate on what quantum sensors are. I mean, just to give you a broad overview about what quantum sensing is about. Now, what quantum sensing is, here is some pictures of the various applications where quantum sensors are being used. So this one in the first one here shows an application of quantum sensors using atomic systems, which basically utilize the wave-particle duality of particles and waves to build extremely precise inertial navigation systems like rotations and acceleration sensing. Now here, it's an example of using a small, tiny nanodiamond on some atomic force microscope tip, which you can scan across molecules or even biological cells to do a mapping of the magnetic field, local magnetic field, with very high resolution. Now, this is an example of clocks, extremely precise clocks, which utilize quantum mechanical features, of course, again, and to basically probe the internal levels of atomic systems, and you choose certain atomic systems which allow you to, which act like an extremely high finesse or extremely high quality factor oscillators, which forms your reference. Now here is an example, a standard example of one of the most successful applications of quantum technologies is using squeezed light for enhancing the sensitivity of any detection system. So in this case, here this is an example of a LIGO laser interferometer which measures the gravitational waves reaching the Earth's surface using a Michelson interferometer. Now, if you use light anywhere for detecting something, your detection limit is going to be finally limited by the short noise, which is because the photons, because of the granularity of the electromagnetic field, at the end of the day, when your noise in your system is limited by that granularity, so to say. But if you kind of overcome the short noise limit, then you can actually go to enhance the sensitivities. So that is one of the applications. And this is a nice picture of doing imaging using entangled photons to decipher objects which can't normally be seen. And using the same principles of quantum mechanics and the the capability of engineering these quantum systems, one actually has now the standards for metrological applications, which is basically the voltage, the standard for the definition of voltage, the standard for basically the charge of electron, etc. These are all built from quantum systems which are engineered in a specific fashion. So again, just to give you a few more examples, so as I already told you, you can use quantum systems for rotations, for acceleration sensing, for sensing gravitational fields, for sensing magnetic fields, electric fields, and measurement of time. Now here is an example of a magnetoencephalography system, which actually has an array of sensors which can map the magnetic field around the head, which comes from the neurons firing inside the brain. And this is a picture of the mapping of the Earth's geoid, which is basically the surface of the Earth, depending upon its density and height. This is, again, the mapping of this has extremely high of relevance in geological surveys and for global positioning systems. So these are basically what I told you about the atomic clocks. Now, what quantum sensors are? What features do they use from quantum mechanics? Now, if your standard, how do I go back? Okay. So, sorry. Okay, so there is something called as the standard quantum limit. As I said, when you use photons for detecting something, a signal, you're limited by the short noise. Okay. Now, why that arises? Because there is by fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, there is always there is some variance in the measurement of two complementary components. Like, for example, if you talk about phase, then the amplitude, both of them cannot be simultaneously measured infinitely accurately. If one of them can be measured very accurately, the other one, the noise in the other one increases. So the same thing is the case with photons, for instance. So there is always a minimum uncertainty. Decided by the minimum uncertainty, there is always a noise between either the phase and amplitude. For instance, these are the two conjugate variables for photons. Now, by doing something, you can actually increase the noise in one of the components and reduce the noise in the other component. So this is called as squeezing. Squeezing of this squeezing of this noise that you see in the two quadrature components in such a fashion that when you are trying to do a phase measurement, the uncertainty in the phase measurement reduces. Of course, you are then not interested in measuring the amplitude, but if you are trying to measure the amplitude, then you need to squeeze the amplitude component so that this ellipse becomes vertical. So that allows you to go beyond what is called as a short noise. Now, you use features like wave-particle duality of matter, for instance. So for instance, if you take an atom which is moving slowly, then from the principles, from the de Broglie principle, you actually, I mean, this particular particle has a certain extent in a spatial extent, which gives it a wave nature. And you, instead of using light, one can also use particles to do interferometry. So one of the examples here is this particular picture is a picture of a matter wave, an atom laser, which is a coherent atomic beam, which has diffracted from a grating that is formed of light. So normally when we talk about light, we use, when we build interferometers or something with, or even diffraction elements for light, we use matter systems which are formed of materials, like some mirrors which are solid objects, gratings again which are basically drawn on some surface. You use them to diffract or reflect light, right? Or make beam splitters which split light beams. But for when you talk about matter, light, which is its conjugate thing in the wave particle duality, which is basically has the wave nature, that can be used to actually diffract or reflect matter waves. So this is basically an example of a coherent beam of atoms which is diffracting of a light beam. Then you use things like the features, entanglement features from quantum mechanics to do extremely high sensitivity imaging and do enhancement in sensitivity. For example, if you use, you can use entangled states of atomic systems to increase the sensitivity in measuring the transition frequencies in atoms, which is useful for building more precise atomic clocks. And you use quantum mechanical tunneling effect like quantum mechanical tunneling to build extremely high sensitivity detectors like in superconducting quantum interference devices, which are used to measure magnetic fields. Now, I'll take two examples. One is about the magnetic sensing and the other one is about the atomic systems for sensing. So magnetic sensors, for instance, are extremely, so for example, in healthcare, there are various applications in healthcare where one needs to measure magnetic fields because it's hard to measure electric fields. You can't put electrodes everywhere, wherever you want to measure the electric fields to measure the activities of brain, neurons, for instance. So one is in magnetocardiography, magnetoencephalography of the brain. This is magnetomyography and then neurography. So you can imagine that if you want to measure the activities of neurons, basically there are electrical signals that are traveling from one location to the other. If you really want to measure the electrical activity, if you imagine putting electrodes everywhere, so that is a very invasive technique. Instead, because of the tiny electric currents that are flowing, these things generate magnetic fields around it. So you can measure, if you can measure magnetic field, then you can actually map the electrical activity inside. And there are various types of sensors for this. Now, when you talk about magnetic sensors, so if you look at the size of all these objects that you are talking about, for instance, the size of the head, you need to have multiple sensors placed around it. But then the sensitivity, I'll come to the sensitivity. So this is a DC superconducting quantum interference device, which is useful for all these applications. And there are these optically pumped atomic systems or NV center systems, which also can be used for these applications. And then you have the other standard classical magnetic measurement systems like this flux gate magnetometer, surge coils, or these anisotropic magnetoresistance, giant magnetoresistance devices, or tunneling based magnetoresistance devices, and many other things. Now, out of all this, you can see that the systems that use quantum effects are these DC squids, these optically pumped magnetometers, the NV centers in diamonds, and these last two effects like the spin wave interferometry and cavity optomechanical systems, which actually measure using magnetostrictive materials in a fabric Pero configuration. You actually translate the magnetic field into the changes in phase of the light that is reflected from interferometers. Now, in atomic magnetometers, so these are two examples of using atomic magnetometers and the squid magnetometers. In atomic magnetometers, the sensitivity can go down to a few tens of femtoteslas per root hertz, per square root of hertz. Whereas if you take a squid sensor, the sensitivity of that can go down to about of order 1 femtotesla per square root hertz. But then you can see, these two devices, they work very differently. For instance, in an atomic magnetometer system, you take a glass cell filled with atomic vapor, spin polarize these atoms, so all that atomic spins are aligned in one particular direction, and then you apply some external magnetic field which is of interest, which you want to measure. Yeah. And you look at the rotation of polarization of light going through these atoms, and you measure the magnetic field. Whereas in a superconducting quantum interference device, it's basically there is a superconducting loop with some oxide tunnel junctions, where depending on the magnetic field that this loop is seeing, there is a different amount of, there is a phase difference between the currents flowing in the two sides of this loop. That allows you to measure the external magnetic field. Now, independent of what sensitivities you have, now there is a trade-off between what kind of sensitivity you need and what kind of spatial resolution you need. So depending on that, the kind of sensors that one uses changes. Now, for example, if you take NV centers, these can be, basically these are nitrogen vacancies in diamonds, very tiny diamonds. You can have them of nanometer size as well as you can have them of millimeter sizes. However, their sensitivities are not as great as the squid or other sensors, but their size can be extremely tiny. So these are some of the applications where these are used. Oops. Okay, now these atomic sensors, the matter wave interferometry, as I mentioned earlier, it's basically you use matter waves to build an interferometer. Here is an example of a matter wave interferometer in a Mach-Zehnder configuration, which is used to measure gravitational acceleration, which if you can measure it with extremely high precision, like up to 7th or 8th decimal or beyond in the local acceleration of gravity, then you can start measuring the density of underground rocks. You can measure the variation in the aquifers underground. You can even measure hidden tunnels underground using these so-called matter wave interferometers. And there are these other kind of sensors which use these super atoms, so-called super atoms, which are basically highly excited atoms, where the electron is taken very, very far away from the nucleus by optical excitation, and that creates a very large atomic dipole moment, which becomes very sensitive to external electric fields. And then you can basically measure external electric fields like microwave signals or something with much higher precision than classical techniques that allow you to do that. So this is an example of using Rydberg atoms for measuring AC or DC electric fields in a very high sensitive fashion. Now I don't have much time. I think I exceeded my time, but I'll quickly tell you about atomic clocks, which are basically quantum clocks, which are useful for various applications, as I already mentioned before. The current standard is based upon what is called as a cesium fountain clock standard, which is at about in microwave frequency regime. Now, the instability of that is in the range of 10 to the power minus 16. But if you push this frequency to optical frequency standards, then you can go to about 10 to the power minus 19 or minus 20. So this is a modern optical frequency standard, the schematic of that. I'll not get into that. So this is the evolution of the fractional accuracy of various types of clocks since the advent of these atomic clocks. Now we are somewhere here. So there are two promising candidates. One is a strontium atom, and the other one is an ytterbium ion standard, whose fractional inaccuracy lies in the range of 10 to the power minus 19 to minus 20. And now the current record is at the level of 7.6 into 10 to the power minus 21. So these two clocks are being built in Pune. One, the strontium atom clock in IISER Pune, and the ytterbium ion clock, which I mentioned, is being built in Ayuka. And my colleague is sitting here, Shubhadeep. And then these are different candidate species for the atomic standard. But as I said, the strontium atom and the ytterbium ion are the leading candidates. Anyway, so basically using quantum mechanical resources and the ability to control these quantum mechanical resources, one can think of building various types of sensors. I only showed you about atomic clocks and the magnetic field sensor, but one can imagine a plethora of applications where quantum effects can be harnessed to measure the measure certain parameters, physical parameters very, very, very precisely beyond what any of the classical systems are able to do. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Repol. And now we'd like to thank our erudite panel for their valuable inputs. I request DDG 6G Technologies TEC, Shri Abdul Qayyum ji, to present a memento to the chair, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT. And now I request Dr. Upadhyay to present mementos to all the eminent panel. Professor Mustafizur Rahman ji.
Thank you.
One for Professor Bhaskaran Muralidharan. A memento for Professor Umakant D. Rapol.
So thank you everyone. Because of the shortage of time, we neither summarize the sessions nor we could ask questions because time is already short. I think during the lunch, or we can add up the questions and somewhere we can take it up. So it was a nice session. We covered all the vertical, quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum materials and quantum communication. So this will set the context for upcoming session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. As rightly said by Dr. Upadhyay, that this will set the context for the coming sessions. Without any further ado, I'd like to call upon our next panel. Our next session is going to be on building a quantum network. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. So our next session will revolve around building a quantum network. The session aims to provide an overview of the current state-of-the-art technologies and research initiatives in building a quantum network, as well as its potential applications and challenges. And chairing this session is Ms. Suma Verghese, Outstanding Scientist and Director General, MED, COS and CS, DRDO. It's an honor to have her here chairing the session. Let's welcome Ms. Suma Verghese. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her on stage. And our other speakers in this session include Dr. Nixon Patel, CEO of Q Labs USA. Welcome, sir. Shri Nilesh M. Desai, Director of Space Applications Center, ISRO. Welcome, sir. Professor Bijoy Krishnadas from IIT Madras. A warm welcome. Professor Kaushik Majumdar from IISc Bangalore. And also joining us online in this session will be Mr. Sadiq Hafizovich, CEO of Zurich Instruments from Zurich. As we just mentioned, that the session aims to provide an overview of the current state-of-the-art technologies and research initiatives in building a quantum network, as well as its potential applications and challenges. I have the honor now of introducing Mrs. Suma Varghese to all of you. She is an outstanding scientist and Director General, MED, COS, CS, DRDO. She is heading 6 major DRDO labs: Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Scientific Analysis Group, Solid State Physical Laboratory, Joint Cipher Bureau, DRDO Young Scientist Laboratory, and 2 semiconductor societies. During her illustrious career of approximately 34 years, she contributed towards the development of the first indigenous planar near-field measurement facility for the Akash radar system, airborne maritime surveillance radar, and development of the first indigenous airborne active electronically scanned antenna. I hope I got it all right. I request Ms. Varghese to kindly begin the session with her special address.
Well, good morning, everybody. As I was introduced here, I should say I'm new to the quantum technology lab here. But looking at what we are talking about, building of quantum networks, we just go forward. I would like to thank the organizers here. And on behalf of DRDO, I thank all of you for giving an opportunity for DRDO to showcase its job. We have seen the revolution that has happened. The 19th century, the machine age, the 20th century, the information age, and the 21st century being the quantum age. That is what it talks about. Ever since Feynman's address of 1982, which proposed the quantum mechanical phenomena to perform the calculations, I think the interest in the quantum computing has gone very high. And today, subsequent to that, we see various algorithms and various computing milestones have been achieved from the framework that was set up by Dr. Feynman to simulating the computer systems on Turing machines, to Grover proposing the reduced complexity quantum search algorithms, to Shor's quantum algorithm for factoring the integers and its prime by substantially reducing the complexity, and the list goes on as we see how the timelines have gone through the complete thing. And from looking from the point of worldwide efforts that has been happening on the quantum technologies, we see almost all part of the world has invested heavily on building up this quantum technologies. And if the what should I say, if the cost goes the way it is, by 2022 there is almost around $30 billion that has been pumped into the quantum technology. So when we look from why the interest in quantum technology has happened, I can say that coming from the DRDO field, I can say that quantum warfare is the quantum jump, I should say, in the military technology, be it inertial navigation systems, the chemical detection systems, the communication systems, the electronic warfare, the radar systems, or the underwater warfare, anything you name, it is moving towards quantum, and that is what has created the interest of pushing and funding the quantum technology development across. And certainly this has led to the quantum race, where we see that Europe has launched almost $1 billion, where the complete quantum communication and infrastructure that needs to be operationalized by 2027. And likewise, China's almost around 11 billion has been spent towards development of computing and communication infrastructure by 2030, and together with Europe, US, UK, almost around $10 billion, which is a race towards the quantum superpowers, which is happening. So why this interest, and what is the significance of quantum communication if we look at it? Today we know information is everything, and the information is the basis on which we move our digitized world, what we have connected today. If we look from that, basically we see that today's world, the sensitive data is typically encrypted and sent across fiber or other channels together with digital keys, needing to decode the information. I don't know, I think it has skipped. It has not gone through that. Yeah, the data and keys are sent as classical bits, either as a stream of electrical or optical pulses representing ones and zeros, and that makes them vulnerable because the smart hackers can read and copy the bits in transit without leaving a trail. I think that changes when we move to the quantum communication, where it takes the advantage of the laws of physics, I mean the quantum physics, to protect the data. The laws allow particles, typically photons of light, for transmitting data along the optical lines to take on the state of superposition. And the beauty is, from the cyber perspective, that if any hacker tries to observe them in transit, their fragile quantum state collapses to ones and zero. This means that hacker cannot tamper with the qubits without leaving a telltale sign. So the typical scenarios, what we see is usage scenarios, especially in the military warfare, is the tactical key distribution for encryption during the conflicts or wars, key sharing between the ground stations and the satellites for encryption, and key sharing between the satellites for encryption and mutual authentication. So if we look from that point, we see that there is a key generation to key registration to key storage, key distribution, usage, rotation, backup, and recovery, and revocation and suspension to the key destruction. This is the typical cycle of the key distribution that is happening, which can happen either over a satellite-based communication or a ground-based communications. So when we move towards the quantum key distribution system, there are some basic working assumptions that we need to consider. Any attempt at snooping of the photon streams would introduce errors due to the non-clonability. That is the first assumption we are making, which is true to a large extent. Errors are estimated from the correlation of states of photons reaching the detector with those at the time of leaving the source. Errors could be due to snooping attempts or channel noise or both, and it is treated as snooping in the quantum key distribution systems. Quantum bit error rates or surviving decoy rates are used to decide on accepting or discarding the key. So the concept of privacy amplification based on Kuber estimates is sufficient to cover for the leakage of the key information due to snooping. So this ensures a more secure communication. When we look from that point, we see what are the components that are required for a quantum network. We have a source, which can be a single photon source, a detector, single photon detectors, quantum memories, and also quantum interfaces, and the repeaters. These parameters directly impact the performance of quantum communication system. When we look from the quantum networks per se, photonic qubits are the preferred choice due to their resilience. The network for quantum communication, the case is similar to the classical parallel computation. Qubits need to be transported over the short distances. Custom quantum channels are required. Optical switches, which preserves the coherence, has to be designed, and quantum teleportation could be an option too. Network for communication, mainly the main application is the key distribution as brought out. For key sharing for secure communications, qubits need to be transported over larger distances, which can be greater than thousands of kilometers, and existing telecom fiber infrastructure to be used as an option. When we look at each of these components, we see that sources, when we talk about the coherent weak pulses or the entangled pair photons are used as the sources. This entangled pair of photons created from a stream of photons passing through nonlinear crystals. That process is called spontaneous parametric down conversion, which is the need of the hour where the country has to develop it. Of each pair, one photon travels to the sender and other is kept by the receiver, and the entangled pair creates the true random key string at the time of measurements at the end point. The next aspect of the network being the detectors, the avalanche photo detector diodes, which are inexpensive, but however, we know the efficiency of this is very low, almost around 10%. So the need for superconducting nanowire single photon detectors are the latest options, which claims to have a efficiency of more than around 90%. And we have to reduce the stray photons and dark counts, which has to be minimized over this. The next aspect is the networks for quantum communication. Technologies for quantum communication, which can be over the fiber. The range is, however, limited to 100 to 150 kilometers. Options to extend the fiber, the range over the fiber, either we have to go for a dark fiber, which is both costly and limited option, and trusted repeaters, either using satellites or memories, has to be looked into, and quantum repeaters, which requires the quantum memory, or a free space transport is another option where the line of sight over the limited range and also via satellites for longer range or inter-satellite secure communications are the way forward. Coming to quantum memories, we see that the concept, which is to transfer or absorb and release later this into the solids, which is an ion-doped NV centers or atmospheric gases, which of rubidium nature. The performance criteria of these memories are stringent in terms of their efficiency, the storage time, which can stretch up to millisecond to second, and coherence and alignment is important to have the fidelity, and speed of operation or the bandwidth is also a requirement, which I know is in a very exploratory stage, and probably we will be hearing something down the today's session over on the quantum memories. And similarly, when we talk about the quantum repeaters, like which uses the entangled photon pairs and the Bell states, and need for quantum memory for short-term storage and receiving end becomes an important thing, or we have to go through the teleportation process where the outcome would be one of the 4 Bell states. This could be communicated between Alice and Bob. This is also in a highly, I should say, explorative stage. The next aspect of that would be protocols on which we will be communicating. This is, though originally proposed as BB84, as all we know, which uses of single, a source of single photons that can be polarized to represent the zeros and ones, mostly uses photons of 1553 nanometer wavelengths, and now various variants have been proposed for both fiber and free space QKD applications. And coming to the entanglement-based method, originally proposed in 1991 as E91 protocol, now a number of variants have been proposed both on fiber and free space QKD, and the advantage of this being it does not require a true random number and hence becomes a source independent system. The next aspect of the architecture would be on the electronics, which looks for the field programmable gate arrays as the computing core, time stamping and synchronization of devices to the accuracy of picoseconds is the requirement, and the key establishment software, which calls for time synchronization between the source and the detector devices, time correlation between the detected photons and their release from the source and the raw key extraction, calculation of Kuber, visibility and assessment of leakage, and also the privacy amplification for neutralizing leakage uses a reduced hash function. When we look at all these things, I have got a chit, I have to finish in a minute. We have the challenges ahead in terms of compatible coexistence, the entangled photon procedures which are inherently probabilistic, leading to photon losses, and to scale up the network, it has its own set of challenges, and quantum frequency conversion modules has to be used. The next is, as I brought out, timing is everything. Synchronization is the crucial part. Timing requirements for emitted photons are strict. The time difference between NV centers needs to be less than 1 nanoseconds, and many technical solutions are needed to bring a large-scale quantum network, that is, to make quantum internet closer to reality, addressing both the synchronization and compatibility issues. Also, we have to bridge the distance. I will just, using probably the quantum repeaters, I just skip this. And coming to the enablers, when we talk about production and employment of high performance quantum technologies, these are some enabling factors that needs to be there in place in terms of foundries for synthesizing quantum systems from source materials. We need high performance electronics, optic and mechanical thermal systems for control and isolation systems, nano and micro fabrication facilities for manufacture of devices that integrate and control the systems with quantum systems, high performance software stacks, benchmarking and testing of our simulation facilities to accelerate, develop and support the user adoption, and finally the quantum ready workforce. And we see that this is the famous thing which we know that China has achieved this both in terms of fiber and also in terms of satellite application. Coming to DRDO's efforts in this direction, DRDO has developed the quantum random number generator. I think it is being exploited by some of the army units today, where the TOT has been given to the industry. And DRDO, along with IIT Delhi, has designed the fiber-based QKD, which showed the performance over two cities, that is Prayagraj and Vindhyachal, almost around 100 kilometers apart. When we look at the quantum communication, this would be the future of our communication, where everything is in a connected world and we need to secure the systems. And this is where I think all of us have to work together. And I think with this, I'll skip this and say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Varghese. And well, due to limited time, I would request our eminent panel to kindly be brief. Introducing Dr. Nixon Patel next. He is a technology innovator and high integrity leader, having more than 30 years of experience. He is the CEO of Q Labs, a mission-driven research lab to provide the world and India its first quantum internet to deliver reliable, high-quality, cost-effective, efficient, scalable, and secure quantum communication solutions with quantum internet platform and software stack. Dr. Nixon Patel, please.
Which goes up? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and sorry to keep you between the talks and the lunch. I know it's pretty hard. And thanks, everyone, including our organizations and the delegates to our talk here. So basically, as you see, our efforts are in putting something together for the quantum internet for India, and especially with the special focus on quantum memory. I'll just walk you through because of lack of time. Yeah, so we have been at it for about last 5 years. We have been the first to set up a quantum optics lab in India. We are also one of the first quantum fintech company to be authorized in the gift city that Prime Minister Modi has established in Gandhinagar. We have 12 plus IPs in the space, and we are we are in the process of setting up a quantum network communication center with IIT Hyderabad, and we just signed the MOU a couple of weeks back. And there we are also going to be setting up a quantum certification 4 cores. Also, recently we signed a MOU with CQN, which is an equivalent in US that is creating the quantum internet, and it's being supported by NSF with about $50 million. So there are 2 special things that they want to work with us in terms of our quantum network simulator and our quantum memory. Then we have, like, I think, one of a very large pool of quantum scientists full-time, or 30 plus. It's very few companies in the world, handful have that. And we are generating revenue through quantum networks in the last few years. So there are a lot of firsts. We are like one of the top 6 in quantum AI, considered one of the top in quantum startup, and we are put in the same league as Google and the likes. So basically, I think what quantum communication brings, what classical couldn't, is like, obviously everybody knows, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but the classical communication has amplification possibilities because it can copy the qubits and quantum cannot, and that's where our focus is in terms of trying to make that through repeaters and quantum memory, right? So besides that, we have about 30 quantum secure direct communication protocols. We have 6 patents, which are part of our stack for our quantum network simulator. And as all of us know, that QKD is mostly for point-to-point, and if you want to extend, it's very difficult. So obviously, QSDC, and in QSDC, some of our protocols don't even need entanglement. So this is a very large effort has gone in the last few years to build up the entire stack. So looking at these steps of development, like you see here, and because of lack of time, there are this whole QKD problem with the trusted repeaters network requirement, and then you have, as Dr. Verghese said, prepare and measure networks, and we are building on top of that in terms of through that into quantum memory, and obviously there are 3 different generations which we'll go through in the coming slides. And if you see some of these other players, as I said, we have partnered with the Tucson Testbed Center for Quantum Communication USA in Boston, and also there's a lot of effort by China, and there are some effort in Europe, and we are trying to do similar things for India. This is our quantum network architecture. I think it's a very loaded slide, and I don't want to take too much time, but for those who want to understand, equivalent to the 7-layer OSI, we have a 5-layer QOSI, quantum open systems interfaces. And if you see, there's a physical layer, link layer, network layers, so forth. And what it provides is, if you look at this part of the picture, and if you see those 3 dotted lines, and that's the creating end-to-end entanglement, and there is a whole process of entanglement generation, purification, swapping, purification, so distillation. And on top of that, if you see in the application layer, that's where our quantum secure direct communication protocols and QSS stand. So, like, okay, coming to the core of the discussion, right? So, as we said, because there's a no clone, you cannot beyond certain distance because of decoherence, how do you extend your quantum communication channel, right? That's quantum internet or whatever. So you typically go through this whole entanglement creation, then you do various level. We are still doing a generation 1 level of a repeater. That's what we are building, which kind of does just basic purification. And I think the next generation where you'll need more of non-heralding error corrections, and again, error correction at the link layer and error correction at the end-to-end layer, right? And error correction at the end-to-end layer would come in layer 3. So here, if you look at this various breakup, right? So what you do is quantum network utilizes photons to transmit, store, and exchange information, right? So here you have Alice and Bob, and then you have some entanglement sources here, and then once they need to be, you do some kind of Bell state measurement. Bell state analyzers will kind of annihilate these two photons, and you'll have a connection between Alice and Bob. So what are these 3 generations, right? The first generation is where you have, if you look at the errors, the loss of error is a big challenge, right? We talked about that. So there's heralded entanglement generation, and then there's a heralded entanglement purification, and then the other 2 rows are quantum error correction and quantum error correction, the operational, and then loss layer. So if you see in the columns, like, the tick marks tell you what we do at generation 1, what we do at generation 2, and all of us there's not a quantum repeater in the world that does anything beyond 1G. 1G also, that too, we don't have any commercially available product, right? So it's early stages. I think there's only one other company in the world, Connect, or whatever it is, in US, which has a tabletop version of a quantum memory, like we have, based out of 87-based rubidium vapor cell. And theirs is based off something called EIT, electromagnetic induced transparency. We have some other approach. We'll cover some of that. So what are the challenges in the repeater, right? There's a memory efficiency and a storage challenge, right? So I don't want to get this too much detail, too much technical stuff, but if you look at the vertical axis, there's the secret key rate, and you look at the distance, pretty soon you see 10 to the power 0, and there's a cross there between no memory and then through something called EXE is excellent, and EN's in enhance, and EN's enhance efficiency. So if you look at the columns in terms of different efficiencies are defined there, and what coherence times you get, that's the amount of time the quantum state can be preserved, and then how much repetition is required. So you'll see the throughput change, right? So, and what we get from our simulation and modeling is the E, the lower part, which is pretty good. So other challenges are the frequency conversion, right? As we know that it has to operate at telco frequency, and from moving from the regular 780 or 785 to telco frequency, the whole conversion brings in various inefficiencies, right? So there are different techniques, the 4-way mixing, which we are trying to implement, and that has certain advantages because you have 2 pumps and one input signal and the output signal, and then you play with that to optimize. And part of that, we need also clock synchronization. So we are building our own atomic clock, but definitely we will take help from Professor Umakant. This is some more in terms of challenges in the repeater and the quantum memory creation in terms of the creating the source and detection. And as again, Professor Verghese, Dr. Verghese mentioned, it's a very challenging thing, right? So our goal is by next 18 to 24 months to try to have all these single photon source or entangled photon source or some of these various components to be indigenized and create in our lab. So where we have a lab in Hyderabad where 30+ scientists are working. Because it's been a very bad experience. It took us almost a year to set up the lab, despite spending a couple of $1 million to get components from Germany, France, or US. And there's because supply chain and other kind of limitation. If these kind of things have to happen in reality in India. I think all these components have to be indigenized in the next 3 to 5 years. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, you know. So, so these are some of the data transmission results that we have obtained, the SPAD results we have obtained, and I don't think we have time to go into too much detail, but it talks about the photon detection efficiency. So this is a good chart which kind of gives an overview of different types of quantum memories, right? We are working on the EIT warm vapor one. So you see the highest efficiency is only 17%. Our next goal is to do the cold atom. And again, there are some professors, some labs. So we have 5 or 6 labs in various IIT, Roorkee, Hyderabad, IIT. We have some relations with ISI and so forth. So where I know that also in IIT Roorkee, I was there yesterday, they're putting up something on cold atom which even IISER Pune has. So I think that's our next step to see how we can increase the efficiency. And if you see, the storage time also goes from 1.5 microseconds to 325 microseconds, right? So that is our focus, and part of it will be also in the GEM, the gradient version, echo memories. That also, if you see, is pretty high efficiencies. But again, if you see, the storage is kind of medium. So there are different techniques we are trying, and our goal is that by end of this year to have by June we'll have a tabletop version done, and by end of the year we should have a compact version of a quantum memory that can be delivered, and then another 12 months will be, by end of 24 we should have a chip version. So that's our goal. So there are these different advantages for quantum memory for what we are doing in rubidium, because it can be done at room temperature. We can create a compact size and cost effectiveness. So our goal is to, currently only one quantum memory was created by this Connect, which US government has purchased for about $100,000. And from what our numbers are, our calculations are, we'll be able to do it sub 40K kind of a price point. So these are some more challenges, you know, environmental challenge in low storage in the quantum memories, right? Then these are a different technique, AFC-based technique, and there's some improvements that we are seeing in our experimental results. So, I mean, it's again too much technical to deep dive. But yeah, that's where we're talking about the 4-way mixing, right? So that kind of helps suppress some of these errors. So this is another technique that we are currently embarking on, the magneto-optical MOT, we call it MOT in the memory. And I'm sure the early results are showing much better storage and much better in terms of coherence. So I think that is the next thing that we are putting together in a cold atom version. There is, again, I'll kind of skip this because it's AFC. This is the GEM, gradient echo memory, so I think too much detail. So what's our approach? As I said, first stage is to, obviously it's a rubidium-based approach, 87 vapor-based approach. This is the kind of fidelity and storage time and efficiency. The current efficiency that the other company in the world that has, only other company has 5% efficiency. I think we'll get to 10 with our current approach, and with MOT I think we will end up getting much more. So problems to tackle, these are some of the problems which are very obvious, you can read to that. And the stage 2 is the MOT-based approach, which I think will reduce certain, with trapping atoms using laser cooling and some other techniques, reduce susceptibility to the noise, and so that way we'll get much better efficiency. It looks like our modeling and our simulations are predicting like 69%. So just as an aside, we have world's first blind quantum simulator. We also have create our own quantum network simulator, which is, I think, attracted the CQN, the US counterpart making the quantum internet, to partner with us because they think we are much advanced stage in terms of what we have. So that kind of helps us design some of these protocols. And this is our lab that we did in Roorkee, IIT Roorkee lab, right? So these are some of the numbers you see, what it is, it's 780 complemented by various optical components. Transparency window was 6.66 megahertz. So these are some technical terms, but and these are some of the results. People who want to check it out, we can talk offline with the optical switch AOM and RF drivers and some of the spot size and EIT peaks. This is the stuff I think most of you will relate. Most of the other stuff, many of you, except some professors sitting in this audience, may not relate. But so obviously we need quantum memory, right? Everybody understands that. Because you want to extend beyond 80, 100 kilometers, any communication that needs a repeater, and repeater has various components, and that I think quantum memory is the key thing. And why it's important? Because there are not many players in the space from our perspective, right? So it's a green field, and I think it's going to enhance the various things that we can do. It's first time happening in India. So all our R&D, almost 99% happens in India, though we are a US-based company, and partnered with CQN, and we got just another email this morning that there's a Toronto-based, there's a lab called CDL. They kind of accepted us as a partner. And also we're working with certain other players in Switzerland and Netherlands, which will be useful for us to do the chip-based, because India does not have still these fabs, right? So that's some of the global players we are working with. And so I guess that's so I wanted to leave it short so that anybody has any question. Thank you.
So as I mentioned earlier, we'll be taking up the questions online and replying to them later on. Our next keynote address is going to be by Shri Nilesh M. Desai, distinguished scientist. He's currently the Director of Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. In his about 37 years of dedicated and illustrious engineering and research career at ISRO, he has been involved in design and development of various projects at ISRO. He has represented ISRO and India at various international forums, and he is the recipient of ISRO Performance Excellence Award, ISRO Individual Merit Award, and ISRO Team Award, just to name a few. Shri Nilesh M. Desai, please.
Good afternoon. With so many experts and stakeholders here, I am like a novice in this audience. But anyway, I'll try to do justice to the task given to me, quantum technologies in satellite communication. Yesterday we had a very beautiful launch of 36 OneWeb satellites. And the day is not far when we have similar swarm of quantum satellites. That's what I will bring out some of these aspects related to that. Communication generally, as George Bernard Shaw said, that single biggest problem is the illusion that it has taken place. And here with quantum, we try to create that illusion so that hacker doesn't be able to know about our communication. All of you know Honorable Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, where quantum frontiers has been identified as one of the major area, and that's why we started these initiatives in ISRO, in Space Application Center, almost 5 years back, and I just try to bring to you some of the goals we have achieved. And as all of you know, ISRO is more, we do R&D also, but we are more action-oriented organization. So how we have done the action, I just try to bring about those aspects. All of you know, last year's Physics Nobel Prize was awarded to these three gentlemen who worked on quantum physics. And that itself is an impetus to all of us to pursue these studies further, R&D and whatever other technology development related to that. And as the morning we saw that 2025 could be the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. So all these point us to the great future which quantum communication is going to have. All of you know we have a normal classical channel of communication which we are all familiar with, whether it is a terrestrial network or fiber optics or RF communication through satellite. So this has been there, and we are now adding what we call a quantum channel, where data rates are not important. That is the major aspect of that. For some of whom we are uninitiated, that what we know is that when we transmit our password or the key, that needs to be protected. And normal communication will happen, the encrypted data can go through the normal classical channels. So we want to take care of that key through this quantum channel. And applications all of you are well aware of in various finance, banking, government, defense, all of us know about the importance of keeping secrecy. And of course, in our all various commercial dealings, our OTP protection, that is the major thing, which now all of us, with a lot of cyber frauds happening. And with the India going for its own GPS system, that is NAVIC, transmitting that restricted services, especially for our strategic sector, how to transmit that restricted key. So that is also going to be a very important element. This is how we are conceiving, finally, after doing all the research and development on ground in the labs and taking help of academia as well as other research institutes as well as industry. Finally, we want to build a network, and this network will not be only satellite based. It has to be obviously hybrid network, because satellite, although satellite has an infinite reach, all of you know that it can reach anywhere in the world. But as far as this technology is concerned, we need a hybrid network, because you can't set up earth stations everywhere, all across the globe. So it has to be a combination of earth station along with the hybrid terrestrial network. And usage of memories and repeaters and all is going to be there in a big way. So China and Japan has already demonstrated, Singapore has also demonstrated in some way a quantum experiment. We are also going to do very soon. I'll come to that aspect also. But this is how we are trying to conceive a network for India, an India-centric network. We are aware of the developments having taken place all across the world since last almost 20 years, 2005 onwards. Many countries have flown various experiments across various satellites, so that is happening. Many have announced, but they were not realized, although they are still working on that. So you have, on the top we are seeing some of the experiments which have been already conducted by Japan, China, Singapore, all these people, USA, Europe. But there are many of them which have been announced, the people are working on that, but they are still not over. Misses is one of them, which was very famous and well publicized by China. Similarly, we had Socrates from Japan, and Singapore had a Spooky, which is like a loop-back system on board itself, and the results were verified on ground. So these are some of the experiments conducted on board in satellite, and hopefully India is soon going to join in that. As far as technologies are concerned, it is basically related to what we do is remote sensing, communication, navigation, and its associated applications. All of us are well aware of that. And in that we'll be adding quantum communication and quantum sensing or quantum radar. So these are the two new technologies which will feed into the work ISRO has been doing as far as communication, navigation, and remote sensing is concerned. And the technologies involved, like a classical communication channel, starting with a transmitter and a receiver, which are the two essential elements, and to take care of the medium, so whether atmospheric modeling, because quantum, all of you know, it is through photons, so how photon absorption takes place, how photon behave in an atmosphere, so all those studies, which locations are more suitable for setting up earth station, so all these things are part of the technology development. And of course, other aspect, when you want to put a quantum communication system in a satellite, then orienting it towards our station, so PAT mechanism, pointing, acquisition, and tracking. So all these things become very critical and important. And of course, the sources and the detectors, which many of you talked about that. So these are also going to be the technologies which will be needed to develop that. So as far as overall technology of a system are concerned, baseline technologies, as I said, transmitter, receiver, time tagging and synchronization, about which Madam also talked about. So we are planning, right now GPS is being used, but our aim is to use our own navigation with Indian constellation system to achieve that nanosecond sort of timing synchronization among various network elements. Then protocols, whether it is for single photon or entangled photon, whether BB84 or BBM92, which are standard protocols. So developing new protocols, that is also part of the exercise. And as I said, we need a pointing acquisition and tracking system on board and on ground also, so that you get align the Earth station with the satellite. So that will need, again, a telescope with PAD system and channel modeling to take care of the ideal locations where you can set up Earth station. And of course, source, when you go for radars, especially for strategic application where stealth target also can be detected. That is the use of these quantum radars. So you need a microwave quantum source, which is going to be one order difficult than what we are achieving right now with an optical quantum source. So these are all the technologies which we are working on. Many of you are also working on in academia, in other research institutes. And as far as system level technologies, whether it is single photon based or entangled photon based, whether QKD is over a moving platform, you try it out on a drone or aircraft, and then go to satellite. And to take care of that, we are planning 2 of these payloads, as has been mentioned here. Quantum entangled source in space that studies, as well as one technology development satellite, which will go from LEO to GEO. So you get information not only from LEO orbit, and also from GEO orbit, you try to test out this quantum communication. So these are the 2 experiments which ISRO has planned out. And of course, it will need an optical ground station to aid in communication like a normal other Earth station. And then we'll have our own dedicated quantum communication program consisting of, as I said, multiple satellites. So I will one by one just briefly tell you about that. So this is all have been already achieved. This is ongoing right now. Quantis payload is under development at SAC with the help of our PRL team also. Dr. Singh is here. We'll have another payload on board our technology development satellite. And then we have various technology development programs. And the final result will be a quantum communication satellite program of the country. It will not be restricted to ISRO. It belongs to the whole country, and that associated battery of network of optical ground station. So and some of the associated technology development related to that, whether it is photonics or various ASIC development. So now I'll just show you some of the experiments we carried out. We started working in 2018 onwards, and with the support and help from PRL team here, we have carried out these experiments. So first one was the single photon based quantum key distribution across space, that is from one building to another in space. Because normally in lab everybody can do 30 centimeter, 50 centimeter, or between 2 tables and all. Many academia, everybody is doing. So we have carried out this experiment from one building to another in our Space Application Center campus at Ahmedabad, spaced almost 300 meters apart. And we transmitted a key from one place to another, transmitted data also, transmitted text messages, images, and videos, and carried out a video conferencing also. So normal data will flow through our classical fiber optic network, and the quantum key went through this space 300 meters apart. It was used to decode the data sent from one place to another, and that's why how we carried out, and it was very well reported in media also, as all of you are well aware of. So these were the unique features of this particular experiment which we carried out in March 2021. And after that, with the help of our PRL science team, so this was what it was reported everywhere, we carried out in November that year another experiment with an entangled photon source. As all of you know, entanglement provides you one order of secrecy or security better than a single photon source. So that experiment was carried out with an entangled photon source developed by our PRL science team. And then there we achieve around 300 kilobits of data transmission in space. And similarly here we achieve around 25 to 30 kilobits. So this was how the other experiment was carried out. Again, everything was same, Alice, Bob, everything, 300-meter apart. But the only difference was that instead of single photon source, we have used an entangled photon source. And then you have the associated PET and other mechanism. So this was the other experiment we carried out. This was also very successful. And these are the results. So as I said, with single photon, you achieve higher data rate. So this will be the candidate for satellite communication. This has still a long way to go because right now we are able to achieve only 2 kilobits per second in even a 300-meter distance. You can imagine now when I am at 500-kilometer altitude from space and lot atmospheric, all absorption and other things will come into picture. What will be the result? So we have still a long way to go. It is a very important research area. But right now we are going ahead with the single photon source in space when it goes in the operational phase. As an experimental phase, we will be doing both the experiments. So this is how we, as I said, we decrypted text, then images, ISRO headquarters pictures, picture of a person, logo, everything. And then we carried out a video conference also. And this is how the payload is under development at SEC Ahmedabad, and it is going to be launched in the satellite which is already on the launch pad, PSLV C-55, which is going to be the next launch of ISRO. There we are with the help of our PRL team again, together we are building this Quantis payload where entangled photon source is used in a loop-back manner. So the way experiment was carried out by Japan, China and Singapore, we are trying to repeat that, and in soon hopefully India will also be joining that club of countries who have demonstrated quantum entanglement as well as quantum communication in a loop-back manner from space. So we'll get the telemetry signal, and from that we try to demonstrate that it is working in a loop-back fashion. And then that will be followed by, these are the hardware which has been built. So there is an electro-optics module and there is an electronics package. The total weight is around 15 kg and will consume around 134 watt of power. So this electronics and optics is going in space in our next PSLV flight on 22 April, and hopefully we'll achieve these results which we have planned out. So it will be a good achievement for the country. And similarly, we have planned out another communication payload, a quantum communication payload in a geo satellite. So this satellite will be launched in LEO and then it will move through a EPS system to the geo orbit. So we will get time to do experimentation for almost 3 to 6 months when the satellite moves from LEO orbit to geo orbit. So that will give us another dimension of the experiment which we carry out, and here we'll be having a single photon source. So these are the developments. So this is the conceptual structure of this particular payload and the development which are going on at SEC. And some of the other development related to photonics development, whether it is a single photon source or entangled photon source, and the associated detectors, avalanche photodiode, which Madam talked about, or SN-SCD, that technology. So both the developments, we have started working on that, and with the help of academia, people like Dr. Das and his team. So we are hopeful that we will have our indigenous solution to all these things. And the final will be like an optical transceiver. We should have everything within a chip. So that will be the ultimate when we want to realize such quantum network. So these are the technologies which have already we started working on that, and it will work, it will serve the purpose of not only quantum communication but quantum radar also. Only difference is, as I mentioned, the photonic source which has to now work in a microwave domain. So that development is going to be, as I said, one order difficult compared to what we are doing right now. So this is the timeline. We started working in 2018, and by 2025 we are hopeful that the country will have a hybrid quantum network where we will be able to securely transmit these passwords or keys all across the country without any problems. And this is the proposal which now at ISRO level we are working on, a combination of 2 LEO satellites and 1 GEO satellite. So that will go as a final operational way. Right now what we are testing is just payloads across these two LEO and GEO satellites. But this will be some sort of experimentally or quasi-operational system which will demonstrate all sorts of communication between LEO to GEO, GEO to ground, LEO to ground, and between LEO to LEO and LEO to GEO. So all type of communication with optical and quantum channel will be demonstrated with the combination of these three satellite systems. So this will be the payload which will be there on all the three satellites, and that is going to be the work which we'll be doing next 5 years. Another important element, as I was mentioning, was that we have to set up optical ground stations. Now optical ground station you cannot set up anywhere. I cannot set up in Delhi, because Delhi has its own other problem. Already pollution, all these things, it affects communication. So right now these 4 candidates are there: Mount Abu, Ponmudi in south, Space Application Center Ahmedabad, we have set up experimental ground station, and Hanle Ladakh, that is the most ideal site because the ambient noise has to be minimal. And some of the frequencies which we use, laser communication, 800 nanometers or 1550 nanometers, these are the 2 major candidates. So each will have its own requirements as far as setting up a Earth station is concerned. So this is the, on Earth station or ground station also you have elaborate setup which you have in a satellite. And these are some of the setup with this, the left hand side what we are seeing is the setup which we already have in Ahmedabad. A 700 millimeter telescope is there. Finally we'll need around 1 to 1.5 meter type of telescope in that Earth station. And as I said, Hanle will be the most ideal location for setting up the system. But that's why we need a hybrid network, because we cannot have Earth station. So we did some atmospheric channel study also, and from that you can find out that Hanle and Mount Abu, these 2 are the most ideal sites even out of these 4 also. So like this, so many such studies are also needed when you want to set up a quantum communication setup in the country. And this is going to be how the communication will take place, whether it is single photon source or entangled photon source. And finally, this will be the hybrid network which will cover the whole country. So it is a combination of satellite system as well as a battery of repeaters and memories, what Mr. Patel was talking about. So that will be the ultimate. Hopefully within next 20-25 years, country will build this particular network as far as communication. Thank you.
In the learned panel, we also have Professor Bijoy Krishnadas from IIT Madras. He's one of the core founding faculty members of the Center for NEMS and Nanophotonics, CNNP, sponsored by Ministry of Electronics, Information and Technology. His present research focus is on silicon photonics devices and circuits, optical interconnect, and quantum optic application. Professor Bijoy Krishnadas, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting and giving opportunity to talk about. And thank you for the previous speakers setting the stage. The ultimate objective required for quantum communication or quantum computation is integrated photonics. And I am leading Center for Programmable Photonic Integrated Circuits and Systems. And you know, microwave and quantum both are, I think, many times coming, starting from the minister's talk in the beginning. So half of our heart in microwave photonics and half of our heart in quantum photonics. Basic technology same, silicon photonics, CMOS technology. So I'll be talking mostly what are the efforts we have initiated at IIT Madras for quantum photonics. So bit of background, I will be talking scopes and objective and team infrastructure and silicon photonics, the quantum technology things. Yeah, so this is something we have, I myself has already 25 years of experience in integrated photonics technology, and IIT Madras we started in 2006, about 15-16 years of silicon photonics technology developed. And now we have this Center of Excellence funded by MIT. And our objective is that pushing silicon photonics technology in the direction of quantum photonics as well as in the microwave photonics. And the research objective is the PACE, of course, product research development and manufacturing model. As I mentioned, sorry, got to go back. Oh. How to go back? This one. Yeah, sorry. So our goal objective is the product based. We just select the product and find out the specification. Based on that, we work out. And so it includes the design, chip design, fabrication, and system in package. And for that, we are also collaborating with our industry partners. And we have in-house process facility, of course, and basic level circuit demonstration, everything testing we have in our labs. And when we go for complex design, complex circuitry, we have collaborator. We have also signed with foundry, silicon photonics foundry like Silter, Malaysia. We are working also with them to develop. And also we have the industry partner SI2 Microsystem, where we are actually making something like box where you need to use that in the field. So these are the facility. I can skip. I think I just can mention that we have the 4-inch process facility, 4-inch silicon wafer process facility, entirely start to end silicon photonics process for passive and active reconfigurable photonics. And we do have all the characterization facilities, and we are developing for fully wafer scale process, because ultimately you need scalable technology where you get to manufacture the chip, package it, and so on. So you need a robust testing facility. So that those things also we have at IIT Madras. Yeah, this is the team, and we have faculty colleagues. They are actually working in 6 different verticals, just starting from the what I mentioned, that design to simulation and fabrication and process. And of course, packaging, a dedicated CTO is there. And to demonstrate, to ultimately, when I mentioned that we have to work for product research, development, and manufacturing model, so we are closely working with industry leaders, and we have the board chair, industry advisory board chair, and along with that, starting from Broadcom to Broadcom and Intel, and also Global Foundries, and some startup also, Escape Photonics. All of them are some way 5G or photonics related work doing, quantum photonics related work, and they are guiding us, supporting us. Yes. So now, if I just, as I mentioned, that we are for integrated photonics purpose, I need some kind of background to set the stage. So if you see quantum photonics, the applications, many speakers already mentioned that the application is all around, starting from quantum metrology, quantum key distribution, communication, imaging, simulation, computation, so on. So what are the fundamental requirements for all these applications? Either you need a single photon states, superposition states, and then entanglement states. So whenever you are talking about integrated photonics, you have to keep all these in mind. Okay? So basic optical components required. So these are the function of qubit, so the quantum level things. And many basic optical components, they are not really quantum, they are classical. So you need to manipulate all these quantum bit photons. For that, you need all the classical components. So some of the, of course, photon detector is a quantum. So those are the devices already known for a long time, and people are using for many application demonstration. For example, to talk about the quantum experiment, I can take reference of this picture. So here, so slowly. sensor, it is taking slow. Yeah, so this is one experimental setup demonstrated in 2013, University of Bristol, quantum teleportation. So this is the room size experimental setup. To establish this setup, they took 3 months. You know, what sort of stability, what sort of accuracy required, that says all. I think some of our colleagues like Urvashi, RP and Chandru, they are working in quantum photonics. I can understand their pain. Okay, so this is the requirement. So all these components you need to align, all those type of things, and then only you can get successful experimental results. So for that, it would be great, as everyone's talking about, for future ultimate goal, objective is the quantum photonic integrated circuit, something like this, where you can get compactness, stability, flexibility, and of course scalability, cost effective and programmable. So silicon photonics is ideal platform because you have the established foundry, commercial foundry available, and you can co-integrate electronics and photonics on chip. Directly you can fabricate using same sort of technology process, and you can have like a photon guiding, wave guiding, everything by means of highly confined optical waveguide core in the dimension, sub-micron dimension, sharp bends, compactness you can achieve. And of course you can get photon pair generation, not SPDC, which is not available in silicon. However, we have the Chi3 process in silicon. Using that thing, you can get photon pair generation. You can energy entangled photon pair as well as heralded single photon source. You can pure photons. You can improve the purity, etc., up to more than 99%, etc. Those type of things you can have in silicon platform. So you know, if you talk about the integrated photonics, so you need a source side, qubit or photon, and then you need a interference circuit, couplers, etc., and then ultimately you need detector side, single photon detector side, and then electronics. So most of the time, you know, it is already matured. The already classical optics in silicon photonics matured. Commercially, they are being used for a long time, last 1 decade. A lot of products are available using those classical optics. So those are mature. However, the photon size, single photon generation, pair generation, that is somewhat bit challenging. So this circuit we have taken up. We have started working on in our lab, so that we can generate a very good, efficient photon source, noise-free, and they can be filtered for application, whether it can be your quantum key distribution or can be quantum computation. So one of the source we consider like a ring resonator where you can actually give some little bit of high power in the milliwatt level, and then because of the ring resonance, electric field will be enhanced, and entangled photon pair like two daughter photon like signal and idler will be generated. However, the generation rate, as I mentioned, Chi3 process relatively low. You have to eliminate your pump down to almost 100 dB attenuation required. So you need on-chip attenuator for filtering your unused pump, so that you get certain kind of photon, so that detectable or usable photon counts you can get, so that it is not buried under pump. So after that, you can, if you need, you can just separate them because they are energy entangled. You can use a demultiplexer, you can separate them, and you can herald them also. Okay, so in that way you can use, and certain property we have already optimized using our all the experimental and all the long time experience in integrated photonics. What are the requirements? If you see the right side, generation rate depends on certain parameters, and brightness depends on certain parameters. All those things optimized. So for our results, we are seeing that in this classical domain, we can reach up to gigahertz level generation rate, and also purity you can get up to 99% and so on. Yeah, so after that, just some results. Recently we got some patent. We have filed patent. It is not yet approved. So you know what I was talking about, that you need a pump source through Chi3 process, you need to generate entangled photon pair and you have to eliminate on chip. So far, people are using across the globe off chip. So they generate in the chip or in a bulk, and they off chip component they use, they eliminate the pump, and they filter the photons and they use either in fiber or some other chip. But on chip, if we use source on chip, then what happens? You have to launch the pump, and the pump, whenever you are launching, you need some kind of amplifications. So in the amplification means you are adding certain kind of noise also. That noise also will add quantum noise on chip. So we have a device design, something like this, where you can actually filter your pump, barring all the white noise on chip, and you can get very clean pump source, which can be useful for your Chi3 process or photon pair generation. And once it is done, then remaining part, once it is generated, remaining part also on chip we have demonstrated up to 70 dB. But as I mentioned, we need to improve that up to 100 dB. Hopefully we will be getting soon. Yeah, so apart from that, as I mentioned, if you go for really a circuit, complicated circuit, complex circuit design, for example, you need both Alice and Bob together on chip. They should work simultaneously, and if it is a quantum processor also, you need your source, you need your all the reconfigurable programmable components, and you need a detection electronics, everything needed together. For that, we are not equipped. In our academic lab, we cannot do that. That's why we are taking help of commercial foundries. For example, here, first chip we have designed, and this is for photon pair generation filter disk. Whatever we have demonstrated in our lab level, so same thing, that is somewhat superior than available literature. So we are just testing whether they can be reproducible in commercial foundry so that it can be scaled out. And quantum key distribution chip, of course. And this is one of the success story. And because of our experience and long-term engagement in silicon photonics, we come close to Silterra. They have the 8-inch foundry for silicon photonics. Many startups, including IMEC and a lot of companies, they are using their process. However, they don't have their PDK, process design kit. And we had signed a MOU and started working on that. And first internal chip, their tape out happened recently. And we have already contributed in their tape out almost more than 100 different type of test structures, which can be useful for quantum photonic circuit design and demonstration. So the following the things is that we will be designing, and that will be fabricated in Silterra Foundry. Wafer will come back to us, we will be testing, we will be giving compact model, and then ultimately we can come for the ultimate circuit design and probably packaging and field level testing. So that is our goal up to 2026. So with this, I should close my, yeah, so some of the packaging report also we have started and working forward. With this, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs. And now I would request for the next keynote address, Professor Kaushik Majumdar. He is an associate professor in the Department of Electrical Communication Engineering at Indian Institute of Science, where he leads the Quantum Electronics Laboratory. His research group uses a combination of theoretical and experimental techniques, low-dimensional materials and their nanostructures, and applies these fascinating properties in developing novel devices for nanoelectronics, optoelectronics, and quantum technologies. Professor Kaushik Majumdar.
All right. Trust me, I am as hungry as you. So I'll try to be quick. So, So yeah, so as I just mentioned that, I lead the Quantum Electronics Laboratory at IISc Bangalore. So I'm primarily a device guy, so I love to develop components. And So a fraction of my lab actually works on some of these devices or components that are useful for quantum technologies. So one important thing that I believe is that which actually came out in the talks from many persons, that miniaturization is also important. Although we are in the initial phase of quantum technologies, but you eventually do have to miniaturize the devices, right? And because we love to make devices, challenging devices, so we already have working chips. So this is an example. This is a 5 millimeter by 5 millimeter chip. And all these different components, a single photon source, a single photon detector, a random number generator, all these working in the lab, indigenous technologies in a 5 millimeter by 5 millimeter chip. Of course, there is a small PCB associated with that, but the core IP is embedded in this chip. Okay. So particularly, the source, so this we use a principle called Coulomb blockade, and so it's pretty high rate. I mean, I think this data from the last week. So we have close to 10 megahertz, rate of single photons, with a the G20 value of about 0.1. Okay, so it's quite high purity. We are of course trying to improve this. We have a single photon detector technology that is working at room temperature. And this is not a SPAD technology. This is, again, our own indigenous technology, which uses some photo gating effect. We have an efficiency, of 21% for unpolarized light. If we used a polarized light, this is about 42%. This, again, I think beats, in-gas pads. And this is, by the way, at 1550 nanometer. So that's interesting. So our goal is to, push it further, go at least, beyond 60% or so. So working at room temperature and 1550 nanometer, close to 60%, that will be, I think, a very interesting thing to have. Okay, so I was given the job of, talking about random number generator today. So I'll probably, so this is another chip that we have developed recently. I'll show you, we do this from a, discrete electron fluctuation and try to measure the, timing of that and get really high quality random number generation. All right. So just quickly telling you, so why we need random numbers. I don't want to go into details. This is already came up in many body's talks. Sorry. Hope it comes soon. Yeah. So so you need, of course, increasing demand for hardware security, right? Do any digital transaction, whenever you see HTTPS in your browser, there is some security protocol that's going on in between, and there is a random number that's playing a role there, right? Of course, quantum communication, large-scale simulations, so which didn't come out very clearly. So like biology, chemistry, Monte Carlo simulations. Also, gaming, gambling. These are also good areas where random numbers are important. And how do you measure randomness? Purely from a random sequence point of view. Those who work in communication theory, they know is a Shannon entropy, which is commonly used. But Shannon entropy is something which tells you the average entropy or average information content in a sequence of bits, right? However, from a cryptography point of view, what we are more interested in is a mean entropy, which sort of what is the chance of predicting as a single guess? How easy for a hacker to guess, with single guess, right? So if you look at the equation, what happens is that if you have uniformly distributed symbols, that will actually maximize your mean entropy. And that's what we would like to look for. Can I have a sequence where the symbols are uniformly distributed? There is no preference of one symbol versus the other. That's the job. Okay. So some from a device point of view, that was from a sequence point of view. From a device point of view, the device which is generating the random sequence, so it should have a few good properties. So first of all, these different quantum mechanical processes, they are excellent sources of entropy. Okay, so like 2 plus 2 4, this is a deterministic event. It does not have any entropy is 0. But if I tell you, sun rises in the west, there is a lot of entropy in that, right? So here, what we would say is that, this quantum mechanical processes, like, a state, quantum mechanical, let's say you do some measurement, which state out of these different, eigenstates, which eigenstate the system is going to collapse to. The system doesn't know, So this is a quantum mechanically, random event, right? So this is just one example. There could be other ways of doing that also. But, so there are other ways also to generate, a random sequence. Like, for example, there is a very complex process, you don't know all the details. So that would seem like random to you, right? Although there might be some, hidden, periodicity there. And this should be, device independent. Then, you should be able to prove that, this is random, because, just proving randomness from a sequence is very difficult. You take, 1 million sequence versus 1,000 sequence versus 1 giga sequence, sequence length, there could be, so for example, if you're testing for a 1 million, length sequence, there could be a hidden periodicity that is existing, let's say, at a 1 giga or something. You cannot see that. So it's sequence length dependent. So ideally, you should be able to prove that, yes, this is, a random sequence, from the process itself, right? And of course, it should be unbiased, as I said, it should be like, uniformly distributed. So, although these quantum mechanical processes are, excellent sources of entropy, however, having a nice, compact, elegant readout, that is non-trivial. And that's why, we come in, as a device people, we can, sort of try to do, how to do the readout. So, just quickly, so this is like, how it's done today through, some, noise, it could be a noise from an amplifier or from a, some electronic device, and you get, so this is not really true quantum mechanical, although, everything is quantum mechanics, but, there is an, sort of an averaging effect over here. It's not a, so-called, quantum random number generator. It is not. And people have seen, in the recent, past or repeated attacks on this, right? So what we do is that, as I said, we use discrete electron fluctuation and, try to, find out the timing information of that. So basically, if you have a Poisson arrival process, the arrival time is uniformly distributed. So that's the mathematics behind it. So we try to basically implement that in a electronic chip. So, like I said, it's an all-electronic approach, and that's why, it can be, very significantly miniaturized. It can, in principle, come, in your cell phone. Okay, and so what we get, the mean entropy, which is 0.995, is the recent data. That's from an electronic chip point of view. This is the, world record. So I would not go into details. We are all hungry, but there is a tunnel junction here. And in the tunnel junction, there is, which is an overlap area of about, let's say, a couple of 100 nanometer by a couple of 100 nanometer. And in that tunnel junction, there is a quantum well that is embedded. Okay, and an electron, can get trapped and retrapped into that, because, of the biasing of the device, things can get pulled into it or, go out of that, So the going out of that happens through a tunneling mechanism. And we have a, gate, top and bottom. What the gate does is that, it basically, turns off the region, outside this. And we make sure that the current actually flows through this tunnel junction, okay? So what really happens is that this is a discrete electron fluctuation probe. So what we do is that, the moment the electron comes in, because of, Poisson's equation, what happens is that the voltage, around that, or the potential around that, region, it actually, changes. And the moment the potential changes, it sort of acts like a local gate, and that changes, the tunneling current through the device. So using a single electron trapping or getting detrapped, and by the way, the electron does not stay here forever because there is a high field, and through that, it just gets detrapped quickly, okay? So because of the single electron getting trapped or detrapped here, I have, many, many holes which are tunneling through the device. So this tunneling current actually changes. And that is on the order of milliamps. I can, measure that very easily, okay? So whenever it gets trapped, I see a voltage output, it just comes down. When it gets detrapped, it again goes up. So the moment it gets trapped, that is the arrival time I would like to know. So that has to be, nicely synchronized and all. That, through our post-processing electronics, we do it. And we basically digitize these points. And this is the digital, output of that analog voltage. And you see, as I promised, sorry. So you see the, the PDF, it's almost, uniformly distributed. This we encoded into 8 bits, so this is 0 to 255. There are 8 bits. Is almost, perfectly, uniformly distributed. If you take, let's say, certain length and count the number of zeros or number of ones, mathematically you can say that it should be a binomial distribution. And experimentally also we get almost perfect binomial distribution out of that. So it sort of gives you an idea that, and this is, by the way, tested over, I think, about 10 million bits or so. Okay? So that, it's a very good, random number by itself. Okay? So this is unbiased. And by the way, that was done at 7 Kelvin. It works at 295 Kelvin also. So it works at room temperature without any degradation in the entropy value. Okay, I can skip these more details. This is like, you can tune the entropy generation rate, by changing the biasing configuration. And we did all this, NIST tests. This 890p is a test for, whether the random sequence is truly random or not. It passes all these, and it gives us, the mean entropy number also, which is 0.983. That was a bit old data. The recent data is 0.995. It's almost near ideal. And it also, passes this 822, which sort of, tells us that, it can be readily, used for cryptographic applications without any post-processing. Okay. We also do our own statistical tests. Again, more details, but this K2 entropy should, diverge if you have a really true and random number generator with a distance threshold. It does happen. And also, to check whether, there are any hidden periodicity in higher dimensionality or all, this should be checked by this sort of test. So we saw that, up to 8 dimensions, there is really no hidden periodicity in your sequence. On the other hand, if we take a Lorentzian or chaotic system, it actually saturates, you can see, at about 2, and that's what we expect. Okay. Fine. So yeah, so some benchmarking. I said, this is a world record number in terms of, mean entropy, particularly for those, which is coming from the electronic domain. So yeah, that's all I have. So those who are interested, you can see this paper, for more details. And I would like to, thank my funding agencies and my students who actually do a job. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. Now we will be concluding the session with the last speaker of this session who has joined us online, Dr. Sadiq Hafizovich. Do we have him here? He's virtually present with us from Zurich. He's the co-founder and CEO of Zurich Instruments. He co-founded the spin-off Zurich Instruments in 2008, and since then he has developed the company from an innovative lock-in manufacturer to a major TNM player and leading instrumentation provider for quantum computing. Dr. Sadiq Hafizovich, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much for your introduction. I just still need to find...
So you have about 10 minutes as you're the last speaker of this session, and after that we all break for lunch.
Do my best. I just need to find my screen sharing. I seem to not be able to share my screen.
Sadiq, this is Sushovan on the other side. You will be able to share your screen. In the bottom panel, you have a icon.
I'm sorry, I don't believe I have that icon.
Yeah, you can just write.
Now I have it. It just appeared. It just appeared. There we go. Awesome. Hey, yeah, I'm very happy and glad to be here. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. outside border of this conference on quantum communication. I'll be focusing on quantum computing. But of course, quantum computing, to be really taking over a serious role in the future, will also rely on quantum links to actually have a scalable quantum computing system that includes more than
Pratik,
just one.
sorry to interrupt you. Your presentation is not visible.
The system says it does. I will try to share again. Entire screen to share. Here we go. Is it sharing now?
Are you sharing the entire screen?
Yes.
Not visible till now.
Stop again, and I will start again. Entire screen two. Screen is sharing.
Not visible. Can you just try to select a particular tab on the video? I will share the entire screen.
I was sharing the entire screen. I'm changing my setup now. Trying again. Is this better? I will try to share another screen. The system says I am sharing my screen.
Not getting your PPT, we're not getting your PPT. And try out the other things as well. Basically, sharing the entire screen or the tab. Yeah, right now it was visible.
Okay, I'm now sharing just one window. That seems to work in the entire screen. Good. Sorry for this delay.
You can actually see
yeah.
the screen from the other camera, not from your camera. I mean, the online participant can't see the PPT right now. PPT right
now. So if you could go to the next slide. So Zurich Instruments, we are a company starting.
Can you just upload the presentation? Can you just upload the presentation? You can see, I mean, you'll be able to see a plus symbol in the left bottom panel, I guess.
I don't think this will work. It will destroy the. Let's continue like this. It's a okay compromise to take. We're for 15 years we started as a spin-off of ETH Zurich, which is also the place where I got my PhD. And today we're more than 150 people. We're very international, with more than 20 nations in the company. While we're based in Zurich, we also have offices in China, America, Germany, Korea, France, Japan, and then partners in countries like also in India. And since 2 years ago, we are part of Rohde & Schwarz, which in this context, next slide please, is very good news because Rohde & Schwarz is in India for already more than 25 years, and with the locations in New Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, this means that we can really, through our mother, collaborate in Indian initiatives quite intimately. Next slide, please. Yeah, our quantum mission is very clear. We want to help build the quantum computer and be the leading quantum computing control system provider in the world. And next slide, please. We do this since about 2014, so quite early on, where single instruments were used to operate quantum computers. Since then, we have launched the world's first complete quantum computing control system, that's generation 1 in 2018. And by now we have the second generation on the market, which is the Gen 2. And next slide, please. The Gen 2, it does away with all the external IQ mixers, no IQ mixing in the entire setup, so no more calibration of the signal processing system itself. It's just stable and it's purpose-built for quantum computing. Results in higher fidelities and accelerated execution. You can run more experiments per minute in your lab. And all that also needs a software framework, and we have recently launched our Lab 1Q, which is a Python-based user interface that is 100% targeted at quantum computing. Next slide, please. And the most recent addition is our SHF PPC. It's a parametric pump controller, which operates the quantum limited amplifiers that are in the fridge, the TUPAs. And this is an example of another piece of hardware that is 100% targeted at quantum. And together with the PPC and the generation 2 hardware and software, we provide the entire stack of room temperature electronics and software. Next one, please. So how does this help in the lab? Labs are very different. Here we have a spin qubit photo as an example for a few qubit setup. Here the important things are bring up and characterization performance, to be able to very dynamically and flexibly try out things. Those are usually smaller setups, but and flexibility matters here. Next slide, please. And the next step would be on the size of, say, 20 to 200 qubits. At that range, feedback becomes important for initialization, and it's also now possible to do actually quantum error correction. Here I have a photograph, one from ETH, where the world's first feasibility of the Surface 17 quantum error correction setup was demonstrated. You can see the setup. That's still a generation 1 setup. And on the right-hand side, there's the test bed from Berkeley, Lawrence National Laboratories, where also system sizes of around 40 qubits can be handled. And then finally, next slide please, we have the next generation coming up. This is going towards 1,000 qubits. And here the name of the game is to make tileable and distributed control. And here quantum communication comes in the sense that we need to network multiple different quantum processing units. And we've already done such an experiment on a smaller case at ETH. Also, HPC, high performance computing connectivity, becomes important here. We're working on this together with the Finnish company IQM. IQM is commercializing quantum computers, and we're providing the control system to them, and we're actually the link between the quantum world and the HPC. Next slide, please. For this, you need an architecture, our quantum computing control system architecture. It is a star architecture, which means from any point to any point you can come with one hop. It also means that we have one star per QPU, and if you now extend the system and you have multiple such PQSCs, that's the thing in the middle, you can network them. They can be spread in a local area network and operate multiple QPs at the same time. Going in the other direction, for one QPU can be structured into smaller parts. For example, what you see down here are ancilla qubits and data qubits. The ancilla qubits for quantum error correction. And next slide, please. You can see that For local feedback, we can read out some ancilla qubits, and if the ancilla qubits are high in the excited state, we want to reset them as fast as possible, and this can be done locally within the same instrument. So that goes very fast, less than 300 nanosecond feedback. However, to decode the error syndrome, we need to have global information and go through the center. Next slide, please. Which means that now the feedback path goes up to the PQC, where the syndrome is decoded, and then the data qubits are corrected accordingly. That feedback loop takes a bit longer, say up to a microsecond, and is dominated actually by the syndrome decoding time. So with this architecture, we are able to have a scalable system, one also that scales towards quantum error correction, but of course, next slide please, the most important part after all is the people. Next slide please. And the people are what really makes the difference. So at Zero Instruments, we have more than 25 people that actually know how to operate quantum computers, that are able to bring them up. And with these people, we also collaborate a lot with our customers. It's a learning, it's a giving and taking relationship. We learn, but we also teach quite a bit because we do have some experience. Next slide, please. So as an example here, I have some collaboration projects. For example, the American Logic Cube. Here we built a quantum error corrected qubit, the first logical qubit. We do this in an international consortium with Professor Andreas Wallraff and Professor David Harlow and others. In Switzerland, we also have another project with Andreas Wallraff in Germany, the German Quantum Initiative. We're working both on the scaling and quality aspects. And in Europe, we, for example, have the Super QLAM, which is a local area network for quantum computers. Here we entangle two quantum computers that are more than 30 meters apart from each other. And that's kind of a milestone experiment towards scaling. We also bring the quantum computer to the internet, so quantum inspired in the Netherlands, for example, you can log on and enter circuits that are actually executed in our stack. Next one, please. We work also closely with startup companies. We are, so the IQM, for example, the left-hand side, they are building those quantum computers in one of these boxes would be our control electronics. They have a roadmap of 150 qubits, which we worked out together, and HPC connectivity. So they buy our control electronics in order to focus on what makes the difference for them. And most recently, the American MIT spin-off Atlantic Quantum, they have also decided to work with us, and for them, the reduced capital requirement and speed up was the main decision factor. To be able to start based on what we've already done enables them to accelerate quite a bit in the bootstrapping phase. And what was also very important to those guys is that we are compatible to the global and international quantum software ecosystem. So there are other packages, like for example, Qiskit, of course, is the most famous one, that are very much compatible to our stack. Next slide, please. Now, I'd like, for the final part of my presentation, have a look at the real lab, at the real life. Big shout out to Andreas Wallraff, who actually published a micrograph of the surface 17 chip. So on the right-hand side, you can see the 17 qubits. There are ancilla qubits and data qubits. You can see the connections coming from the outside. And in reality, things are a bit messy. The schematic looks quite simple. In reality, you see that there are qubits. There's one in the center where lines are crossing other lines, and there's crosstalk, and we have to compensate for that crosstalk in our instruments. Also, the flux lines that tune the qubit have crosstalk to every other qubit, because the flux line, they inject the current, and the return current flows back through the ground plane, and the ground plane then induces a magnetic field in all other qubits. So we have a dense cross-coupling matrix. So for every flux pulse that we play on any qubit, we have to compensate on all other 16 qubits. That's a 17 by 17 matrix. So this is the reality of the lab, and we have to deal with it, and only by really getting and squeezing the lemon, we get the fidelities that were required on this chip. And with this chip, the world's first feasibility for surface code was demonstrated in Nature. The next slide. Yeah, next please. Lab1Q, that's our software to program the system. Is really the key to rapid progress in the lab. And as an example here, I have a very basic measurement. Here we just frequency sweep a line if we're looking for the qubits. There are 5 qubits in total. And when you look at the code, you see it's 1,000 points. And we have an integration time of 10 milliseconds, and that makes for a theoretical time to take that sweep of 10 seconds. Our system takes 10.5 seconds, that makes for a duty cycle of 95%. And this is really what is necessary for rapid progress in the lab. Next slide, please. Of course, also other measurements, more complicated ones, have to run at the theoretical speed limit. Here, for example, we do a qubit spectroscopy, but we don't do it qubit by qubit, we do it in parallel. So there's 5 qubits, the measurement happens in parallel. When you look at the code, there's a for loop on top. That for loop is not executed sequentially, but in parallel. And that's what Lab1Q does. And again, we run at 97% of the theoretical speed limit. Next slide, please. No, defer a bit. I don't have that slide on my side, just a second. Which one is that? That is the Ramsey slide. Yeah, Ramsey is another example, running really fast. In this case, it's a different type of looping. And, well, Lab1Q, when you look at the code, I think the point I'd like to make here is you do not see on which instrument actually the channel is played. It just says use the signal drive, and somewhere else it's defined where drive is, which signal on what instrument. So you do not, you go away from the instrument level, you program a level above. And next one, please. The whole thing is also using a concept we call sections. It's a hierarchical way to structure your quantum circuits, and also permits to parameterize using those sections. They can be parameterized according to time, amplitude, phase parameters, but also to signals. So you could, for example, define a section for read out and apply it to different lines. And the whole thing also, next slide please, really important, has debugging capabilities. So you compile the code, and then in the web browser you can see in the pull sheet viewer what the code is actually going to execute like. And this is on clock level precision, single clock cycle precision. So when you actually start executing the code, you know it's going to be what you have seen before. So the scope is not necessary anymore. You do the debugging. And it's our job to whatever shows, or to make sure that whatever shown in the pull sheet viewer actually comes out of the signal line. Good. And then on my final slide, what do we focus on today? Next one, please. Today, we continue our collaboration with research groups, and it's international. I hope India, with the quantum program that was announced now, is soon going to be on our list as well. And we are to substantiate this, we are also hiring in Asia. India would be really nice. There are open positions on our website. I'd like to advertise this to the audience here. And in general, we are further working on reducing the size, working towards 1,000 qubits, bringing down the price and complexity. And we will be launching more quantum big hardware products and a lot more automatization in software. Adding features, alarm compatibility, Qiskit Quantum is supported already today, Pipe we're also supporting, and speed up as the systems go larger becomes also more important, and quantum error correction is a very active research area that we're pursuing. Yeah, with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I wish I could be with you today, and I'd like to thank you also again that I could participate like this.
Thank you, Dr. Sadek, for your presentation and for taking out time for us. Thank you. I request now Senior DDG TEC, Shri Rituranjan Mitterji, to present memento on behalf of TEC to the chair first, Dr. Suma Varghese. And I would now request Dr. Varghese to present mementos to all the panelists. Dr. Nixon Patel. Shri Nilesh Desai. Professor Bijoy Krishna Das. And Professor Kaushik Majumdar. So if you can just step forward, we'll have a group photograph. In the meantime, let me inform you about the lunch. For all the delegates, the lunch is being served in the foyer hall on first floor. And for all the speakers and the guests, the lunch will be served in the dining area on the ground floor. And we shall meet for our third session of the day at 3 p.m. We have about 45 to 50 minutes for lunch. Good afternoon, welcome back, this time to the post-lunch session. May I remind you all once again to kindly put your mobiles on silent mode or vibration mode. So do we have permission to start? If you can all settle down, then we will begin with the third session of the day, Challenges and Prospects for Quantum Technology Development. In this session, we will delve into the exciting field of quantum technology, exploring the challenges and the various initiatives taken by Department of Telecom, CDAC, TEC, and also in UK and Switzerland, in supporting the growth of quantum technology and enabling standardization and market access. It's now my honor to invite on stage the chair of the session, Shri Kishore Babu, DDG, SRI Division, DOT. Shri Kishore Babu is requested to kindly join us on stage. He's chairing the session. And our learned panel consists of Shri Nagendra Nagaraj, CEO of QPI AI. Please welcome. Shri Abdul Qayyum, Deputy Director General, 6G TEC. He'll be joining us. Dr. Bruno Hattner, Director from ID Quantique, Geneva, Switzerland. Welcome, Dr. Hattner. And joining us online will be Timothy Peace Pillar. That will be later on. So without any further ado, we will begin with the special address by Honorable Chair, Shri Kishore Babu, DDG, SRI Division, DOT. In his current role, he facilitates engagement with Indian digital communication technology companies in the domains of standardization, R&D, innovation, to drive the Government of India's technology policy objectives. He has over 28 years of experience in diverse leadership positions in information and communication technologies and telecommunications. Shri Kishore Babu has made important contributions in ITU and APT by holding various positions there, and is also the Vice Chair of Council Working Group Internet at ITU. I request Shri Kishore Babu to kindly present his special address.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Next slide, please. You all have heard about the National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications, and under which quantum communication is one of the pillars or vertical, where Department of Telecommunication is driving engagement with industry, academia, and as well as global stakeholders. Last year, around January 2022, Secretary Telecom constituted an interministerial committee or interministerial task force to bring stakeholders, especially the industry, academia, together about what we should do and what are the areas of interest and what are the challenges we should address, especially to bring a kind of engagement as well as collaboration among the stakeholders. You can see on the screen, the interministerial committee or interministerial task force consisted of the various departments and industry and academia members, including TSDSI and our members from CDOT and others. So together, they came out with a comprehensive analysis and report with regard to quantum communications, which happens to be one of the pillars of the quantum technologies and applications. This IMC report almost took around 9 months, where we had, what I should say, tens of meetings. In turn, we also formed some of the task forces within to work on various aspects of quantum communications. We can see many of the members who contributed significantly for this report are also present here. And the key agencies or key organizations which contributed to this. You can see on the left extreme. It includes industry members, of course more than 8 to 10 industry members contributed. And we have got Office of PSA. I think I saw, Madam Preeti here some time back. ISRO, Academia, CDAC, PRL, RRI, NSCS, DST, DRDO, DOT, and our R&D organization CDOT together contributed for this report. And one good thing about this report is, having done a kind of detailed search with regard to who are all working in this particular domain, what agencies, what industry members, which research institutes working on the program, especially quantum communications part. First and foremost, we did something called to identify where we are. What are the current competencies in terms of the ongoing research work, in terms of the products what are under development, what are all the highly evolved products. This a list has been prepared, which includes what are all the indigenous competencies in both industry as well as academia. And then it also looked at research activities happening with the support from MAIT as well as DST, which are already began in different institutions that also have been catalogued. And importantly, we realized that in any R&D funding, the key aspect goes into buying the equipment and buying the instruments. We also catalogued what are all the different quantum communication R&D infrastructure which have been established through various funding schemes of departments. That list and equipment also has been catalogued so that it is available as a federated R&D infrastructure for one and all for use. And of course, we also identified a big list of experts. And importantly, we also looked at when these experts, these research projects, when they go on contributing, excuse me. So we realized that there is a lot of opportunity for standardization, especially in various standards platforms, namely IEEE, 3GPP, ITU, other institutions, including NIST, where they are significantly working on various standards. Even these standardization opportunities and gaps have also been listed. And most importantly, the policy recommendations and the macro level roadmap. All these things brought together in this particular interministerial committee report, which would be made available very soon. And as I mentioned, this also comes with an annexure of products which are all available above TRL level 4 and above. What could be available in terms of quantum key distribution, PQC, QRNG, even these are reflected in this particular interministerial committee report. Next slide. And this is the constitution of the committee, which is chaired by Member Technology, Digital Communication Commission. And these are all the different members and representing various institutions who contributed for this program. And you can see the institutions which are from research background, industry members, TSDSA, Standard Development Organization, as well as our CDOT, EC and others. They have been part of this engagement. Next slide. I mentioned about some of the task forces which has been constituted under the IMC to make the, what's called a detailed report. These are the kind of task forces which have been constituted, which worked in detail about this. You can look at almost like 30 plus institutions are working on the quantum communication technologies. We wanted to look at what kind of synergies, what kind of collaboration is possible among them, because collaboration is the key, as you heard from the previous speakers as well. Here we are to understand about what is happening where, what way we can work together. So one task force worked on this building synergies across institutions. You can see here under the champions, Madam Urzi Shinha, Mr. Pankaj Dilela and Dr. R.P. Singh, they contributed for this. And similarly, identifying the use cases, applications and enabling pilot trials, we have got a list of champions from industry, including from Nagendra to Mr. Rahil Patel, they all contributed to this. And facilitating IPR creation, which a part of bigger objective overall to facilitate communication IPRs in India. So there was a stream on that as well from industry. And standard development opportunities and to coordinate India's unified position on the standard platforms, that also becomes part of this report. Policy measures to promote QC products and production and deployment. This is one of the key areas. Having seen there are already some products coming in the market which are already above TRL 6 and above. In one of the presentations which was made to Honorable Minister,
The clear direction and mandate is that yes, wherever there are products available, respective ministries and vertical, they should give opportunity for doing the pilots. I'm happy to see that some of the pilots are already in progress in NIC as well as some of the agencies of railways. The last part is about evolving a kind of clear action plan to promote ongoing efforts as well as to give opportunity for pilots on the existing products as well as solutions. Next slide. This is a kind of macro level roadmap proposed from the key members of the task force, which looked at ongoing efforts, which looked at the collaboration, what is happening between India and as well as other institutions, and also the kind of opportunity where India can build bridges in reaching some of the research objectives. You can see starting from current QKD demonstration, which almost crossed 150 kilometers. We're also looking at integrated photonic chipsets sometime between 24 or 25 plus, and also satellite-based QKD sometime around 25, 26. Altogether, they form part of the roadmap which is being worked upon, the 2047 Vision India roadmap. They, what meaningfully fit into that engagement. Next slide. These are some of the standardization opportunity which is happening right now in different international platforms. The report also codifies, a report also catalogs where all we are having opportunity to contribute on standards platforms, especially taking note of strong research activity ongoing as well as new work, new areas of research which is happening in India, which also puts India in one of the few countries about new research areas going on in quantum front. Next slide. Next slide, please. So unanimously, the topmost recommendation is about to draw a national level program for quantum communication, especially for giving opportunity for pilots in different economic verticals wherever there's an opportunity and need for building what's called secure communication among different communication entities, and enable establishing public testbeds in quantum communications in partnership with industry and academia, and of course including and integrating quantum security is one of the key priority in all the strategic verticals and the strategic sectors. Next slide. Test and certification is one of the important areas. As we see the evolving products, we also want to be clear about these products and solutions meet really the required conditions, required criteria, which is evolving in different standards platforms that, of course, whatever developed meets our requirement, giving a sense of confidence to the users, and making available quantum communication public R&D infrastructure. As I mentioned to you earlier, we have also catalogued all the infrastructure made available through different R&D schemes. The opportunity is about how this infrastructure could be made available to different industry members as well as other academic institutions who are to make use of this infrastructure. And opportunity to create a kind of interministerial subcommittee to work on funding of R&D projects. You may be aware that Department of Telecom has come out with two schemes. One is called DCIS scheme, one more is a TTDF scheme. Both are available on DOT portal. The first window of opportunity for TTDF was opened sometime in December 2022. Next opportunity would be also opened very soon. And we have seen a lot of quantum projects have applied for funding need in the first window, which are still under evaluation. Next slide. And TEC is going to play a very important role in driving this engagement in partnership with CDOT as well as TSDSI, both research as well as standardization activities. So as a facilitation center, they will be available to create collaboration opportunities, enabling pilots in this particular important domain. And especially this application use case labs, where all we can use this quantum technologies and applications in strategic verticals. This is one of the need of the hour to build awareness as well as to make use case pilots as well as adoption opportunities. So with this, thank you very much. We look forward to hear more from the other distinguished members.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light on DOT initiatives on quantum technologies. Our next speaker is Dr. Nagendra Nagaraja. He's the founder, CEO, and chairman of QPI AI. He has done his PhD in wireless, ML, and AI from Coventry University, UK, and master's from Illinois Institute of Technology. He has over 20 years of industry experience in semiconductor electronics, wireless systems, and artificial intelligence. Dr. Nagaraja has 30 granted patents and many patents under review in the areas of AI and ML, security, wireless and multimedia, and quantum technologies. I request him to present his keynote address.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for chairing, respected Kishore. So today we are talking about in this keynote challenges in quantum compute. Quantum compute is pinnacle of all the computation what humanity knows. Okay, so obviously there will be a lot of challenges, both implementation, integration, as well as making it scalable. Okay, so I'm going to touch some of those challenges that the way we worked on as a company. We have come a long way. We have created a lot of IPs. We have taped out multiple chips. Okay, so we are building a full stack quantum computer in India. So one of the most powerful one. So what we learned along 3 years of development, I'm going to share on this. And before I start challenges in quantum, let me tell that quantum and AI will be inseparable. If you want to have a fantastic quantum system, you do require AI to help there, and future of AI is quantum. Okay, so yeah, so basically what we have is we're building a 25 qubit system which is scalable to 300 qubits. Okay, so this is our own chip and our own controller. We have built room temperature control for this, and we have built complete software stack which is tested with multiple large enterprises which are big pharmas, banks, and then chemical company, and then financial institutions, and as well as we have enterprises in the industries. Okay, so what our vision is, quantum computing should not be just at scientific institutes or university, but we are taking it to enterprise. That means every big organization should have access to quantum computing, either through cloud, through what we call it as quantum computer as a service, or on-prem installation of quantum computers. Okay, so basically on this way we have filed around 10 patents and one is granted, and we also built multiple stacks to enable this quantum computing. And I will go through both hardware and software challenges along with the system challenges that we faced. Okay, this is my team. We have around close to around 12 PhDs in our team. Okay, most of them are postdocs and PhD in quantum computing, microelectronics, theoretical research, AI, and other similar areas. Okay, so QPI is part of QPI Technology, which is a parent company, and we have around 40 engineers, and then 13 of them are PhDs, and then we have a Marquee Advisory Board, which is very good at, which has a very good accomplishment in quantum computing and microelectronics, these two areas. So basically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide an integrated solution for deploying quantum technology. It's not only building quantum computer, but actually deploying quantum technology in enterprises. Okay. So the way this entire system work is it has to come from a business problem. Okay, so we need to identify business problem in various vertical. It can be healthcare, it can be banking sector, it can be logistics, automotives, and even in finance. Okay, and what we have designed is there are 4 parts of any solutions here. One is QPI Pro, which is an AI based modeling platform. It's a classical AI. But then when we combine with QPI ML, which is a quantum machine learning, it actually combines both classical and quantum machine learning. And we have an optimization solver, Basically, it is solving the icing problem, and it maps combinatorial optimization problem, which is a very hard to solve optimization problem. This problem occurs not only in logistics but also in drug discovery, material discovery, and similar hard to solve multi-objective optimization problems. And we have a sim where we have to do a quantum simulator because obviously number of qubits is not good enough. So we have a quantum simulation libraries. So with these three, I think we can map it to current GPU or ASIC, and whenever the quantum comes, we have 300 to 400 qubits. We just flip the switch, and we have all our software running on quantum computer. So this is a really enterprise-grade solution with an integrated approach to AI and quantum, where our customers can really start deploying quantum today. So some of the impact quantum computing will have on the various industries are logistics, energy, and then financial services, automotive, healthcare, and drug discovery, chemical discovery, aerospace. Okay. So currently, when we talk about deployment of quantum computer, basically a company which want to deploy, or the customer who want to deploy it, faces a chicken and egg problem, because until we have a number of qubits increased, we will not be able to have commercial grade quantum computing. But then, most of the customers are willing to actually take the software out, where at least they make sure that their key projects are covered on the software, and they're okay to procure this 25, 30 qubit machine, so that at least their engineers are ready for quantum computing. So that's where we are today. And basically, the arrival of quantum computing will impact almost all vertical industries, as we know of. Okay. And this is our approach. Basically, what we have is we have these libraries where it will be given as APIs to the programmers, and we have a simulator which is inbuilt, okay, which converts this the libraries into gates, and that will go on the hardware. So basically, what we have is on the hardware layers, we have a simulator, which is a Occupy Explorer, which can do 20 qubit simulation. And we have a controller which can, which is indigenously designed. It's a 16-channel controller for controlling the qubits, both spin and superconducting qubit. And this is already there. This is in the production. It's already at TRL 11.9. We are sampling with some of the customers. And then we have a Creo IC which can bypass the room temperature control, and which can get integrated into cryogenic fridge, where it directly talks to quantum computer. And this chip is getting taped out in August timeframe. So with all these things, what we have is a full stack solution where customer can integrate either through simulator or real quantum computer, and start actually road mapping their technology for the enterprises. So this is a 25 qubit machine that we are working on, and it should be launched by Q3 of 2023, not 2024, 2023, and Q1 2024. This is scalable until 300 qubits. There is absolutely no change in software, no change in existing infrastructure. The last layer of the cryogenic, that is our qubit chip, okay? So only those keep on changing. Our control is all extensible to 300 qubits, okay? And even the infrastructure support 300 qubits. So once this is deployed, I think the change will be, the progress will be rapid, okay? From 25 qubit initially to all the way to 300 qubits, we don't expect it to take more than a year. Okay, that means to say that we are planning to deploy 25 qubit machine in our premises and our customer premises by end of this year. Most likely by 2024 end or early 2025, we should have 300 qubit machine. That is commercially viable quantum computer for at least in molecular discovery and drug discovery. 300 qubits is good enough if they are not noisy. Okay. So this is how the full stack quantum computer look. Basically, you have a cloud service application layer, and then you have a circuit compiler, which is developed by us. And then we have a control layer, which is co-located near the server. Wherever the server is, the control layer, quantum control layer will be there. And then we have a cryogenic environment to, really operate on the qubits. And alongside this is two different domains. One is a digital domain, which is a cloud-based infrastructure application layer. and the control and actual hardware is all RF and analog. So this is where the challenges comes because the RF and analog, what we're talking about, has to work at 4 Kelvin or below that 10 millikelvin. So that is where the challenges comes, and it has to interface with the real world applications. So what is the challenges in the application layer? So the kind of application we run on the quantum computers are like typically like optimization problems, and then the machine learning in finance, and then material discovery. So all these things will be running on the cloud, okay, or in your on-prem data center. So now this has to be translated, and you need to generate quantum circuits and quantum system using quantum circuit compiler, okay, and then it has to get executed on a co-located server. So you see this is we are talking about two different kind of environment, because this is extremely cold cryogenic environment where the servers are, and then your application is running at maybe at 30, 40, 50 degrees centigrade, and this may be located somewhere else, okay. And we have to understand that again controlling these qubits, which has a decoherence time of few microseconds right currently, okay. Even if you take the best of best qubits, their decoherence time is T1, T2 time will be around a few microseconds, and that will become challenging when we actually deploy it in the cloud. So these are the practical things we have faced when we started deploying certain applications on the real quantum computer. We have deployed many applications on real quantum computer. Of course, we use Bracket, and we will have our own quantum computer soon. But these are the practical challenges we faced. One of the things is SDK. You have to develop a standard SDK for quantum algorithms and quantum software developer, and then the cloud application for managed jobs. So it's not easy just to let job run, and the jobs has to be managed because each of this will take many days together to complete. And challenges there is if it is incomplete and it doesn't complete all the iteration, then entire job is wasted, and it's very costly. To let you know, we did a molecular discovery on this, molecular discovery using Bracket, and one iteration of just energy calculation would cost us 200K. Okay, so that's a challenge here in managing things. This is a very costly job, and we have to manage them very well. Otherwise, the cost will run in millions of dollars in doing any experiments. And the computation workload distribution between GPU and quantum computer. So we're coming up with a specialized chip for this. Currently, we don't have any solution. Suppose if you want to manage the workload, what has to go into GPU, what has to go into quantum computer, that has to be cleverly managed for optimal results. Otherwise, neither will get optimized compute, which is a distribution of hybrid quantum and classical. Neither workloads will be able to complete faster. That means your end results will not be optimal. So now coming to quantum circuit compiler, what are the challenges? Now the thing is, we have an intermediate representation called QASM, okay, which is a quantum assembly. And what happens here is it's not standardized. Okay, if somebody is using an interface to our own simulator here, so we are going to provide our own format here, right? So that means to say that for ecosystem to develop, we need to have a standardized QASM, something like x86 or ARM. So we don't have any standardization in the assembly. So that has to be done for really having a thriving software ecosystem. And then development of hardware over optimized simulator compiler. Okay, so currently, if you look at what IBM has, it's very much tied to their quantum computer, and we don't have a compiler like LLVM or other open source compiler CLang that we have available for all the compute. We don't have something like that, and that creates a lot of when we did a large scale program, okay, which has really huge circuits. So this was always a problem. It used to work on certain quantum computers, and it never used to work on certain other things. Okay, and then the framework for hybrid quantum classical compilation. So we formed our own framework. It works well with our own quantum computer. But then if I want to make an open framework for this, say we want to create some kind of open source, so where many application developer can develop this. So that is a challenging thing, because there are 4 different players, and each will have their own kind of method. And when the developer actually start developing for 4 different applications, it will be very hard. So ecosystem is still very nascent when it comes to quantum circuit compilers and other things. Okay. And then control layer. This is very important because now we are until now we are dealing with all digital. Okay, so now we are dealing with control software where pulses are generated. Okay, RF pulses, and it has to control the real quantum computer. So there are two parts here. One is the room temperature control. Of course, there will be a lot of wires here. We are doing one project where we reduce this wire and we build a control circuit which is integrated into fridge. So here the problem again is like the latency of a control. See, most of this, the room temperature control will come up with latency of 200 nanosecond. That's really long for any closed loop control that we can do. So we have reduced it to around 100 nanosecond. Even that is not enough. And most of this, if I go for a spin qubits, it has to be controlled by AI, because you have to do a lot of calibration in order to make a spin qubit work. Superconducting is still much more stable, but for spin qubits you do require machine learning libraries. So there you cannot have acceleration of machine learning out of this box. That means you have to integrate AI chip which is on the host. Okay, so in order to reduce latency. So the entire circuit compilation to actually feeding onto control software and generating pulses is the hardest path in the quantum computing. Okay, apart from building qubits, this is a day-to-day operation, or maybe like every nanosecond operation that goes on here is extremely complex compared to any other compute, because there is a variation. This is a very this is a very high speed signals what we're talking about. This is not like in gigahertz, 2 or 3 gigahertz. It's much higher than that, maybe in 10 gigahertz, 20 gigahertz kind of thing. And these pulses has to be generated by the software, okay, which has to translate and generate the controls for this. And this is one of the things which is very challenging when we practically implement quantum computer. And coming to the last one, that is the physical layer. Okay, so in physical layer, what happens in the cryogenic environment? Again, a lot of things can affect this, because it's a very delicate piece of a hardware. Okay, so decoherence time will be in microsecond. We hope that one day we can see in milliseconds. Here the problem is EMI and EMC and the radiations that can affect the qubit itself. So in our office we have formed a shield. Okay, so we are bringing a qubit, so we formed a shield there. So where we isolate from all kind of noise, and that shielding itself was very advanced. I mean, very detailed work that we have to do it on the lab. Okay, and on the operation side, again, we can't place this fridge on 11th floor. Okay, there will be a structural vibration in the building that can affect the qubit operations very much. So we can also do that in Japan. I think only one place where they put it at 7th floor is in Japan, where they actually drill the wall and took the fridge inside, not to the door. And there they put some dampeners and other things to actually compensate for vibration. So this is a very high precision work. Okay, you have to account for radiation, you have to account for vibration, and you need to account for any excess heat that goes into the system. Okay, so the kind of engineering that goes on cryogenic and making this qubit work is really precise. I would say that this is one of the most advanced engineering that is required to make quantum computing work. Okay, and in here again, what we have is we have a cryostat, which is a fridge. This is one of the costliest thing of all the components. The chips we manufacture, of course, chip we have to actually the qubit chip and the control chip and the hardware all ready. Okay, but this fridge, when we bring it in actually, and the way we place it, currently it is consuming for us, the estimation is around 80 kVA. That's the power it consumes. Okay, and if I need to operate 2 qubits, I mean 2 qubit chips, we can do that in a fridge. The power goes up. Okay, and we have to actually make sure that the power is completely uninterrupted. The power lines are noise free. Okay, if there is a noise in the power, then the qubit will not work. So basically, what we're dealing with is it's a very delicate part of a nature that is given for us for a computation, and to engineer and make it work is extremely challenging. Okay. Now I'll just move to, we are developing one more chip on quantum communication that is already ready. Chip is taped out. We are just assembling and we will be supplying it to first customer, maybe DOT and maybe another few KKD companies here. So here again, we have to cool it down to 2 Kelvin, 2 or 3 Kelvin. And only one company which has that kind of cooler, that is in Japan. Okay. So to build this cryostat, we could do it manually, but still that compressor is coming from Japan. Okay, only one company in the world which can cool it down to 2 Kelvin. And that is another thing that is very challenging. We are also working on HTS, high temperature single photon detector. That should also miniaturize quantum computer this communication chip, and also we can have a TC at around 70 Kelvin. Okay. So that is getting fabricated in ISC. So we're using a lot of research to get this done. And here the challenges is noise and the way the signal loss is in the transmission. Okay. So the reason why we require SNSPD is the range of QKD system. Okay. If you really want a very secure, high efficiency system, you can have efficiency, most of the efficiency I know which can be obtained at room temperature is 30% or maybe like 40%. But if I need to go to 90% efficiency, this chip is very much required, and we are forming this single photon detector here. And challenges obviously is noise isolation and how do we reduce signal loss transmission. And some of the medical applications we are also using array of SNSPDs for X-rays and other things. And then we have a problem with limited distance in transmission. We have to come up with repeaters or quantum memory. So that is our next chip. Once this is taped out and this is deployed, we'll come up with a quantum memory so that the range is extended beyond single photon detectors. And this is the holy grail of all the things what we are doing, where we really want to make sure that the quantum secure communication between two quantum computers. Okay. So basically it's all quantum here, like computation is quantum, communication is quantum, and this is like connecting one of the most powerful computation units through a secure communication channel. Okay. And here again the challenges are the same. It's a double the challenge, communication challenge as well as a compute challenge. And solving this would give us, the leapfrogging to the next era of whatever we know in the technology. Okay, a lot of things are possible when we do this. Not only we can do a better vertical processing of banking or material sciences or chemicals, and also we can have a very secure communication. The first industry that's going to affect from quantum security is the banks. Okay, so that's about it. Thank you.
Providing quantum solutions to various industries across sectors, the CEO of QPI. Dr. Nagaraj also talked about various challenges in various layers. Thank you so much for your keynote address. And joining us virtually now is Professor Timothy Spiller. He's the Director of Quantum Communications Hub and also founding Director of the York Center for Quantum Technologies, University of York. Before this, he was at the University of Leeds in the roles of Head of the Quantum Information Group and Director of Research for the School of Physics and Astronomy. He has spent over 40 years researching quantum theory, superconducting systems, and quantum hardware and technologies. He is an inventor of 25 patents linked to quantum technologies and applications. He'll be giving us the perspective from the point of view of United Kingdom. He'll be talking about the UK National Quantum Technologies Program. Can we have him here on screen, please? Professor Timothy Spiller. Is he online with us? Sir, can you please share your backdrop with us? Professor Spiller. So as you can see that your presentation has been already uploaded, and then you'll be able to change your slides from there itself. Can you hear us? Professor Spiller, can you hear us? You'll have to unmute yourself. Can we ask our next speaker to make his presentation in the meantime? Bear with us kindly, we're just trying to connect to him. He's moving now. Earlier it was static. I said at least he's moving now. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. So, as you can see, we have uploaded, sir, your presentation. You can change your slides from there itself. And you may now begin. Thank you.
Apologies for that. We did a test last week. Okay, I'm here to tell you about the UK National Quantum Technologies Programme very briefly, and then the work that I lead in part of that system, quantum communication side. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. So the UK National Quantum Technologies Programme was was established in 2013. It began in late 2014, and it ran firstly for a 5-year period through to 2019, and then it was renewed subsequently for the second phase that is in at the minute, which is 2019 to 2024. The estimate of the total budget that will have been invested in a 10-year period is about £1 billion, so that's about £100 million averaging. And that comprises the UK government contribution, the contributions from industry, and the contributions from investors investing into quantum-related startups and the like in the UK. So it's quite a substantial investment. And the main focus from the academic led perspective for part of the UK national programme, the part that I'm involved in, is focused on 4 large quantum technology R&D hubs, and those hubs are designed to cover the whole spectrum of quantum technologies. So there's the hub in sensors and timing, led by the University of Birmingham. There's one in imaging, Quantique, led by the University of Glasgow. There's the computing and simulation hub, led by the University of Oxford. And then there's the quantum communications hub that I lead from the University of York. So these 4 hubs cover essentially the whole spectrum of quantum technologies. And in addition, now, in the quantum computing domain in the UK, we are now establishing a national quantum computing centre, which, if you like, forms a tech transfer route for the computing and simulation hub. So that will be a physical building built on the Harvard campus just out of Oxford. Whereas the hubs are all delocalised large collaborations, and I will show you a slide later that contains all that components. So, in terms of what we're focusing on in the quantum communications arena, then certainly in the first 10 years of the UK national programme, our focus has been on quantum communication for quantum security. So we've had a very strong security focus. Clearly that can diverge over time, and we expect it to in the next phase, which I will mention right at the very end, when there will be a kind of more of a merger between quantum communications and distributed quantum computing and the like. So, in terms of the security issue, I think you're all familiar with this. I will skip over it because I think that Kelly Moscow is actually talking later. But it's well known that quantum computers will render some current cryptography, in particular RSA and current vulnerable in the future through future Shaw's algorithm, which was not being known. And of course, as has been elegantly pointed out by Kelly Moscow, in fact, although a large quantum computer capable of breaking RSA doesn't yet exist, if the security shelf life of your data that you're sending around at the moment is encrypted, if that security shelf life is very long, then you probably should be concerned now, because of course it may well be that people can intercept encrypted stuff now and decode it later. And so if you have long security shelf life, you should be concerned about that now, not just when quantum computer appears. Now, there are basically 2 approaches that are being developed, taking forward, if you like, security against the threat of a quantum computer. And those 2 directions are quantum communications technologies, which I'm going to focus on, but also new mathematical post-quantum cryptography is being developed, notably through the NIST process from my NIST in the US. And I think the perspective that we have, certainly in the UK national programme and in their hub, is that both of these 2 technologies, quantum communications, but also new mathematical crypto, should be combined to maximise the security in a future quantum-enabled world. Now, our work we see, security is clearly, somewhat sector agnostic, and it's relevant in very many sectors. So we consider our work to be relevant to defence, for finance, for ICT in general, or space, in finance industry, in medical applications. And so I think security underpins essentially all aspects of life in general, when public and personal life, commercial or government applications. And so we see security as being rather ubiquitous. But I think the important point to to note is that security requirements may well vary from sector to sector, from individual to company to government and so on. So in that case, the actual solutions that get delivered into those sectors may well vary, and they may well have different constraints and different concerns about the level of security that's acceptable. And one particular physical constraint that's quite obvious, one very important, is size, weight, and power. So clearly, there are applications in various sectors and in various technology applications where swap would be extremely important. So you might want very compact and rather low energy consuming security hardware, and that might be with small end-to-end devices, that might be with going in small or rather compact satellites and so on. And of course, there may well also be from sector-specific solutions. So there may well be specific applications, for example, relevant to finance and banking and other sectors. And I will stress, and I think this was mentioned in an earlier talk, and I'll come back to it very briefly as well, that standards and assurance are very important across all sectors. You need to know that the technology is doing what it says. Now, most of the work that we've done in the quantum communications hub in the first 8 years going on towards 10 years of the 2 phases of the UK National Programme has focused on quantum key distribution, because that is essentially the most advanced tool of quantum communication in terms of where it's progressed towards technology. Indeed, including by various forms of quantum key distribution technology from various vendors worldwide. So that's advanced quite significantly, and that's the main thing that we focused on, although I will mention very, very briefly one or two others in a few slides' time. But the important thing about quantum key distribution is that the quantum part of quantum key distribution is the distribution of the key by quantum units. And that key, once quantum signals have been distributed and the key has been distilled from those, then that key can be used in multiple conventional applications, whether it's printing data, or whether it's getting through a building, or whether it's transfer, or whatever. And there are many applications, of quantum keys. But the quantum part is the distribution of those keys. And of course, in general, in security, keys are consumable items, and some once you use them, you should delete them and not reuse them. And so you have to top up keys every so often, and that top up is also a quantum aspect of the technology. One important point to note, and this is one place where post-quantum mathematical crypto and quantum technology may well work together very well, is that quantum key distribution requires authentication, and that's to appreciate the key on some other means. And certainly in terms of dynamic networking, where users come and go, it's probably not really scalable to use prefab key between devices. So something like a PQC authentication mechanism would work very well with QKD system. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, at the minute, because we sought to provide, as I said, security technology applications across all sectors, then our approach in our hub at the minute is to actually consider quantum secure communications at all distance scales. So I'm going to start and go up here. And at the very smallest distances, so between a handheld device and either another handheld device or some device or something, then clearly flexibility would mean that you would want to do things over from space, and you only need to come into the distances. And in the hub, actually, even starting in 2014, we worked on very small devices, at least the transmitter side, that could actually fit on a mobile phone in the future. So you could have the Alice transmitter in a phone, and you could have some kind of receiver in the phone. So we call that consumer QKD, and we've developed that now to the point where we see lots of tech transfer. And I think it's worth noting on it that low flock is clearly very important for at least the transmitter side, if that's what's in the handheld device. And for putting stuff on the chip is clearly very desirable. And it was very pleasing to know that even during phase 1 of the hub, a spin out for one of our hub partners, the University of Bristol, with Ford and Tech, now a growing company with chip-based quantum communication devices. If we go up, this is this, and somewhere like the UK has a pretty good and well-established fibre network pretty much everywhere, and so fibre is the natural, fibre networking is the natural way to do quantum communications over intermediate distances, and indeed during phase one of the whole, we established the UK's first quantum network, which comprises a small quantum network around Cambridge, a small one around Bristol, a connection from Cambridge to British Telecom's R&D headquarters at the National Park near Ipswich, and we're borrowing the mix of the National Dark Fibre facility with the river networks in Cambridge and in Bristol. So we operated QKD for quantum networks and over the UK quantum network. And it's been very good to see that that work has already transferred. So, first of all, another aspect of the UK national programme is most of the technology hubs are significant industry-led projects funded by Innovate UK, and much of our work on fibre-based quantum networking transfers first into industry-led projects that were funded by Innovate UK as part of the UK national programme. But even further than that, now British Telecom and Toshiba have now got a trial commercial network operating trusted node QKD in the City of London with EY as trial customers. So it's been very good to see that work evolve from the test R&D network through to industry-led projects through now to genuine commercial trials. And another interesting point to note is that we've worked with other fibre networks, and at the moment we're pursuing with Network Rail in the UK the use of trackside fibre for QKD signals, because most railways in the UK have optical fibre running alongside it. So there's a very substantial network that's operated by Network Rail. So that's intermediate distances. If we go up yet again in distance scale, then having gone from free space and short distance to fibre-based and intermediate distances, we go back to free space at worldwide distances. Maybe if we want to get worldwide, then the use of satellite signals either from or to satellite quantum signals is the way to go in order to connect places on opposite sides of the world with quantum communications, because as we know, undersea fibres that contain built-in amplification cannot support quantum signals, so even if you can go in rather long distance operation, you've still got to grid range. We expect quantum repeaters and memories and things to develop further in the future, but at the minute the way to get the longest distance is through satellite links. And indeed in the UK there's quite a significant activity in our hub. We will be launching next year a small compact FinSat to test satellite around QKD, and we'll have lots of ground stations operating at Aerodrome in Scotland, near Harriet Watt University, one of our partners. But there are other missions going up as well from the UK. This is the ROCKS mission led by Crash Prospect, and SPEC visits with UK Singapore mission that will also be looking at CubeSat. So there's significant UK activity in CubeSat investigations into satellite quantum communications. And of course we know the Chinese have done some fantastic experiments already demonstrating that at least in principle this is possible with their Messias satellite launch a few years back then. There are other worldwide projects going on that we hope to collaborate with, such as the Canadian TSAT mission. They will also be launched satellite. We hope to collaborate as well ongoing with them. So that kind of covers the whole spectrum of QKD work that we're undertaking in the hub at the minute. I would just like to point out now very briefly that we do have other activities going on in our hub, which are not just QKD focused. So let me just mention a few of those. The first one is that we have significant work now going on in developing specific sources and detectors for quantum communications. So if you like, we're hoping to grow the supply chain that exists to support quantum communications and indeed quantum sensing and other aspects that use photonic sources and detectors in the UK. So we're developing sources and detectors. We're also developing and working on quite a number of new protocols besides just conventional QKD, so things to do with signatures, but also things to do with quantum protocols. Bring in also the constraint about the finite speed of light, bring in special relativity as well as the irreversibility of quantum measurements to underpin them. So there are plenty of other protocols in the pipeline that are more at the R&D stage at the minute, but in the end, we expect applications other than just key distribution to be served by quantum communications. I mentioned standards already, as they've been mentioned before. In the UK, the National Physical Laboratory, one of our partners, is very much the keeper of quantum standards, and they do a great deal of work on that. So we've traditionally been contributing to EXI over quite a number of years, as EXI was one of the pioneering standards bodies with quantum key distribution standards work that's been going on for many years at EXI, but now I think many other standards bodies worldwide are picking up on that. So we're well integrated into contributing to quantum standards. And we're also looking at combining PQC and QKD, so we're well aware of the outcomes of this process. We have had partners that actually work to combine these two technologies together. We've worked on random numbers, so in phase 1 we developed assurance methods for device-dependent random number generators, quantum random number generators, and that's transferred now to a large Innovate UK project as part of the national programme led by MPL, containing many vendors. And so at the minute, the random number generators that you can buy are device dependent, so you have to devise bespoke tests in order to assure that they are indeed working in a quantum way, whereas in the future, of course, independent. Well, not only random number generators, but quantum communications technologies as well, where you can effectively ensure the devices by measuring the outputs and confirming the violation of value quality. So then the tests become device independent rather than remain device dependent. So we've done significant work on that. And in terms of technology assurance, it's interesting to note that the National Cybersecurity Centre has actually, if you like, changed the way in which they do technology assurance. So they now have the principles that technologies have to obey. So we're currently studying those with respect to their implications for, in particular, quantum security. Finally, just to show you, every hub in the UK will show you a slide like this of all of their partners. So, typically a hub is 10 or more universities distributed across the UK, companies, national laboratories, and so on. So, this is the slide of all our collaborators during phase 1 and phase 2 that comprise the Quantum Communications Hub. And so I'd like to thank all of them with all contributing to the work of the my final slide is just to give people a few links if they want to follow up. And in particular, I would note that a couple of weeks back we had the budget in the UK where the future finances of the UK are announced by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. We had very good news in the quantum world in that there was a sizable, very sizable commitment of £2.5 billion to be spent in the quantum technology arena for the next 10 years, starting at the end of next year, at the end of 2024. And in conjunction with that commitment of funding, the latest version of the UK National Quantum Strategy was published by the UK government, so you can find that on the UK government website, which basically says what they wish to do at a high level over the next 10 years of research. So with that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Spiller, for taking out time for our conclave, and have a good night. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. And now our next keynote speaker is Mr. Abdul Qayyum, DDG 6G at TEC. He is an Indian Telecom Service Officer of 1992 batch, leading the standardization activities on quantum technologies in Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications. Under his leadership, TEC has released standards on quantum key distribution system and quantum safe cryptography systems. He is a member of task forces constituted on 6G and quantum communication technologies in Department of Telecommunications, and also chairs National Working Group 12, taking Indian contributions at the ITU. Shri Abdul Qayyum ji.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Post-lunch session and quantum, you know. I can see, but I thank the delegates, speakers, that they actually came. We were really very fearful, you know, organizing a high decibel event where minister is available. And this was the first conclave, and we were really very fearful how many people will be coming. But what we saw that whatever number you find here inside the room, the same number were outside the, you know. And actually we tried to make as less inconvenience as possible. We tried to call the people also, but many people did not respond. So actually this we could not really get the right number, how many people will be actually attending this event. So sorry for some inconvenience that you faced. Since the morning, it's very small. Okay, so since the morning you have heard many learned speakers talking about different technologies, isn't it? So, but what we find, there is not, a large adoption of these products. So, is it not required, or is there any other challenge to it? So I have, in the last 1 year, I have been traveling to many universities, research institutions, and manufacturing companies. So what I found that they are making a lot of efforts, but there is a lot of missing linkages. There is not hand holding right from, let's say, from research institutes, it should go to the industry, and from the industry, there should be adoption by the buyers. So what is that gap? Actually, that we, as our colleague Kishore Babu explained, that in the last 1 year we had a lot of brainstorming, that if we want to take a leadership position in quantum technology, then we should fill those dots. Next slide, please. So we found that there is a trust gap. One question when I was discussing with some buyers, they say whether the product is quantum. So it is a very difficult question. Who can answer this to a normal buyer? If let's say a bank institute, banking, they want to introduce QRNG, or they want to introduce QKD system or PQC. But it is really very difficult for them to distinguish it from any other electronic equipment. It looks similar, and you can't see the quantum. So we found that unless we do something to bridge this gap, the wide adoption will not take place. So that is why this is the first outreach program where you find people from research institution, from industry, from the buyer. You can see many delegates from defense, bank, telecom service provider, from all spectrum you will find here. It is, we thought that unless we all sit together and understand what we need and what should be each other's role so that a wide adoption of this technology can take place. So here we find that compliance and certification is the thing that can increase wide adoption of the technology. So taking cue from here, next slide please. Oh, nice. Yeah, so here at Telecom Engineering Center, what we do, we have external and internal stakeholders. We discuss with university, research institution, development centers, industry, government, and users, and try to find out what they want and what they have to offer. For example, university may be having some new protocols, but if that protocol has to go into product, it has to get standardized. Unless that is standardized, wide adoption of those things will not take place. So, and whatever we understand from our internal stakeholder, that we take to the different external stakeholder, for example, ITU, IEEE, we contribute there whatever we learn from our internal stakeholders. In the process, as you can see, we took the first document, that is the national standard on quantum key distribution. This we got released by our Honorable Minister in October last year. And since then we are working on how to test against this standard. And during those process we realized that really we have a lot of knowledge gaps. What I'm trying to say, you have ITC standard, you have ITU standard, you have IEEE standards, but when it comes, how are we going to test on a product that is not written anywhere? So with the help of our industry, academia, we came out with the document that was released today, that is the test guide for quantum key distribution. Similarly, we are also getting input from the industry that we do not have any reliable national standard which we can follow for testing post-quantum cryptographic system. There are at least 23 companies in India who are having some kind of one of these products. But they when they were reaching to the customer, they were saying, okay, how do I believe on your product? So we came with the standards, and now you can see that this year we started testing with conformity assessment of products developed by QNU Lab and CDOT. Both are in the testing process. The CDOT product, that secured BC, we just tested recently. These are the national standards, international standard on, mostly they are on quantum key distribution. But everything is not covered. What I am mentioning here, it is a very few. If you see in any other communication area, you will find large number of standards. So these are the area where we find that there are no standards. So now I call upon the delegates to come forward, engage with Telecom Engineering Center, so that we take a lead in coming with new standards initially at national level, and then we can take it to the international level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now I would request Dr. Bruno Hattner, who is here with us, to deliver his keynote address. He's Director of Strategic Quantum Initiatives at ID Quantique, Geneva, Switzerland. Dr. Hattner has extensive experience in the field of quantum technologies, particularly in the areas of quantum cryptography and quantum key distribution. He has authored numerous scientific publications on these topics and has presented his research at various international conferences and workshops. In addition, he is a co-chairman of the Quantum Safe Working Group organized by the Cloud Security Alliance, where he works to develop quantum safe security solutions for cloud computing and other applications. Dr. Bruno Hattner.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. I have to admit we didn't know that quantum was so active in India, and it was a great pleasure to see that. Not only a great pleasure, actually, we also saw many competitors. As you know, we are a company, so seeing so many competitors is not so good. But I think we are still at a stage where we are all happy to work together to build a market. So we are not at the point where the market is well defined and we have to fight so much. So I think what we need now is to define the standards to make sure we can work together to build the market, to find customers for QKD and quantum technology, quantum communication as a whole. And I think this conference is a good way forward to do that, and that's really why I'm happy to be here. So, how does it work? This way? Green. No, this one? Ah, green, yeah, okay. Yeah, with all, I'm colorblind, so for me green or the red is exactly the same. You heard a lot already about quantum key distribution, quantum networks, especially by previous speakers and by Tim Spiller as well. So I will simply give you our understanding of what is quantum communication, how we go from today's technology to tomorrow and so on. The first thing is we need to start from basics. And the basic is really that quantum technology is a new paradigm for information processing. So let me just spend a few minutes on this one because I think it's important to understand that. In classical computation, you're working with bits, zeros and ones. And these bits are actually not something which are totally, there are physical things. And here I put a representation with this double well, and we put the bits as marbles into this well. So that's very simple. And basically what is strange is that a standard computer is only playing with that. You have many of these double wells, many marbles, and you can move marbles from one to the other. And if you do that, you realize you can do basically any kind of computing you're doing with a classical computer. There is nothing more than this to do classical computation. When we go to qubits, basically these bits are transformed into qubits, which are coherent superposition of these two zeros and ones. So basically, instead of having a marble in one of the holes, you can have a marble which somehow is delocalized over the two holes, okay? And you can even build different coherent superpositions of these marbles. And here I put two of them. One is a symmetric, one is an antisymmetric. If you've done some quantum, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But you can build many of these coherent superpositions. And then you start to do computation with these things. This changes completely the way we see things. How can we use the qubits? The strange thing is that even with one qubit, you already have something which is totally strange, which you cannot get classically, and this is a random number generator. If you generate a qubit in a coherent superposition, like I did here, quantum mechanics is telling us there is absolutely no way you know which way it will be measured. When you measure your qubit, which is a coherent superposition of 0 and 1, it can become a 0 or it could become a 1, and you don't know at all what will happen. There is no way you can predict. That's how you generate, or one way of generating, these random numbers. You can go a bit further and use this qubit to secure communication. If you do that, it's still very simple. You know, we are simple people. We play with single qubits one at a time. So you generate a qubit, but here you make it in 3 possible combinations, okay, as I showed on my graph here. And then the quantum no-cloning theorem is telling you that you cannot duplicate the qubit. It means that if you tell somebody, I prepared one of these 3, but I don't tell you what it is, this person, the bad person, Eve, will not be able to find out, will not be able to duplicate due to no-cloning theorem. And that's the start of quantum key distribution. Basically, it's everything you need to know about quantum to understand quantum key distribution. If we go a bit further, we can take 2 qubits together, for example, and generate entangled states, and we will go towards quantum networks. I will explain a bit. And if you go to many qubits, then you go towards a quantum computer. And the quantum computer is basically a new kind of computing machine which can do some of the computation exponentially faster. I'm not going to spend time on that because there have been already talks and there will be others. So we will now focus on quantum communication. Today, quantum communication is really done with single qubits at a time. We play with them and we do a few things. We start with point-to-point QKD and we will go further. Just for the people in the audience who may not really know what we are talking about, I wanted to give you an idea of what is a qubit in terms of photons. So when you see something with your eyes, you receive 1 billion photons per second. Okay, that's the minimum in order to see something. When you want to deal with single photon, a single photon is the light of a candle, which is about 60 kilometers away. Not in Delhi, obviously. In Delhi, it would be probably a bit closer because of the pollution, unfortunately. But you have an idea of the very, very large difference between quantum and non-quantum. It's not like a little bit weaker. It is much, much weaker. And that's why it's not so easy to build a quantum system, to build QKD. Again, you have seen many instances of QKD, so let me be brief about that. Basically, QKD is a way to distribute the photon, measure them, process them, and so on, in such a way that you can be sure that no eavesdropper was there. And at the end of the process, the two users, Alice and Bob, share a key which is proven secret. What's interesting then is that with this key, you can provide security. And the easiest way is simply to add this key to your existing infrastructure. Here, I give you an example with data center communication between a data center and a backup. You already have your encryption system, obviously, with standard classical keys. You can distribute them by RSA today. You will distribute them by post-quantum tomorrow, and so on and so forth. But in any case, if you want higher security, you add a layer of quantum, which means that you add the key, your key which was distributed by quantum, and I think that's important. It was, again, specified by Professor Spiller. It's not a quantum key distribution. It's not a quantum key distribution, sorry. It's a quantum key distribution. What is quantum is a distribution. The key itself is classical, basically. Okay, so here what you do is you generate your key and you input it into your standard system. And this way you improve the security. And of course, the problem was a few years ago to find companies who would accept these keys and integrate them into their systems. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel and build a whole new structure. What we wanted is that people making these encryptors, people making this HSM, hardware security module, or whatever tools they were using for security would accept the keys. What has changed over the last few years is that there are now many, many companies, and a few of them are there. And again, thanks to standardization, we can now insert our key in the system in a totally standard way. So if today you're a manufacturer of, for example, an encryptor, you simply add the ETSI 14 API, and therefore you can then add your quantum, your keys distributed by quantum. Okay? So that's very simple, and you can easily add these keys. Unfortunately, there are limitations. I'm not going to go through all of that because the talk should be short somehow. So because of the main limitation is distance, in order to go longer distances, you need to start building networks. I cannot have a link between Alice and Bob, which is too long. We can do today 100, 150 kilometers. But above that, we need to build a network with this trusted node, which we discussed already. And from this, we give the key distribution over longer distances and over much more complex topologies. You build a network, and from this network, you can then distribute keys the way you want. Here I give you a brief example of how we do that. So the lowest layer is the QKD layers, and you see each QKD system is basically linking one Alice to one Bob, and then you have places, the trusted node, the so-called trusted node, where you have many of these Alices and Bobs, and all the keys arrive to these nodes. In order to transmit a key from one end of the network to the other, you go to the layer above, which is called the KMS, Key Management System. And now, if you want to distribute a key from one end to the other, you will use this key management system. You can, for example, create a key at user 1, send it to the key management, and the key management will use the QKD keys to make sure that the key will go from one node to the other, being encrypted by QKD all the way to the end node in a secure way. So you see, you can go from single point to to a much larger network, and instead of having to secure the whole network, you have to secure this single point in the network, which are called trusted nodes. We do that at ID Quantique with our own system. We have two types of system. One is for the backbone, for the main part of the network, we call it the claves, and for the edge part of the network, you have a system which has slightly less performance in terms of dynamic range, and it's called the Cerberus. So now, with this kind of systems, you can basically build a whole network, putting the right elements together, and build with these trusted nodes. And we also have the key management system, the above layer, which is already included with the systems. So you see, today, we go from single point to point to a real network with these trusted nodes. This one I can be very brief because my colleague will speak about that tomorrow, I think. So we implemented that already in Korea, and this is, I think, one of the largest projects which is in the world. There are other projects implemented exactly the same idea in Europe, the Euro QCI initiative, for example. And here the plan is to build a whole pan-European quantum network, which will also include satellites, as we've seen before. And you all know about the big Chinese network, which has been built several years ago already, and which covers something several thousand kilometers. So you see, we have already gone a long way from our simple point-to-point Alice to Bob 100 kilometer to something much more serious. The remaining problem with this is that you got these trusted nodes where the keys will appear because they are classical keys again. So one way to get rid of that is to go to quantum networks. In quantum networks, you generate a quantum state and you want to bring this quantum state all the way to the other end of the network. But now you keep it quantum. I'm not going to discuss all that in details, but I want to give you one of the possible building blocks of a quantum network. It's not the only one, there have been other suggestions, but I think this one is interesting because it looks similar to what is classical as well. So it's based on entangled state and Bell measurement. The only thing you need is to generate an entangled state, and then you take your state you want to transfer, you make a Bell measurement, and once you do the Bell measurement, when you apply a rotation to the other state of the entangled state, you generate again the same state you had initially. Okay? This is really quantum teleportation. So with this basic building block, you see that I can take a state psi, use this entangled state which can be distributed over some distance, and bring it to another state. And of course, then I can do it again and again, and therefore this way I can really build any kind of quantum network. Now, if we look at what is needed here, entangled state, we know how to do them. Bell measurement, we know how to do them, only if we know that the two states arrive together in the measurement. So that's the main difficulty, is that if you generate two quantum states, how do you bring them together at the same time? And that's why you need quantum memories. And that's probably the single thing which we still don't have. I mean, I was happy to learn that one company has already this kind of quantum memories, but I don't think we can buy them today, really. And then you use teleportation, which we also know how to do. So you see, we are not far from these small networks, trusted nodes, and building a real quantum network with no trust. We only need really a quantum memory to build the building block, and the rest is engineering. They say the same about the quantum computer. It's engineering now, but it can take still a while to get finished. But still, the idea is there. And once you got this perfect building block, you can go towards a quantum internet, which is simply a repetition of these things around the world. And hopefully at some stage we will have a worldwide quantum infrastructure which will do whatever we want, basically distributing quantum states from one point to another. And we are still not totally sure of how it will be used, but I think nobody knew how the internet would be used before we built it. So I think that's not a major problem. One last thing I wanted to say about the quantum internet, because I think many people let's say, are not very precise about that. As I showed before, in order to do this quantum repeater or this, this building block, you absolutely need classical communication. You need communication in order to build a quantum internet, classical communication. So quantum internet will never replace what we have. It will be another structure which will allow you to distribute quantum states. But in order to do that, you also need a regular classical internet. So it's not a replacement, it's an addition. I think that's important to remember that, because some people have been talking about replacing the classical internet by a quantum internet. Of course, it's not at all the case. So basically, as a summary, really is, I would say quantum era is coming, and we need to revamp all our network security. And in order to do that, quantum communication is really required to provide quantum safe security. And we should start today with what we have, quantum key distribution and QKD network. And I showed you that within the near future, we'll have quantum networks, and we will have, I hope, the quantum internet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director of the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Bangalore, to kindly present memento to the chair. Chairing the session was Shri YGSC Kishore Babu. And now I request Shri Babu to present mementos to our panel. Shri Nagendra Nagaraj. Shri Abdul Qayyum. And Dr. Bruno Hatna. Thank you so much. We can have a group photograph if you just step forward here. Yes. We are now not breaking for tea, so I request all of you to kindly be seated. We'll be having 2 more presentations. So please, the tea will be served afterwards. Please keep sitting. Thank you so much. Professor Michel Mosca is the co-founder of the Institute for Quantum Computing at the University of Waterloo, Canada, and a founding member of Waterloo's Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics. He is also the co-founder and CEO of quantum safe cybersecurity company Evolution Q, and co-founder of the quantum software and applications company Software Q. He serves as chair of the board of Quantum Industry Canada. He also co-founded the not-for-profit Quantum Safe Canada and the ETSI IQC workshop series in quantum safe cryptography, and is globally recognized for his drive to help academia, industry, and government prepare our cyber systems to be safe in an era with quantum computers. We have him online with us, Professor Michel Mosca.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all. Sorry I can't be there in person. It looks like an absolutely wonderful event. And I'll quickly walk through my remarks so we can get to tea as soon as possible. And there was a great opportunity for greater prosperity and a more resilient society in the quantum era, and I'm excited to see so many of you working so hard to make that happen. So I'm going to walk through some of the elements of this vision. So first of all, right now, cybersecurity is already well recognized to be on the top 10 list of major global risks and to remain on the top 10 list. And I think, depending on the proactive, we're not innocent bystanders. We could try to take it off the top 10 list, or it could really leap to the top of the top 10 list, depending on what we do as a society in the next few years. Why is that? Well, first of all, how does the current economy work? I was, in the last few decades, been completely dependent on digital platforms. And how is that even possible? How can we put our most precious assets and even connected devices now? How can that even work when we're relying on untrusted infrastructure to make those things work, to do our business? Of course, it's cryptography, right? For example, if you want to send a secure message, you somehow get an encryption key, use it to encrypt, and only the intended participants can decrypt it, right? There's a lot of elements there. You need, first of all, the encryption to protect confidentiality, if you want the confidentiality. You need to know who you're talking to. You need to know the information hasn't changed. And if you want to do symmetric key encryption, well, how are you going to establish those keys? So these are three of the most important tools that we now depend on massively, much more than we did in the 1990s, or 20 years ago. Everything pretty much depends on it. The confidentiality, integrity, availability, not just the availability of the information, but even of the systems and the connected devices. And on the right, you have these three platforms. You have cloud computing, neuromorphic computing, supercomputing, and so on. These three things that we use today are currently secure against the best known attacks that these amazing computing platforms enable. Yet along comes quantum, and it changes everything. Right? As Bruno and others have pointed out, we're talking about exponential power, not for everything, but for certain specific tasks. So how will that affect information security? Right? Well, the way it affects it is it fundamentally crushes the public key methods we rely on today. So for all the happy quantum we're all excited about it, for those possibilities to really make the world a better, more prosperous place, we must first and foremost protect our digital platforms against the attacks they enable. These are some of the key areas where we currently believe, we're currently exploring quantum advantage, the opportunity to create more value and wealth with better design of materials, optimization, better sensors, and so on. When we look back decades from now, I'm sure most of the wealth creation impact will be innovations we haven't thought of yet. So with something that is so disruptive, that could in 1993 have no impact on cryptography, and in 1994 completely crush the most widely deployed public key methods, you have to be ready. Right? Disruptive technology is great for the ones doing the disruption. It doesn't feel so great for those being disrupted. You wouldn't want a significant fraction of India's economy to be undermined by an advance that you're not a part of. So it's important, of course, to understand the technologies, understand how they impact your company, your sector, the key parts of your economy, come up with a plan to benefit from them, right? And that is not a spectator sport. A lot of people, most people are still spectators. They're sitting back saying, well, tell me how quantum computing will revolutionize my enterprise, and then come talk to me, and then I'll listen. Of course, by then it's too late. It's like publishing companies in the 90s waiting for someone else to tell them how the internet will impact their business. They're not going to share that. IP will going to be disrupted, obviously. But before we can benefit from all of that, you have to have a plan to mitigate any implicit threats. As already mentioned, we will break the current tools, so what are we going to do about it? Now, the very concrete doing is kind of almost the easy part. I don't want to say it's easy, but it's the easier part. It's most of the work will be in planning for that migration. Right? Uploading new software at the very, very end is, I'm not saying that's easy, but that's not the hardest part. It's not what's going to take the most time. So we have to do all that planning. And again, what is the impact? When people say, like, what does a quantum attack feel like? It's, you don't get attacked by the vulnerability. You get attacked by a criminal business activity, right, or a state-sponsored activity that exploits the vulnerability. So quantum will exacerbate all of the existing ways that we're being hurt, that hospitals are being shut down, that wealth is just being transferred at this unprecedented scales, right, to criminals. That will just exacerbate this. What will be the criminal activities 5, 10 years from now is very unpredictable. But whatever you can imagine, it'll probably be worse. If you just look at how history has unfolded in the last few years. So these are things we're used to. This gets a visceral response from the board. Vulnerabilities, not so much. They just hear these technical people saying, blah, 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 we gotta fix these things. But this is what enables all those vulnerabilities. And not all vulnerabilities are the same. Some are very localized, random, stochastic, and fixable within a few minutes, a few days, and so on. Others are systemic. They'll take years to fix, right, and could be unrecoverable events for the entire society. And the most systemic vulnerability you can imagine is that the fundamental design, the fundamental algorithmics, fundamental building blocks are fundamentally broken. So there's no quick fix. Right? It generally takes decades to fix these foundations. So we definitely want to avoid that. Where do we need to start? I've been asked this. In other words, can I put this off till retirement? Well, the answer is really no nowadays. Sorry, this graphic is disturbed a bit, but it really depends on 3 factors when you're doing your analysis. What is the shelf life of the information you're protecting? How long will it take you to migrate to tools that are resilient to these future attacks? And they get that far into the future, I'll discuss it briefly. At least potentially not that far. And then what is the collapse time Z? Or these quantum-enabled attacks, these vulnerabilities become something adversaries can use. And for the next Y years, that migration time you're sending your critical IP, right, your trade secrets, your national secrets, using quantum vulnerable tools. Say, you're supposed to have X years of confidentiality, but if X plus Y is greater than Z, right, those attacks become real before they're supposed to. Before that information is now vulnerable. Information that could have been recorded by adversaries is now able to be encrypted and exploited. So this is sort of one of the key elements of quantum risk management. So what does that journey look like? Again, 10 years ago, people said, I need to do something. They really wouldn't know where to start. But now you don't have to worry about being first. A lot of people all around the world have been looking at this and doing things. And fortunately, they're sharing their best practices with others. So you can hit the ground running much faster. And this is a group convened under the Canadian Forum for Digital Infrastructure Resilience. And we continue to keep adding to these best practices, and we welcome any input, any findings you have. But this is what we've distilled from activities all around the world, including our own trials and pilots and so on. Basically, hopefully we've already started in 2021 with the preparation, the discovery of the kind of tools and systems you use, your processes, and you finally do an assessment analysis, which you really want to be completed before the end of 2024. Because after that, things will really accelerate on the solution side. And you kind of have to know, when the start gun goes off, you really need to know where you're going. So it's really important to have that initial analysis and roadmap. It's preliminary, at least a decent layout. You can pivot as things go on, but you kind of have to have a rough idea of where you're going and how you're getting there. by the end of 2024. That's what we recommend. And then you can move into the more, engaging more actively with vendors. Of course, the kind of stuff that is already part of the preparation phase, but you can really start moving toward the migration with these vendors that we've already kind of been exploring in the preparation phases, right? And you can start the migrations and you can think about validation and so on. In some cases, just mitigate things, right? You buy insurance, you just say, well, we're going to deprecate that system, we're going to self-insure, whatever the case may be. What is the risk? Well, we've asked 40 of the world's top leaders who understand, who are making this happen, who understand the challenges, who are not in the business of selling, solutions to quantum safe solutions, who are trying to build quantum computers, use quantum computers. We asked them, what is the likelihood of these quantum attacks on RSA 2048 being real in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? And we averaged, the report gives the methodology, but we averaged their responses and produced a range, depending on, because we asked them, is it 5 to 30%? So depending on whether we took the 5% figure or 30% figure, the averages ranges, even in 5 years, it's averaged out to somewhere between 1 and 6%, which is a bit uneasy for a very, very critical system. You wouldn't go to your board of directors and say, don't worry, there's only a 5% chance that everything will collapse and we're not doing anything about it. Right? And of course, in 10 years, the risk is very, very significant. And I don't even talk much about 15 or 20 years, because then it's far beyond any reasonable risk tolerance. And if this report gives much more information, if you really want to understand how urgent is this. But really, the X plus Y Z phenomena, the equation, at this point, really requires action by any serious organization. And a really important new tool to bring to the mix, because we can't just recreate the status quo, right? We can't just deploy these beautiful post-quantum solutions, which could yet again be broken. And Shor broke them, crushed them in 1994 with quantum attacks. 2 of the shortlist of candidates were broken very badly, right, just a few months ago. So that could happen again. We were just lucky in those cases that quantum computers didn't exist yet in Shor's case, and that these solutions hadn't been standardized and deployed. But we might not be so lucky next time. So it's wonderful to have that this quantum technology also gives us a new opportunity to not rely on computational assumptions for key establishment. And we've heard from several of the world's thought leaders today during this workshop. And I'm very pleased to see the world is moving away from this almost parochial this mindset of, well, which one is it, which one's better? They're complementary. And I think the mindset now, the language you're hearing more and more is, they're very complementary and they can work very well together. Okay, so you definitely, the ease of deployability of public key algorithms is wonderful. We want to take advantage of the fact that it can very easily reach many endpoints and doesn't require a separate infrastructure. On the other hand, you're relying on this computational assumption that leaves us a very systemic risk. And there's talk of standards today, absolutely important. There's ongoing work to develop standards and certification for these tools, but there's much more work to be done. So it's exciting to see keen interest from our colleagues and friends in India to be a part of this global exercise. And in conclusion, to wrap up, in order to really fundamental recipe for maximizing your ROI on quantum innovation, it really is important to have quantum readiness requirements. Government's role is, it really should be asking in an appropriate way, key elements of the economy, what's the quantum plan here? How do we know we're not going to be disrupted in a very negative way? How can we actually be the positive, the beneficiaries of the disruption, leverage the best practices around the world, and contribute some back? Support the vendor ecosystem you're going to use, you're going to rely on. If you use them, reduce them. Start testing solutions in real world scenarios. And this requires collaboration with trusted countries and other entities around the world, because we want a strong quantum safe market here. And so test the solutions already. So you can be ready to deploy that in large-scale production systems when you need it, and deploy, of course, when the risk equation tells you you should. And this is, again, the ecosystem has grown, it continues to grow. You have to really start engaging with all the parties you're going to have to interoperate with, including third parties, and so on, to identify the challenges in advance so we can tackle them together in time. So thanks so much for your attention. Delighted to take any questions. Well, now, if there's time or the opportunity, otherwise, please don't hesitate to reach out to me by email.
Thank you so much, Professor Mosca. We really appreciate your invaluable inputs. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to call for the next keynote address, Shri Pradeep Kumar, Director and Co-founder of Qubit Labs, a startup offering complex products and solutions encompassing the latest and emerging technologies in the area of quantum and emerging protocols. He's a graduate from IIT Kanpur with more than 20 years of industrial exposure in various emerging technologies like computer vision, machine learning, image processing, and predictive analysis. Shri Pradeep Kumarji.
So good afternoon, everyone. So half of the house is already empty, but I think my job should be to make you all guys occupied. I think that will be good enough for the time being. We have seen lots of sessions since morning, so all of these sessions have been highly dominated by deep technical conversations. So I would try to keep a distance from that, so that because I believe that you guys are already very smart and intelligent, so I don't think that I can, offer anything in terms of teaching. But yes, fortunately, my session is more of building ecosystems for quantum technologies. So this should be more of a discussion rather than sharing information from one side. So I would request all of you, just give me 5-7 minutes. Trust me, I will be keeping very, very brief, because my teacher taught me a long time back, be precise and to the point, otherwise marks will be deducted. And I don't want my marks to be deducted over here. Thank you. I think this is, yeah. So just to start with, Qubit Labs is R&D company opened by IIT alumni, myself and one more colleague of mine who is from IIT Delhi. So more than 2 decades of experience we do have. We had offered lots of complex solutions in defense, telecom, and then recently we did first project in 2018 with Oxford University, wherein we did AWG for quantum technologies, and we were able to simulate qubits. And there we decided that yes, quantum is very passionate, and I think we all started believing in quantum technologies. So in 2020, we opened a different organization with the name of Qubit Labs. So that's how Qubit Labs was formed. We have got strong expertise in working on different protocols like 5G, Wi-Fi 6, PCI Gen 6, USB, 4 gig Ethernet. So I don't think that these topics are much relevant, so I will just give a pass to these. And we have offered couple of offerings in quantum technologies. One is quantum computing, wherein we have supported global technology players, wherein we have supported them on AI/ML applications, then quantum computing software applications, and in quantum cryptography, as everybody knows, there are only 3 buzzwords. One is QKD, QRNG, and PQC. So fortunately, we have also worked in all these 3 areas. And then coming to the quantum computers, so as we know that quantum computers is a big thing. So, I mean, it requires, when I say big thing, it requires lots of huge investments. And we have worked as a vendor to these players, global players, wherein we had worked on quantum control systems, QFAC, and quantum simulators. So, yeah. So there are a couple of slides I had made, but unfortunately, there has been lots of technical sessions, and it's very hard for me to now repeat all those things. So just to give you a quick recap, I mean, so quantum technologies, quantum supremacy is expected to benefit in almost in every technologies. So if we say in layman's term, so over the last 2 decades, we all, I mean, at a global level, we all have been trying hard for higher speed and more secure. So if we see, all our phones have been updated in the names of offering better speed and better security, be it Apple or be it any phone. So when we realize that quantum technologies, they will be providing better security and better speed, so you can very well imagine that they would be able to replace almost all the applications and technologies in the coming days. So this is again just to show a value chain where components, technologies, and then quantum hardware, I mean, what are the services which are being offered. So as I think there has been lots of session on cryogenic, micro and nanofabs, and photonics. So I would just pass it on this slide. This is another global landscape where major players and their segmented portfolio has been shown. So due to time constraint, I will just pause for 5 seconds and then move on. There is a specific reason I'm showing these slides. Then this is another landscape we can see. And this is more of a offerings, by offering wise, the whole, the global landscape. So why did I show all these slides? I mean, any help from your side I can see? I mean, any one of you remember the name of Indian companies in the previous global landscape? Unfortunately, no. Either no or very less. So what are the reasons behind it? So, I mean, it is again my individual perception. Please don't generalize. I mean, I have nothing to generalize. It's just my individual perception. So I think the basic reason why the name of Indian companies has been missing in the global landscape, it's mainly that our culture, it has been lack of research environment. If we see in the last 3-4 decades, unfortunately, we have not been able to come up even a single product. Maybe it's in our culture, probably it has to be changed, or maybe it's too much at times because in terms of investment. Lack of hardware systems, I mean, if you realize or if you can recall, I mean, in the whole 2-3 decades, we were unable to make even a small component in the computer industry. I mean, China had been able to do so, but very few countries were able to do so. Limited funds in R&D, this has been the major challenge for countries like India, not only in India, but also other developing nations. And low priority in technology. So if we see our history, I think we have not been investing in technology, maybe because of fear, or maybe because of the lack of patience, or maybe people are scared to fail. Because the reason why I'm making such a statement, even the people who are having millions and billions of dollars, like Reliance, Adani, or any group, unfortunately, none of them has invested in research and technologies. Very rarely they do so, primarily, majorly copying or buying the technology from outside. So the reason is that no one is willing to develop technologies in India. I think this is the primary reason that our
talented workforce, they are compelled to work for outside organizations to keep themselves updated. So what is it now? I mean, is it like quantum is very expensive and I mean, we have not been able to do so we should just drop down? We should just do nothing? No. I think there are lots of positive things about India and about our country, which can be considered as conducive, and we can definitely make our mark in the market. Like in the IT industry, we had done it previously, I mean earlier also. So what are the positive things about our country at this point of time if we see from a quantum point of view? So favorable large demographic population. So we have the best demographic population, which is like, I mean, the engineers and the youngsters who are coming up with the, we have got a very good repo. And I mean, fortunately, we don't have a repo of stealing someone else's technology. Though we were not able to develop much of the technologies, but still we are not labeled as a, the stealing technology or misusing or, so it is good thing for us. That's the reason that we are able to have good friendly relationships with US, UK and Europe and Japan. So now what is it which can be done? Yes. So there are some good things also. One is, if we see the sector-wise companies, I mean, this is the sector-wise split. And I mean, the estimated number of, estimation of global number of jobs creations in the coming years, it will go up to somewhere around 580,000. So this is where we can contribute, not only contribute, but we can also become leader. So, I mean, as an old saying, we can always ride on our strengths rather than looking on our weaknesses. Just the last slide, please bear with me. So what is the way forward? So these are just some of the points which I would like to mention here. I think we all need to think. I mean, it's not like, I mean, I can say something which has to be, I mean, considered as correct. Skilled manpower, this is one area where we can focus heavily, and we can emerge, and we can make our mark across the globe. Proven record in IT and semiconductor, we had done it earlier, so this is not something which is, impossible task for us considering our workforce. So prepare ourselves with quantum engineering workforce, so which requires not only from an education or academia point of view, but also to have an infrastructure ecosystem which provides the new workforce to have exposure in terms of real-time exposure or working on the quantum computers. The second is political thrust and support. So, I mean, just to share my opinion, I mean, since morning I have heard lots of presentations. I mean, in this room, when you hear so many presentations, you feel that, yes, lots of quantum thing is happening in India. But when you go and read outside a newspaper or something, you don't find India. I mean, yes, there are some people, some labs where lots of quantum work is shown. But are we really significant if we see the global landscape? Not even a single company can find a place in the global landscape. Is it so tough? This is something which we have to think. Quantum technologies is something which requires huge investment. That's where I think we do request our political leaders. So it's not important to have the quantum mission in paper, but it's equally important to have quantum mission movement. So this has to move on. I mean, definitely I heard that some revision is to be made, but yes, I mean, it has to be put up on the priority. The quantum, if we have to do something, definitely we need to have priority investment in quantum. Yes, it requires 100 crores minimum to start with something. But so what? If we have to do something in technology, if we are looking forward for the future of our new generation, yes, we have to spend. We have to invest at this point of time, before it's too late. Other thing is quantum hardware. Yes, we have to, I think we should definitely think about making our own quantum hardware. Yes, it will require investment. It will require investment in terms of money, in terms of time. But yes, I mean, patience is the key to success. Today we start, definitely we will have something in our hand, which is completely indigenized, completely Indian. This is what we need. We can definitely have some collaborations because we do have a good rapport and relationship with our developed nations. We can have some quantum computer, probably that can give us exposure, but in parallel, we do have to make and develop a our own computer. It can be less qubit based. I mean, I heard that Google is coming up with 72, or some Microsoft is also, or some other Rigetti or D-Wave. These all people are coming up with lots of qubits. But yes, we can have less qubits, but at least it will be our own. I mean, I think it's the high time we need to think. Yes, we need something of our own. Before it's too late, then there is no point of being a crying baby and then just cribbing. It's right time. We have to invest. We have to have a will to become something in quantum. The other part is we can always provide a funding and research environment. It has been lacking since long. In defense, we have seen lots of movement happening. There are lots of schemes which are coming up, like TDFS, Technology Development Fund Scheme, IDEX, which are promoting startups for developing their technologies. In the same way, we can have some specialized groups for quantum, wherein we can invite startups. But again, we have to think properly that quantum startups, they would require lots of money. It cannot happen something in 1 or 2 crore. It will definitely require minimum of 20-50 crores. That's it from my side. I apologize if I said anything wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I request Dr. Brajesh Mishra to kindly present memento to Shri Pradeep Kumar. Thank you so much, and we'll now have a short tea break of 10 minutes. After that, we resume the conclave with the panel discussion, which will be the concluding session. Thank you. in TEC. And the other panelists include Shri S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, Professor Urbasi Senha from Raman Research Institute, Bangalore, Dr. Bruno Huttner, Director at ID Quantique, Geneva, Shri Nagendra Nagaraja, CEO of QPI AI, and Shri Nixon Patel, CEO of Q Labs. We've already introduced all our panelists except for Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, who's joining us here in the panel discussion. So a very brief introduction about him. He's the Executive Director of the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, a premier research and development organization under the Indian Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He's been associated with CDAC since 1989 and has held various leadership positions within the organizations. He's a recipient of many research grants in the area of information security and also holds several awards and honors in his name. So it's over to the chair of the session, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. Moderating this session will be Shri Abdul Qayyum.
Thank you so much. I think we had wonderful sessions on various aspects of quantum, from quantum computing to quantum communication, quantum materials, quantum sensing, and many developments which have been taken up in India and abroad were discussed. And we also know that there was a talk saying that the quantum holds a great future. It will have applications in various fields: healthcare, genetics, new drug discovery, supply chain, many places. But we also are aware that there are challenges. We have various challenges, and this is the panel which is going to discuss about the challenges and the prospects and how to overcome them. If I just look at it, I see challenges like technological challenges, like for example, you require low temperatures. The quantum is noise, prone to noise. Then second challenge comes ecosystem challenge. This is a multidisciplinary field which is of a mix of electronics, physics, quantum mathematics. So we need multidisciplinary approach in developing the quantum system. Third will be regulatory challenge, because we need to ensure interoperability among the system, and I'm very happy that TEC has come up with the standards, and the standards will make way for, so that the systems which we develop becomes, interoperable. And then is the funding, and I think money is required. That is the challenge, and there is Government of India which is saying that we will support this particular event. Prospects, yes, we have, as the presentation said, that is a huge market. These many jobs will be created. 44 billion market size by 2028. Startup investments happening of $2 billion per annum. So many investments are happening looking at the prospects of this quantum. So we have a very august panel with us, and I am not going to take much of time. We have an august panel which will discuss the challenges to overcome challenges and the prospects, and if the challenges, how do we overcome so that we as a country advance globally very, very well in quantum space. So over to moderator to run the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, setting tone for the panel discussion. I'll start with you, sir. In the morning, there was an announcement, and since you had very less time to talk about that, so actually in the beginning I want to tell that we'll be asking only one question from the panel, and there will be 3 questions from the audience, right? Since the morning there was no question from the audience can have 3 questions, right? So starting with Dr. Upadhyay.
Abdulji, but now we don't have audience.
But questions are only 3, right?
We have more than 3.
This audience is like qubit. They can take 0 and 1 together. Yes, so they fill up for 2.
Some of them will show.
So, Dr. Upadhyay, we would like to actually listen more about what is the quantum alliance that you were talking about in the morning?
So the Quantum Alliance is basically, you know, we saw that various presenters gave their view what they are doing. Like IIT Madras is doing, IIT Delhi is doing, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Mumbai, Qubits, QNU. I mean, there are variety of developments which are happening. And at some places, we could also see duplication happening. If we can all join hand together, I will give an example of, I will not name. We import photon detector for our system, our QKD system. So in one of the conference, I heard one institute saying that I have photon detector. So I was not aware that there is a photon detector. That today I learned that there are other agencies also doing photon detector. So this Quantum Alliance is basically a group which is where we will put all the efforts happening in India, and so that we all can collaborate together, and to a prospective researcher or a prospective industry partner or a prospective agency or a government, it will be very clear, like, you know, you search that, like I want to say photon detector. If you give photon detector a keyword, immediately it will throw out that where the photon detector research is happening, who are the people, who are the experts involved in this particular thing, and what is the state, and how do you contact them, their website, their phone numbers, email IDs if they allow. So Quantum Alliance is basically bringing together all the stakeholders. As I said in the beginning, that this particular stream of quantum is a multidisciplinary stream. Physics, maths, electronics, lot many disciplines need to come together to develop an ecosystem. So Quantum Alliance is basically bringing everyone together in a manner that we do cohesive research in India, and also from the funding perspective, it becomes much easier for us, because now Quantum Alliance will also have a decent size of fund for funding this quantum research. So through Quantum Alliance, we will be able to channelize fund to the right partners, and so that as a country we come up with solutions in quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum material, and quantum communication. That's the purpose of the Quantum Alliance. And if you give me time, I will also, because since you said only one question, the second thing what Honorable Minister announced is Quantum Hackathon. What we mean by Quantum Hackathon is, like we have designed a QKD system, QNU has designed a system, there are other systems also, other partners who have designed. So we are throwing open a challenge saying that this is the system available, please come and hack it. And if you can hack it, break the system, we'll pay you 10 lakh. So Quantum Hackathon is for the purpose of finding out the vulnerabilities in the developed system, and whatever we get out of this hackathon will be shared with the industry. That was the second part. The third part Honorable Minister announced was development of own QKD and PQC protocol. Our system, I am not aware about the other system. Our system QKD uses COW protocol and DPS protocol. PQC uses NIST protocol. So there is a time now for India, given the talent we have, can we develop our own QKD protocol? Can we develop our own PQC algorithm? So that challenge also will be given. That will again be funded through Quantum Alliance. So for which soon, within a week, we'll put up in website the details of Quantum Hackathon as well as quantum protocol development. And this quantum protocol development will be funded as Mr. Pradeep Kumar was saying, that we don't need 1 crore, 2 crore, it will require a lot of money. And yes, India is ready to fund that kind of money. So these are the things I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is Dr.
If it's allowed, I have a question about the development of your own PQC protocol, because my understanding is that in order to encrypt and decrypt internationally, you need the same protocol on both sides. So if now India is developing its own protocol instead of following what is internationally done, then there is a risk that basically it will be out completely. You can encrypt only within India, but not outside. That might be not such a good idea.
Let me clarify. Even in classical system, like we have AES, but India has its own algorithm. So we use our algorithms in our systems. Like our strategic agencies might not use AES. They may not be comfortable using AES. In a similar way, if we can have our own protocols, I'm not saying that NIST protocol will be discarded. Wherever we can use NIST protocol, but some of the agencies may not be comfortable with using protocol that is already known to certain people, certain agencies. So therefore, the market exists for alternate protocols also. Currently, for example, AES is not the only encryption we use. We use other encryption.
Algorithm, but sometimes the algorithm papers are already there, but we can develop in-house so that the complete source code and everything is available indigenized. So that is also required.
Actually, I would like further to this. What we are discussing that it is not necessary that we should follow it. We can create also. These protocols or algorithms are developed in different places. We can also come up with that. It is not that that will be barred by, that this will be used in India without making it, without it standardizing. So once we develop it, we will take this to the international standardization.
Can I add something?
Yeah, thank you.
Can I add something here?
Yeah, please.
So we have kind of implemented 3 of the 4 NIST protocols. And the 4th one is on the it's supposed to happen by 31st. I think we missed the date. But what we do is we don't use the protocol as it is defined. We optimize it, use some heuristic techniques, other techniques to make it more efficient. So I think most of the people are doing that. Even in US, IBM, everybody's trying to optimize it to their own platform or their whatever it is. So I'm not sure what the confusion is here about.
Thank you. Now, this question is to Dr. Nikshan Patel. You have exposure to US market. You have you have labs in India. So my audience consists of students also and some of the parents of the students who would like to know what is the future from career prospect in venturing into quantum technology area.
Good question. So, so personally, we as a company, right, we grew from nothing to have 40 plus quantum scientists, and we have at any given time 30 to 40 or even more interns from various IITs, other regional institutes, even foreign institutes who are interns from BTech, MTech, PhD postdocs. So, there is also another agency called QEDC, which is in the US, which I'm part of, Quantum Economic Development Corporation. And through that also, there are so many programs which are kind of being made available for different professors, different institutes to adopt various courses. So from the statistics, for every 10 jobs that are required in quantum in US, they're able to fill 1 or 2. If they're able to fill 2, maybe 1 of the 2 is from outside. So the kind of job opening in this area, I think, is going to be phenomenally very high. For our own company, at any given time, we are looking for 10 or 12 different positions. And typically, there will be hundreds of applications, but I think the readiness is a challenge, I think. So it's, I think, cat and mouse kind of a thing. There is a need, there are these job opportunities, but there's not enough training in the academia, right? So, for example, 2 weeks ago, we signed the CQC partnership, the Center for Quantum Communication with IIT Hyderabad, and part of that is to build a 4-course quantum certification, not like a degree, or our idea is to focus these courses so that it is directly kind of mapped to some job function. So I think the various efforts going on, I think the job opportunity is huge because it's a complex kind of a space. So we get all the toppers from naval architecture or mechanical engineer from IITs who get training and join in quantum, right? So I'm sure, I think, if just like AI 12 years ago, when we used to do, people used to think, well, what about the job opportunities? And now we have 460,000 job openings for AI that are vacant in India. So I think it's just a matter of catching up, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Now next question is to Dr. Dr. Sudarshan. What is see, since the morning we have been hearing about threat from quantum computers. So what is the state of development of quantum computers in CDAC-led activity? Thank you.
Yes. First of all, good evening to all of you. Namaste. Very important and relevant question. Rather than CDAC, I will take a slightly larger picture. There was a project called the Center of Excellence in Quantum Technology that was funded, under which Indian Institute of Science has actually built a 4-qubit quantum computer, which is today one can visit and actually see it. But that is based on, the superconducting, the classical dilution refrigerator-based transmon computing. But there are other efforts, different types of quantum computers that are also currently being experimented. And as far as CDAC itself is concerned, since you specifically asked for it, we are part of it, and I would like to take it back to our typical gamings. In India, one reason where we have failed in certain aspects in realizing the potential to actual reality is almost like the relay race. If you look at any relay race, whether it is Olympic, swimming or running, there are three things important. The first one is we need a team. And there is someone starting, someone ending. The first one runner and the last one, or first one. And the second one is the right way to hand over the baton to the next person when the relay continues. The third one is to ensure that, to give the hint, what is the chance of winning the race with respect to others, so that you decide to complete the race, to become third or second, the gap should be known, so that the last runner, when he does the catching up, or he or she, they don't overstress and chance of failing is not there. So we believe in that kind of collaboration here also. So whatever, being done by academic institutes, mostly on the science-based ones, they work on TRL levels, let's say 1 to 3 or maybe 4. It is at 4, we need to work with applied R&D institutes. There are some academic institutes which are also doing experimental research. And then there are R&D institutes like CDAC, CDOT, many CSIR labs, they are all into that. And we should take over and convert to level 7. It is 7 to 8 is when we should engage with industry, either through a startup or whatever ecosystem we define. And the baton is handed over in the right way, and we succeed in the end. And this requires, one is passion. The second one is the fear of, instead of being worried about being copied or anything like that, it is nice to say that I'm inspired and I give credit and take from there. And the next person gives credit and gets inspired. That is what I did in my school days, always, the person who is the best runner, we always go and clap, because I cannot run like that person. And when it comes to maybe in mathematics, that fellow will come to my house, teach me this, tomorrow I have to pass the exam. And everyone succeeded. I think same strategy we have to adopt. I think CDAC is now currently doing it. We are working with almost all the stakeholders, be it RRI, be it IASC, be it IIT, and quantum simulator, for example, is another aspect where it was developed along with IASC. The initial version came from Professor Apurva Patel. Today it is managed by CDAC, but it is taught by, for example, IIT Roorkee and many other IITs. They are teaching us a course using a quantum simulator. I think this kind of open-ended collaboration is helping us. And again, technically to answer the question, the control hardware for the quantum computer is something where CDAC is working heavily on. And we have good solutions. You are all welcome to visit us. The second aspect is, along with the control hardware, that can be used for both compute as well as communication technologies. The accelerators that you need, the supercomputing aspects, high performance computing that you need for a really usable quantum computer to be used, that part also being done by CDAC. Thanks to National Supercomputing Mission, we have that. Simulation I already spoke about. And on QKD and Macan, tomorrow Professor Anil Prabhakar will present. There also we are a partner. We are in touch with SAG, we are in touch with CDOT also on the Alice Bob and related, metro area networks. So I think in terms of technology, other than the core quantum computer per se, the other areas CDAC has been contributing reasonably well. And we like collaboration and we continue to collaborate with all the stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan, for giving insight about the development of quantum computers in India. Now, the next question is to Dr. Bruno. So, we would like to know what kind of traction you are finding that in deployment of quantum product in Europe.
Well, first of all, Switzerland is in Europe, but not in the European Union. So we see a lot of traction, but we have a few issues anyway. So I think the hard thing will be the change between government and industry. Today we see a lot of traction from government, especially because there are many, many projects going on. So that's very interesting. However, at some stage, the funding will probably go down, and then you need to have QKD ready to go on with industry. So really the challenge today is to make sure that we can transform QKD from something funded to something which will make its own money by selling to the industry. And so it's very welcome to have government funding, and we use it. We used it before, and I think it is necessary at some stage of the development of the industry. But at some stage also we need to get out and fight in the real world somehow. And I think that's really the challenge we need to face in the. I think we still have a few years, but it will happen probably sooner than later. You know, there is so much money the governments in the world will spend on this if we don't deliver something which the industry wants. So I really think we should focus now not on getting money from government, but on making sure that this money is spent in order to address the future need of the industry. That's really the challenge.
Thank you very much. That means the industry too should look for a wider adoption, not necessarily that money should be coming from the government. So that is the, I'll say a very good word as a government to hear that. The industry is thinking in those terms. Thank you very much. So next question is to Dr. Naren. So when we can really visualize a reliable quantum computer in India?
So basically, so we have a roadmap. We are also working with National Quantum Mission, where we suggest a certain roadmap. So if you look at worldwide, there are a lot of efforts going on, and what we know is, see, there are two reliability metrics here. One is number of qubits itself and the quality of qubits, how they connected, and the way it can be used. There are metrics like your decurrence time, and as well as the quantum volume, and how many qubits we can do. So we are working, as Dr. Bruno has suggested, we are working with real industry. We are working with pharma companies to discover new molecules. So we are actually working with the objective of discovering 4 new molecules every year. One of the biggest pharma customers what we are working with, and we are working with one of the biggest logistics company in India, where we are the partners for them in actually delivering quantum-based logistics solution. So what roadmap we have in the world is 1,000 qubits in another 1 to 2 years. But then there's a noisy qubits. These are not error-corrected qubits and logical qubits. So what industry needs, like for example, let me take the low-hanging fruit, that is quantum chemistry. So what industry needs there is 300 error-corrected qubits. So if I have 300 error-corrected qubit, I think we can discover 4 new molecules per year. Okay, and then if I have 2000 qubits error-corrected, that will be a déjà vu of a word. RSA will be broken. Okay, broken in 10 seconds. Okay, so that is another extreme that we have to prepare. Okay, it's not about like when it will be ready, but whether we are ready for that or not. Okay. The first is industry. They have clearly defined in 2 years we will have a commercial application of quantum computers. The way the industry is progressing, and in India, for example, this year we will be having 25 qubits in Kipaya Labs. Okay, everything is ready except for the fridge from one of the Finland entity. So once that comes, we will have up and running. Okay. And our own roadmap is to set up some kind of a manufacturing facility for both spin and superconducting qubit within QPI, where we can reach this noise error corrected qubits. Error corrected qubits is absolutely important. Google has just had a breakthrough in last paper, and that will be somewhere around 2028, where we have 1,000. Or maybe 1,500 error corrected qubits. Once somebody puts 1,000, it's just a matter of time. Another 3 months, it will be 2,000. Okay, so that should arrive in 2027, 2028. But 1,000 noisy qubits in one and a half year. There is a project called SuperQ in Europe, which they are planning around 1,000 qubits in 1 year. So we have proposed a similar roadmap with National Quantum Mission with PSA, where we should have 1,500 qubits within one and a half year. Okay, and very soon we should have 50. Actually, there was a National Quantum Mission has had a roadmap of 20 qubits or something like that, but now we are changing it to make that 300 qubits should be standard. Okay, so where all industry require that, and after that it should be straight 1,000 qubits and error corrections. This is a roadmap what we are seeing.
Thank you, Dr. Narendra. Now the next and last question from the panelist is to Dr. Urvashi Sinha. I have been actually visiting labs. I have seen lab facility available at PRL, at RRI, ISC, and many other places. And from that point of view, I feel that they are having rich, lab facilities. So, and if you want to scale it, and make it available to other institutions who are not having, or the university who are not having, or startup who are not having test facility, how those facility can be scaled up further so that those infrastructure can be used by others as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. So last but not the least, so I'm very pleased that Kayumji actually mentioned our lab and had good words to say about us. So thank you very much. So I would like to just give a, I'll get to how we can scale things up, but just because, we haven't really had any presentation from RRI since morning, just to give the audience here a little overview of what actually we do, which impressed Kayumji among others. So we are a very small institute. We are an autonomous institute under the Department of Science and Technology. And the thing is that, just because we are small, even, when Sudarshan ji was mentioning, sometimes people forget to mention our name, which is something we don't mind. But having said that, what we do this with a pursuit of excellence. We want to contribute to science and technology. We do research which is at a fundamental level as well as at an application level. And we are not very interested in becoming this huge, organization which is just doling out a lot of products, because that's not what our forte is, right? We are actually scientists, so we will do the science. So how we are going to scale this up? So you have a question? Okay, no, not to me. So how do we do technology transfer? So we, of course, are working with CDAC. So CDAC has been partnering with us. So one of the things we are looking at is, one of the things I'm looking at is the right side of this room, where there's a lot of excitement, but not because of what I'm saying. Do you know, Kayumji?
Yeah.
Or should I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, okay. So we are working with agencies like CDAC. We are building our own quantum simulator. So we have what is called QKD Sim, which is a quantum simulator which takes into account device and process imperfections. So we started this, we have 2 iterations. Now we are going to scale this up in collaboration with CDAC, for instance. Then we are working on, our country's first project on satellite-based quantum communications. We heard Nilesh ji today morning talking about his collaboration with PRL. Likewise, we have our collaboration with ISRO as well, but just not the same center. We are collaborating with URSC and LEOS. And so, our project is arguably, it is the first funded project. A few months older than the SAC effort. And, tomorrow morning I'll be speaking a lot more about that. Hopefully some of you will be there in the talk. And so we have achieved several ground-based milestones. So what we concentrate on is kind of, getting the science right. And then we collaborate with agencies like, for instance, ISRO and CDAC to get it to the, operational level. And of course, we are very happy to collaborate with other agencies as well going forward. For instance, we have, delegates from WESI here. So we are signing an MOU next week to collaborate with WESI, which is the research branch of the Indian Navy, to, to contribute towards research and development in the quantum security area, which is really one of our focus areas. And we are the first lab in India to work on single and entangled photons. But other than that, we are a small institute, and something I'm saying the second time, but again, we actually work on all the verticals in quantum technologies. So we are working in quantum communications, we have random number generation, we have fiber-based, free space, we have integrated photonic-based quantum communications, all that we are doing. But we are also working on quantum computing. And so our own lab is working on photonic architectures, whereas my colleague, they are working on ion trap-based quantum computers, as well as neutral atom-based quantum computing. Similarly, in quantum sensing, we have the cold atoms-based quantum sensors, as well as quantum imaging using entangled photons. So indeed, this is what we will continue to strive to do. That is, we would like to reach TRL 1, 2, 3, and come up with, hopefully we'll keep coming up with new ideas which generate publications and patents for us. And then we would like to have a proper mechanism. So at the moment, I think we have had so many talks, Kayumji, for your enthusiasm with this conference. We've had talk after talk, so I've forgotten who the speaker was, but somebody said that there is a little bit of inhibition in collaboration in our ecosystem right now. And that is because, we are not very happy to share credit. Right? I mean, in the sense that, we are doing something, if we are collaborating, then sometimes, inadvertently, sometimes the collaborator takes away the credit and forgets the people who invented it. So if, the bigger agencies can reassure us that that is not going to happen, I think we will do this more seamlessly than what we have been doing so far. But having said that, we have been actually working with several agencies within the country. I'm proud to say, I'm happy to say, that we have projects supported by MIT, by ISRO, by DST, just not by DOT yet. Yes, so we have all the agencies covered, and we are a part of DST, so no issues there. We have several international collaborations as well, and a lot of support which we enjoy in the global quantum community. And going forward, we see ourselves basically, doing what we do best. That is, come up with new ideas, get the science right, and then pass this on to the various agencies who will now be very interested, looks like, in doing the technology transfer and also, going to maybe, we also have a startup from RRI now in the quantum domain. So, we are, given our size, we have 35 faculty members. We have the largest number of female faculty in any institute in India. So I think, we do things right at our own scale. And we would like to ensure and request that, the status that we currently share is respected going forward in the mission, and people don't get carried away by, we actually give, tomorrow you will see, we'll give talks where we refer to papers and things like that. So we would like to continue doing that. Others will come and talk about things in future, and then we will have a balance. So that is the balance we would like to retain in our ecosystem. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Now, okay, we have, yeah, 3 questions. So, yeah, so I'll start from the first row, and then it becomes easy to monitor. Actually, So the first question from here. Yeah? You need 30 seconds. Right now or? Okay. You can,
it's a common sight that my leg gets pulled by Dr. Varosi, so I'm used to it. But on the outside, the question was on computing. So if it is on quantum technologies, definitely we have much more partners, and we work a lot more. And like Dr. Varosi said, there is a huge effort going on just not on the experimental and hardware aspects, even on the simulator. I mentioned the quantum simulator. We are together working on trying to get a quantum system simulator, the entire ecosystem, from computing side, algorithm side, device side, key exchange, various protocols, PQC, all into one. So there also we are in discussion with RRI, we are working together. So there has been much more happening as a quantum technology in CDAC and along with the collaborations. So the questions on quantum computing, so my apologies for Professor Varosi. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bhavesh Sharma, and I am from TEC, Director of Finance. My question is with regards to the adoption of technology and the indigenization of technology in India. Generally, it has been observed that like whatever talk that we have listened from morning, it feels that a lot of work is happening. But when it comes to the outcome, we have seen earlier also like in 4G, 5G, and now what I was reading that 7G standards by IEEE will be released in 2024. So by the time we develop something substantial, the outside world will develop a commercial application. Our big industries like Reliance will take up, or any other industry will take up, and they will adopt the foreign technology. And we, whatever effort that has been taken by our scientists and our engineers is forgotten. We leave it behind, the focus is lost, and then we move towards the next new technology. So the pace of development has been slow. The adoption of whatever we have developed is missing at the mass commercial level. So I would like to ask the dignitaries, what steps can be taken so as to ensure that whatever steps that our engineers and scientists are doing, ultimately they lead to they fructify in mass adoption, and ultimately our technology is used at the international level also.
So obviously the question talks about there's a lag, right? And you see the lag in the quantum is in 2020 you had this 8,000 crore whatever was passed and nothing has come out of it, right? So companies like us, startups like us are really suffering for that, right? What we need is, not to look at, as Bruno had said, that we should rely on, not rely on government, whatever, right, grants. But country like India still needs that, because the rest of the world, especially Europe and US, North America and Canada, everybody got their like multi-billion dollars and they've got a start. We need to get that start. We need to have test beds, just like, maybe 1,200 years ago, this guy called Shankara put 4 months. You need 4 test beds in 4 different corners, and you need a fab facility right now, today. And if you have that, there's no catching up required.
Let me also explain. Most of the technologies we never attempted to develop. I don't think we attempted to develop 2G, we attempted to develop 3G, 4G. Now is the time. Now country is looking for 6G, which is standards yet to come. Quantum. The quantum state is today like what I said in the morning, the state of industry of semiconductor in 1950. So these, we are taking steps at the right time. Earlier, if everything is developed, then we are trying, what you are saying is very, very correct, because the technology will move forward. But currently, given the focus of this government under Atmanirbhar, for the first time we are doing R&D. Where was it, other than few green shoots, I don't think we had this kind of thinking in the government. But now government is thinking that we should be Atmanirbhar, and that therefore the very fact that 6G is yet to come, it will come in 2030, and we are in 2023 talking about it. We developed 4G, 5G when the world has already done it, and we did it in 2 to 3 years. So given the talent in India,
given the talent in India. Look at the 50 to 60,000 design engineers in India working for Intel, Broadcom, Marvell, Qualcomm, all these guys, because we never channelize them to our cause. We channelize them for the MNC's cause. The government is working there. I'm sure the efforts of the government will lead into this. Secondly, as Dr. Patel said, we didn't have funding arrangement. For the first time TTDF has come, 500 crore every NM, the R&D fund is fixed, 100 crore CDOT is funding, 600 crore, 100 crore DCIS is funding, 700 crore. At least 700 crore is, and if required, more money will come. He was right that the quantum mission was announced in 2020, but nothing has happened. Actually, something has moved. Shortly, this will fructify. From the announcement to actual utilization, the government takes little time, and therefore, it's not that nothing has happened in the background. Background things have happened. I'm very sure that very soon this NMQTA will take shape in terms of funding.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So just wanted to say that, I mean, both the points are very well taken, but if we actually want our efforts to get integrated into commercial solutions, as you're saying, one of the things that is of key importance that, even DOT has been spearheading with respect to standardization, because, one of the fears that some of these companies may have is that, we are not probably coming up with solutions which are at par, let's say, with the existing solutions. So this fear has to be, sort of taken out. And we need to always keep maintaining the standards and, meeting the standards that are set globally as well as within the country. And I hope that the Indian standards and the global standards are in sync with each other. Then, there is no reason for the adoption to happen for only the products from outside. But otherwise, if we don't make products up to the international standards, then we are not going to be able to see this adoption going forward. Right?
Thank you very much. So next question is from the third row. Second row.
Oh.
Yeah. So, no. Third row. Yeah, you.
So, yeah, I mean, till now, I think there are only two results in computers, quantum computing, which has kind of shown that a classical, it has done something better than a classical computer. In that, one is also been debated. So I think Dr. Nagendra ji was mentioning that you're about like discovering molecules like every year or two, but I think there is any published result where you can discover a molecule without having a quantum computer which has, which is more than 50 qubits of highly efficient one. So that's one of the questions, because I've been working on developing algorithms and then simulating and work with cold atoms, experimental lab papers with cold atoms to NMR systems, except superconducting, ion trap, and I'm working on photonics now. And coming up with algorithms itself is one of the hardest tasks. We don't even have, I don't think I have an algorithm now ready to say that, okay, I have an algorithm, I can go and use in a quantum computer to develop or to come up with new molecules. So this question, and again, talking about qubits, in fact, the paper is still blank. Superconducting is doing well. We really don't know whether this is the technology where one has to go for 1,000 to 2,000. It's good to be ambitious, but shouldn't we be realistic to say what is that we really have to build? Because if you are building it on false foundation, it's going to collapse. We need R&D, we need a qubit by qubit, which are stable, and then say that even with 4 or 5 qubit, I'm doing something reasonable. Only then we can build an empire of whatever it is. So I think, there are many questions which, probably I'll stop at this.
What is the question? Yeah. So let me, I understand what you're saying. See, look, on the molecular discovery, right, especially on the small molecules, okay, which has maybe like 20 atoms, okay. So we have done the simulation. It's a proprietary algorithm that we have developed, okay. It was done on 40 qubit simulator, and we have tested that on bracket also, okay. So what we were trying to do there is first calculate the binding energy, and with that we do this MD simulation. So that's the experiment we carried out, okay. So this is actually the proprietary algorithm. There is one paper which come very close to this, okay. If required, I can send you that offline.
No, and yeah. Classical system. That's all. It's done in a classical system, which means that classical computers can do it.
I know.
There's no differentiation between I can have an algorithm which is designed for quantum computers, but I can implement it on a classical system, which means that it is good enough to be called a classical system and it's been done.
No.
I mean, I understand you might have a protocol for the 40, 50 qubits, 40, 20 molecules.
20 atoms. See, the thing is, let me tell you this, okay?
I think in the interest of time, because there are many questions, we'll keep it offline.
Can I give a real life example? So your question is valid, but it's not valid because we have a live product, quantum portfolio optimization product. What you do is you part of your problem's solution in classical space, part in the quantum space, and by doing that, you get advantage.
Sir, I think, I think, sir, it's very clear there is not more than 2 work which has been shown anywhere in the world which has beaten quantum supremacy. So whatever we are doing is we are just preparing to a system with more than 50 qubits. So whatever even optimization, I'm not going to buy that idea whoever puts it, because we don't have any results which shows quantum supremacy more than 2.
I think
we might be developing a base for it. There are papers, big papers written for that.
Actually, I think this discussion we can have, in the... Not before that, we have a break, after this. So I think we can.
We had a question in second row.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Pradeep.
My question is, in quantum computing or quantum technologies, let's say there is a startup who wants to develop something in quantum. Something means there are lots of relevant stuff which can be developed, but there is a budget constraint. So what are the things which can be developed in 1 million, 2 million and 5 million? So my question is to all the panel members and specifically to Dr. Bruno, because he comes from a country having, which is very rich, considered to be very rich in terms of funding, especially in technology funding. So, the question is open to all the members.
We can only talk about India.
Actually, I have to put things right. Unfortunately, the Swiss government does not pay very little to industry. The Swiss government is helping R&D at the academic level, but it's not easy to get money for industry. So you can partner with academia, and then there is a little bit. So although the government might be rich, I don't know, I have to admit, but there is no big program. Some people are really fighting now to try and get one of these programs, but it's not easy at all. So first of all, now how much money you need to develop something? I think again, I didn't say at all that you don't need government money. I think you need government money to start something, and you need government money to when you have a new topic like quantum. I think it's totally reasonable. What I was saying is that at some stage you need to get out of this and manage to do your own thing. Now, if you do a startup only to get government funding, I think you will fail at some stage. And you know you need government money to start, maybe, but you have already the view of where you want to go. And if where you want to go is something where you have a market and you can have a product which could sell to the market, then use the government money to get to this. If you just want to use the government money because you want to fund your research or whatever without the clear picture, I don't think it will work. And how much? For a quantum computer, it's huge. I have to say we have a big advantage in quantum communication that single photons, single qubits can be useful. So in some way, we have already demonstrated a quantum advantage. Just a quantum random number generator is a quantum advantage. We haven't demonstrated or hardly demonstrated quantum advantage in computing. But we may be able to do quantum advantage with a few qubits, for example, to do something which cannot be done classically. And maybe that's actually a call to all of you here, because I think it's very interesting to see that 1 qubit can do something which you cannot do classically. And then we stop there. And we say the next step is a quantum computer with hundreds of qubits or whatever to do something which you cannot do classically. I am almost certain that something quantum with 5, 6, 10 qubits could probably do something you cannot do classically at all. Not faster, but not at all. And I think that's a way of looking at it and trying to find new ideas.
I think I agree with this advantage and the supremacy. They are very different, and then for that you really need a quantum system of 5 qubit or 2 qubit to do, and not a classical system which can do that, right?
Thank you very much. Next question. Yeah.
Good evening. I am Dhruv Shaw from LPU Jalandhar. So right now I'm studying robotics and automation. So my main concern is with the robotics. Like I really don't find any usage in the robotics, especially in the unmanned robotic system. Like here in the presentation is mentioned now that the quantum processor requires a cryogenic environment. So like if you deploy an unmanned robotic systems, like for example, let's suppose drone. So where that cryogenic environment would come, would be that delicate? So please comment on this, because I really don't find any use in unmanned robotic systems.
See, the edge quantum computer is far, far away. What we are talking about is putting that in a data center. Okay, so there has to be a lot of improvement in the materials, new materials where we can go close to the room temperature or maybe high temperature. Okay, so where it can become compact, and it doesn't require helium and closed loop cryogenics and other things. So that advancement is maybe decades away to put quantum computer on the edge. So we are not there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll take one more question.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Anish. I'm from CDAC Trivandrum. My question is to Urvashi ma'am. Actually, from the discussions we had from the morning, this is the one thing what everybody is coming to think about is that the quantum is quite different from the classical currently we are doing with. But I think, but currently I am also working on the quantum side, but what I understood is there are 60 to 70% classical components are built around the so-called quantum to make it a complete system. Because Sudarshan sir also left one important point that CDAC is currently being done, because we are also building the STN enabled quantum stack, because stack is very much important from any communication. That is also we cannot avoid in the QKD systems also, because
So
that
what is your question?
yeah, to the question, but the important question is how we can motivate those the people who are working on the classical side to combine to make a hybrid team, so that both the classical and quantum think tank marry together and produce bigger systems in India.
Yeah, since I was asked, let me attempt to answer that first. So you're absolutely right. You know, a lot of what we do in the quantum systems, whether it's communication or computing, is classical. So communication, I think Bruno was mentioning, right, that it is quantum key distribution, not quantum key distribution. So the key is not quantum, it is the distribution which is quantum. So how we produce the key is quantum, and the rest of it before and after is pretty classical. So now how to motivate, that is of course a philosophical question. But then I would say that, you know, if people are already motivated in doing what they're doing at the classical end, they will see the quantum advantage and integrate, right? I mean, and I don't think after the whole day of discussion today, I don't think there is any ambiguity that, you know, there are certain things in which quantum has an advantage. And of course, communication, you know, key distribution, random number generation, these are all areas. So I think we need to, I mean, you know, this is still a small group. So what some of us need to do is, you know, sort of say this more and more in various fora as to how, so just to give you an example of satellite QKD. Satellite QKD, the QKD, that part is quantum. But then I have somebody, you know, analyzing the atmosphere. I myself am not an expert in that. Somebody who's an expert in telescopes, astrophysics PhD, somebody in control systems, somebody in electronics and communication engineering. So our little team of people, say 8 or 9 people who are working on this problem, maybe there are 3 physicists in it. So in some sense, you know, these are all examples where, you know, different expertise comes in to give us an advantage in the quantum era, right? Quantum domain. So I think this is something which we of course understand, but then, you know, you've rightly pointed the question at me. Maybe I should do even more outreach talks than what I do, which is almost every week, and get this through, right?
Thank you very much. So yeah, one question. Last question.
Yeah, hello. So my question is, so I am from TCS, Soumya Das. So my question is in quantum communication domain. So as far from all the talks, we know that in QRNG we have advantage than classical system. In QKD we have some advantage, but there are some PQC system. So other than QKD and QRNG, what are the other areas in quantum communication that we have advantage in classical communication?
I can add a few words just.
Please go ahead.
In communications, I think you said most of what we have, but I think there is an advantage in quantum for quantum sensing, for example, which was discussed a little bit, maybe not enough. So there are other advantages with quantum. For example, once you have quantum communication at a big level, you can use that for distributed sensing, for example. You could think of a kind of quantum object which is so big that it can be used to measure a light coming from the stars. I mean, there are many ideas. And again, I don't think we know what will come. And I think that it's always the same. We didn't know how the internet would evolve. We don't know how the quantum communication network will evolve. So we should not too much think about all the application now. We should really focus on developing them, trying to find good things. And the killer application is probably something nobody has predicted. That's my prediction.
So I think we'll close the session. We had a wonderful discussion. I thank all the panelists for answering all the questions, putting the best perspective so that all of us together as an ecosystem think about various technologies, how the technology is there, how it can be advanced, what we need to do, how the challenges need to be sorted out, funding need to be sorted out. And this is given food for thought, and definitely all these inputs will help us in designing our policies and designing and taking this work forward. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Well, after a long day of deliberations and presentations, where our esteemed speakers gave us a lot of food for thought, this panel discussion, though at the fag end of the day, was equally stimulating and gave us a lot to reflect on. Before we leave this session, I request the chair, Dr. Upadhyay, to kindly present a memento to Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, as the rest of them have already received the mementos, and Professor Urbasi Sinha will be joining us tomorrow. So we have one memento presentation for Dr. S.D. Sudarshan. Can we have a group photograph here, if you can step forward, and please stay with us for the closing remarks by Dr. Manjunath Iyer from Wipro. I request him to kindly come on stage for closing remarks. And before that, I'd like to inform all of you that we have a high tea arranged for all of you on the foyer in the first floor, and also in the lounge on the ground floor for the speakers and for the guests. And tomorrow we begin our first session at 9:30 a.m. Do join us for that. Closing remarks. You can start, I think, because otherwise people will go.
Hello, am I audible? Good. So, hope you have strength for this last session, the concluding remark. I'm honored to be a part of this part of the program to deliver the concluding remark, accumulating whatever and all we have heard in the morning. I will divide that into three parts. I will not take more time. The first part is from the government delegate, honorable ministers and the other dignitaries, where they were very supportive for the quantum technologies, and they were very liberal in funding for these technologies, upcoming technologies, and they have a lot of dreams. The government has a lot of dreams, and to make it parallel with what we had some 30 years back, India took the right decision 30 years back, and that's why India is the IT and software capital of the world today. On the same lines, we have a similar opportunity. We are standing on the same threshold. In the next 20 to 30 years, India should become the quantum capital of the world, right? It is possible only because of people like you, right? So it is our responsibility to realize not only the dreams of the government, our dreams also, to make ourselves better and be the part of the quantum capital of the world. That is one part. In the next part, the dignitary spoke about the different technical problems, starting from the noise. One of the major problems with the quantum communication is the temperature. Today you don't have quantum devices keeping in your pocket like what we have in your mobile phones. Of course, mobile phones also have a lot of quantum devices. Transistor is a quantum device, IC is a quantum device, but unless you realize this teleportation or quantum entanglement in room temperature, these things cannot reach the masses. Right? For a layman like me, all these cryogenic temperatures or liquid helium or nitrogen temperatures are overflowing with thoughts. Right? So that is very difficult to realize. But somebody in the audience also asked the same question. If these things have to penetrate deep into all the applications, how the thing should change. So this is possible only if we can realize quantum communication end to end with room temperature. That's where Dr. Nagendra is also trying. He is very happy to realize that at 70 degree Kelvin, right, for that temperature itself he is very happy because it is far above the 0 degree or liquid helium temperature. Right? That is one of the technical issues. The other issues could be quantum teleportation. So in teleportation, what happens? You don't physically transmit anything over the channel. The information just reaches the destination without any physical medium at all. For example, if you have to transfer information to Mars, if you have to say people are trying to send people, the man to Mars in a couple of years, but is it possible to communicate with them with this type of technologies, conventional technologies? No, it may not be. It is not possible in real time. Even if he is dying, he has to cry. That will reach after 5 minutes. If you have to say hello to him, it reaches only after 5 minutes because of the round trip delay. But with quantum teleportation, it can reach immediately, instantaneously, because you are not transmitting any waves over there. The information just gets replicated to the destination. So quantum teleportation has to change a lot. People touched upon this in the morning also. So there are so many other technologies which need to be refined. Quantum sensors, quantum memories, for example. Those things were also touched upon. So it is very difficult to realize those technologies. Also quantum technology, already it may be there, quantum technologies are there. But to realize them and put them into practice in a usable form, it takes a lot of time and patience and a lot of research work has to be done. And that's where your help will come into picture. You can play a major role over there and realize the dreams of that. The third part is on the different social aspects of that, meaning the different fundings, how we can collaborate with each other, how we can leverage each other's competencies and all. That part of the conclusion, I will leave it to you. You can network with the people today and tomorrow, of course. Lot of time is there, lot of people are there, experts are there around. We can talk to them, leverage this, and we can solve that problem. With this, I will give the concluding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And please join us for high tea and then see you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.